Oh, let me tell you, it's a Friday night, and there's nobody better to spend my Friday night with than my good friends Jack Hillgrove and Bill Phillips and
Producer
Billy
extraordinaire.
and Jordan, producer extraordinaire, who's ready for all the sponsor reads tonight.
See
and
the headsets on.
This is
looking all official
day
tonight.
2 of the NFL draft. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Cleveland Browns pick 1. Cleveland Browns pick 3. The Shador Sanders watch is on.
Yep.
Now, I'm thinking the Browns get Sanders. Now, do they take him the first pick and risk somebody trading with the Giants to move up and take him? Or do you go Trevion Henderson, the Giants pick, and then come back and take Sanders?
I think.
Do the Steelers want him? Could the Steelers trade up to the Giants and take that pick and get Sanders? I think Sanders is going to go in his first 3 picks.
My thought is I don't think the Browns are going to take him. I think the Browns, they have Flacco, they have Pickett, and they are going to go and get a running back, and they're going to go and get maybe a receiver and offensive lineman. They're going to do 2 on offense, and they're going to roll with it.
Jack,
I think there's a chance, a very, very real chance, that Sanders plummets down draft boards, and if he doesn't get selected either 33rd or 36th by the Browns, he might be there at 83 when the Steelers pick, and that is no joke. And I wouldn't be surprised if a guy like Jalen Milroe were drafted ahead of Shador Sanders, because there's more upside with a guy like Jalen Milroe. There's more athletic ability. There's more mobility. There's more splash out of a guy like Jalen Milroe than Shador Sanders. You've got, like, let's break down what quarterbacks are available, right? So you had Cam Ward and Jackson Dart going round 1. Those guys are gone. We had a feeling those guys would go early. A couple of other guys that have been rumored around to go at this point in the draft: Milroe, obviously Shador Sanders is still there, and Tyler Shuck is still there.
Yep.
A lot of people think, and the guy that they're showing on the screen right now, Mel Kiper, is one of them that thinks that Shador Sanders is the best quarterback in this class. I don't think that by any stretch of the imagination. I think that there are ways that you can go about looking at these quarterbacks and think, okay, Milroe, I know how you feel about Jalen Milroe, but he's very athletic. You got Tyler Shuck. People think that Tyler Shuck is the best pure passer in this class and has better accuracy and more ball skill than Shador Sanders. So teams might take that into account, and we might be looking at a situation when the Steelers get on the board in the 80s. The guy from Colorado might still be there.
I think if he does, I do think he's one of these first 3 picks, but if he slipped down, you got the Raiders at 37, the Saints at 40, one of those two. I think a lot of the reasons that he has moved down is the Deion factor. I don't think people want to deal with the Deion Sanders and the whole circus, but if there's a guy that feels that he can deal with it and isn't going to be bothered, it's Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, that is not going to, I mean, come on, he's put up with a circus from enough guys over the past few years. I think Tomlin would sit down, he would talk to Deion, he would talk to Shador, and this is the way it's going to be. Because I don't think Deion, he probably doesn't want Shador to go to Cleveland.
No, probably not. Probably not. But speaking of Cleveland, we're going to bring in our Cleveland expert.
Boy, he was good last night.
He was great last night. Our man Hayden is back and ready to go. So let's put Hayden. Welcome.
How are we doing?
All right.
How's it going?
Turn. If you have the draft on, just turn it down a little bit.
Can you guys? Are you getting feedback from it?
A little bit, yeah.
Just turn it down just a little.
But look at this. Hayden, he's into it. He was so good last night and so on, and had such great predictions. He's got the hair a little styled tonight, and the beard's a little bit more trimmed. He's going prime time on us now. So
that's right.
Great. You really had great analysis last night.
Appreciate it. Are we still having our guy Tim on tonight?
He's coming.
Love it.
The
legend.
So here's the big question. Where the Browns, they have 33 and 36. What do you think they do with these picks? Where would you like to see them go, and what do you think they'll do with them?
Honestly, I would like to see them go double offense here. I think, you look at the landscape of the NFL right now. I mean, you can roll a great top 5 defense out there, but if you can only score 17 points a game, it doesn't really mean anything. So, I would say, I mean, in an ideal world for me, I would love to see him take Henderson here first. And then, I don't think they're going to go quarterback here. That's just kind of what my gut's telling me. I feel like if they loved one of these quarterbacks, I feel like they probably would have traded into the back end of the first round out of fear
That's a
for
good
missing
point.
out. But me personally, like I said, I think they should go double offense here. I would like Henderson. I think there's a lot of good receivers still available, so you can go a lot of routes here.
Solid across the offensive line where you would go wide receiver over lineman.
I'm going to be honest. I think all the good tackles left. I mean, I think they need a tackle. Sorry about that.
All right, well, we got to know name of the dog, breed of the dog. It's the dog pound.
Yeah, we got Ruger. He is a yellow lab.
Ruger.
There you go.
That's
There
a
you
tough
go.
name for a
It's
dog.
good name. Good dog name. And yellow labs, you don't get much better than that. That's a solid pick you guys made.
Hayden, you made a good point about, and I didn't really think about this, and I made this point last night when I came on. The whole point of having first-round draft picks is to be able to have that fifth-year option, and it's not any more valuable than it is at the quarterback position. And they could have absolutely used 36 or 33 to trade back into the first round as Shador became available. Jackson Dart made it to 25. So if they really wanted Dart or they really wanted Sanders, they probably would have used one of these early picks to get back into round one so they can have the fifth-year option on these guys. So that's a good point. I don't necessarily know. I mean, maybe because one of them fell to this point, they might just say, you know what, to the heck with it. We'll just go with it and see where we go from here. But I wouldn't be surprised by it because they could have absolutely used one of these picks to get back into the first round for Shador Sanders.
Now, what are you hearing from your fellow Browns fans after the first round went down yesterday? Do you have a feel, a vibe for what's going on? Maybe in your household with mom and dad, relatives that are Browns fans. What was the thought? Did they like the pick?
I think it's pretty split, honestly. I think people need to sit with it a little bit more and kind of realize I think they got a great haul from going back just 3 picks and still getting a good value there because they essentially netted 2 first-round picks with this. I mean, 36 right here, like you're still going to get a first-round talent who could start day one, hopefully. And then on top of that next year, teams like the Jaguars, they tend to pick at the top pretty often. So I don't know. I mean, you got Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. They're going to have a playmaker now, but they haven't really established a winning culture. They've got a first-year head coach, GM, and all that. So like you can't really knock them for that. I think at the end of the day, they're going to be judged by how they pan out the rest of this draft right now, because that's going to kind of like complete the thought process of the whole thing for me.
And we want to let our viewers know, if you're watching on Facebook or if you're watching the WTOV9 YouTube, comment. You're more than welcome to go on the comment section, give us your comments, and we'll share those. Now,
we'll give those to Hayden. We don't want to deal with those grades to get sent in. We'll just give them to Hayden.
And before we get into the Browns pick, it's coming up. We want to thank our sponsors tonight. And here's Jordan to mention a couple of tonight's sponsors. Jordan. She's not ready.
Okay. Sportsman's Trading Post. Looking for the largest gun shop in the area? Head to Sportsman's Trading Post in Wintersville with the biggest inventory around. They buy, sell, and offer expert gunsmithing right on site. Stop in today. Sportsman's Trading Post has it all.
Jordan, what about Panhandle Cleaning? What do they give the public if you're looking to do some cleaning?
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration Services is a full-service restoration company that offers water, mold, fire, and storm damage restoration services. As the leading provider of disaster restoration, Panhandle serves areas throughout 6 states. Robert C. Contragero Sr. founded Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration in 1977 with a commitment to fairness, honesty, and quality work. Panhandle has established a stellar reputation for the quality of their services and the professionalism of their talented technicians.
And
that's why she is producer extraordinaire. Not only is she making sure we're doing our thing, she can do the commercials.
There we go.
Fantastic.
And the pick is in.
The pick is
for
in.
The Browns.
Hayden, who is it? What's your guess?
I'm going to roll with Travion Henderson.
Yeah, same here. Right. Travion Henderson.
Yeah, I like the running back here. Oh, Joe Thomas is making the pick. Yeah, you had to love him. He's putting up the W
Oh,
for
he was
Wisconsin. Yeah,
He was a
Wisconsin
hunter.
boy, yeah.
He loves Sportsman's Trading Post.
Yeah.
Turkey season. Your man Swizz, go over to Sportsman's Trading Post.
He's
Get some
probably headed
turkey
there now.
shells.
He might be going out for turkey hunting tomorrow.
This is an interesting one.
Yeah, it's a
Wow,
very
that's
interesting
a
pick.
shock.
What do you think, Hayden?
The only place I go to with that is I don't know if you guys know about this. Their linebacker, they call him JOK. It's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's got some like head or neck problems from that injury he had last year. So I don't know if that's like means something bad in regards to that, but I'm pretty surprised they took a linebacker here.
This is a guy that maybe could have been available a couple of picks from now, or could have been available in the third round. I mean, you just never know how the draft unfolds, obviously. But
you look at his numbers, though: 128 tackles, 4 sacks in 2024. I mean, he's first team All-American 2024. I mean, that's he can get after it here. Just he's got that engine. Is it going to translate? That's the question.
yeah, and then actually, I'm looking at him right here, and
He looks more like a safety.
and it reminds me a lot of Peyton Wilson, who the Steelers took last year. And obviously Peyton Wilson had a lot of injury problems, and that's why he fell to the Steelers in like the 3rd or the 4th round or whatever it was. But this is a guy, and if Owusu-Koramoah actually has some lingering problems, could step in and maybe fill that void, or at the very least provide some depth. And listen, man, like I look at the way I will harp on the fact that the Eagles won the Super Bowl because they just beat the living daylights out of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs in that game. So I'm not going to shy away from teams, especially my favorite team. It's not the Browns, but if it were the Steelers, drafting defense, because the Eagles were able to get it done by developing defensive players and having an elite defense and obviously win a Super Bowl.
So Carson Schlesinger, and he's got good speed. Like I say, kind of in that safety mold with covering tight ends, covering backs out of the backfield. You need that.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You need to be able to cover the athletic tight ends down the middle of the field, down the seams.
And in a division where you've got Mark Andrews, Pat Fryermuth, if they would ever figure out how to use him properly.
Texans pick is in. See, this was a trade with the Giants.
This could be run. This is why, if I'm a Browns fan and I really wanted Travion Henderson, this could be a running back here, because I'm not sure what Joe Mixon's. I mean, he had a good enough year in Houston when he moved over there, but if they want to look to replenish at that position a little bit, they could do that. This could be wide receiver with Luther Burden still available. It'll be interesting to see in what direction that the Texans go here. And the thought process at offense is, okay, we've got this franchise quarterback and an extremely winnable division. Let's give him some new toys.
And remember, Will Johnson's dropped like a rock for the corner from Michigan. Some injury problems there. So,
I just saw it.
Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
This was a guy that I liked a lot if the Steelers had kept their pick at 52, because I had thought that, and then the fact that Luther Burden's still there is a little eye-opening for me. I thought that this would have been a guy like in the 50s before, the Steelers made that trade for DK Metcalf that could have been there if they wanted to go that route at wide receiver. Big body, can go up and get a football in a one-on-one situation. And then again, in a division where you've got CJ Stroud in an extremely winnable division, give him another weapon on the outside, man. I like this pick for them. And now things are shaping up in a direction now, Tennessee drafted Cam Ward. Maybe they protect him, or maybe they go to the defensive side of the ball. So Cleveland did that first. You might be able to get a running back here coming up in a couple of picks.
Well, we're going to add another Browns fan. What we're going to do. We're going to go back in and have another Browns fan, the legend, Tim Zissel. I see Tim. He looks like he's ready to go. A little light would help, but I think we've got Tim ready to go. So once he's up and set, we'll put him on. And Tim was the Browns fan of the year 2 years ago. Got the all expenses paid trip to the Super Bowl. And last night, he was at the Browns' big party with Journey.
There he is.
How was Journey last night, Tim?
He's
Might have a little audio trouble.
Yeah. Journey was so good he's speechless. Okay, so we're going to pop Tim off and we're going to work on his audio. Let's go back to Hayden. Where do the Browns go now?
I mean, I don't see a world where they don't go offense here. Like I said, I expected them to go offense with these 2 picks. If they go defense again, I think you're looking at a situation where it's you're asking to roll out 17 points a game again.
Did we miss something? So Seahawks are up.
Yeah, I had also I had seen on a report earlier. There's a chance that they were mentioned as one of the 3 teams that could possibly swoop in and take Sanders.
Well, they just moved up at 235. They're sending 52 and 82 to Houston. So that pick, and you know what? Get
ahead of the Browns too.
Because that pick that they got from the Steelers for DK Metcalf is now on its way to Tennessee. So they were able to use that additional pick here to move up 17 spots at the beginning of the second round. And it'll be interesting to see if this is a quarterback. If it is a quarterback and it's not Shedeur Sanders, I would be blown away. But it'll be interesting to see what direction they go in here. And I'm not seeing anything on social media yet, so we'll have to wait.
So the Seahawks trade with the Tennessee Titans, and they're in that spot. So the next spot then would be the Browns after this.
Any chance that Shedeur is the pick? Does anybody feel like he's the pick?
It could very well be. If you're moving up like that and leapfrogging, it's because there's somebody you really want that you think Cleveland may want, and that would be Shedeur Sanders.
They moved up. They moved ahead of Cleveland 1 spot, and I'm sure Seattle was probably waiting to see how the first couple of picks unfolded here in the second round. When Cleveland didn't go quarterback at 33, and Houston definitely didn't. It's okay. Let's get on the phone because Cleveland might come back around and try and get their guy. And they did that. As I say that, I don't think that's the case.
And the thing is, I don't think the Browns are going to take him. If they didn't take him with 33, I don't think they're taking him at 36.
It looks like the Seahawks are trading into this spot to take the safety from South Carolina, Nick Emenwari, who was a guy that I had mocked in my first round, and a lot of people had mocked in their first round. So this is the thought process here is, we're going to get this guy. He was high enough up on our draft boards that he's still available. We'll trade up and get him.
Jack, can you do me a favor and hand that to Jordan? That's from Tim, trying to get him hooked up on his audio.
Yeah.
So
it looks like Shedeur will be available when the Browns pick at 36. You've got the Raiders there at 37 for the time being.
Yeah, I think, if the Browns wanted Sanders, they would have taken him at 33. That's just the way I see it. I don't see him going quarterback here.
Yeah, and if Seattle's taking this safety from South Carolina here, then that opens the door wide, completely for them to come back up and get one of the Ohio State running backs or another one. The other guy that I really like too is the Johnson from Iowa. I think he's potentially a really, really good player. Has, not necessarily like big time breakaway speed, but just a guy that if you can develop him the right way could be an every down back. Whereas a couple of these guys that are available, I know you had mentioned Scadaboo, who just might be a little bit more one-dimensional guy that gets inside and can't really do much other than bang around on the interior. So it'll be interesting to see how.
The amazing thing was his bowl game, though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You want to talk about if you doubted him, some people opened their eyes to him right there and said, "Okay, this might be." A guy.
He was fun to watch.
He was fun to watch, but
he's one of these guys would be the preseason darling.
Oh, absolutely.
That would get all these carries in the preseason, just destroy people. To go back a ways like Jack Delaplane, Rick Moser, some guys that with the 70s Steelers,
Well, the Seahawks selection is in.
Richard Sherman doing the announcing. That'll fire up the Seahawks fans and the 49ers fans because
you got to believe he'd make comment to the 49ers fans at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't he have a cup of coffee with the 49ers before the end of his career, or was that somewhere else? Tampa
Yes,
Bay.
yeah. Well, it was. I don't know if it was Tampa Bay, but it was. He did have a cup of coffee with somebody. Or wait a minute, it was. Wasn't the Rams?
No, I don't think so.
I can't remember.
There are so many guys that have finished places, and you're like, man, that guy played there. Yeah, San Francisco is one of them.
Yeah, Nick Emenwar is safety,
Yep.
South Carolina.
So the Browns back on the clock here with an opportunity to go offense.
I'm going running back all the way. Give me one of the Ohio State guys. Give me Caleb Johnson. I'd go running back here.
I would be absolutely thrilled if the way that this draft is unfolded for the Browns and the way that they were able to orchestrate that trade with Jacksonville, I would be skipping around my living room if I was a Browns fan right now. I said this last night after the trade. I mean, any team, it doesn't matter what any team could do for the remainder of the weekend. The Browns won the draft. And, you got to give Jacksonville credit, rookie GM, rookie head coach trying to make a splash. And Travis Hunter might become the face of that franchise.
Well, I'm getting a thumbs up from Jordan that Tim should be ready to go. So, Tim, welcome aboard, my friend. And I know you know Hayden real well as well. So, gentlemen, I understand you guys have watched some Browns games together a few times.
We most certainly have. I'm sorry the iPad wasn't working.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. A pleasure to have you. Now, you were up watching Journey last night. You see the first round pick after the trade. What was the atmosphere like? I can look over here. You're up here, so instead of looking down into my own computer, what was the atmosphere like when the trade happened in terms of everybody in the building? Was it shock, amazement? Was it a stunner? What did everybody think?
Initially, everybody was shocked. I think everybody was sitting on Hunter at that time. And the whole buzz, people were actually buying the guy's jersey.
Right away.
Yes. And obviously things didn't work out that way. But I got to be honest with you. I have to agree with you guys. I think it was a phenomenal trade. I think, we got 2 first-round picks next year. We moved back a couple spots. I think we've got a good offensive lineman. The pick now with linebacker, it's a little bit concerning. I think with the linebacker, I think they're worried about JOK's health.
Yeah.
Well,
you like this pick.
Oh, here comes the pick. They're making it now. Let's see what happens.
Here we go.
Quinshawn Judkins, the running back out of Ohio State.
Wonderful. Good pick, Hayden.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's what I said. Like you got to go offense there. Give me one of the Ohio State backs. That's I love it.
This is the one I like. I like him a little bit better than Henderson. So I think this is a great pick.
I love the hair. I mean, it's tremendous. I mean, I'll tell you what, it's second round. It's one of those things. It's one of you see the draft picks, you see the smiles. It is a life-changing moment. And we talked about this last year. I remember Darrelle Revis being in his house when he was selected. Saw it. I was about as far away as I am to you, Jack.
Yeah.
And it was just wow. You could feel the electricity in the room. So any of these players that hear their name, it's just sensational.
And it's funny how different scenarios like that can play out. Like my grandpap was in Dan Marino's house on draft day, and that was obviously a different
rough house.
Yeah, my pap has always told the story of, I think it was when Ken O'Brien or Tony Eason, when one of them got picked, he went up into his room for like 45 minutes and didn't come out.
Well, the Judkins family
ended up working out for him.
Then the Judkins
Ken
family,
O'Brien that year.
The Judkins family doesn't have to worry about it. Well, okay, so let's break this down. Tim and Hayden, break it down for us. You guys are the Browns fans. You like it? Big thumbs up. You think he's going to be an All-Pro? Where are we going?
Absolutely. I think I love the pick. I mean, they're worried about Chubb's health. I mean, they exposed him to the entire NFL, and nobody took a bite at it. And I think he'll still have some time left in Cleveland, maybe a year or so. But no team gave him any interest whatsoever. Hey, it was a nice story you guys talking about the guys you were with him on draft day. But think about this. We have Hayden Bosich. Maybe in a couple of years, you're going to say you did a show with him, and we're going to sit here without him doing the show, and we're going to be rooting for him to be drafted by the Browns.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would love to say that. And I've seen the man. I spent a lot of time watching Brown football games this fall, and then I see him training in person. athletic young man right there. I would not bet against him. So, Hayden, how do you feel about this pick for the Browns? And Tim Benz is getting ready to join us as well. We might make it a quad box here pretty soon, as Tim Benz, All Everything Media from Pittsburgh, is ready to get going.
I like it a lot. Honestly, he kind of gives me Kareem Hunt type vibes, like with his running style. So I don't know if that's exactly what they're going for here, but his downhill nature definitely reminds me of that. He doesn't quite have the breakaway speed that Nick Chubb has or had in his prime years, or even that like Travion Henderson would have provided. But like he's definitely a downhill tough runner, and you can't have enough of that in the AFC North.
All right, well, let's bring Tim Benz aboard. We have the two Cleveland Browns fans. Now, Tim Benz, he joins us from Pittsburgh, joins us, I would imagine, Tim, from the Steelers complex. We've got Tim and Hayden on with you. So a couple Tims right now. They're big Browns fans. What do you like about or dislike about the picks, or what the Browns have done with their first three picks so far in the draft? How do you see them as someone that covers their arch rival?
Well, I do like getting the running back. That's one that was certainly on the Steelers' wish list and would have been had they been in the second round, which they're not. That I think is very fertile hunting ground for a team that needs a running back, as I think the Steelers do. As far as what they did yesterday, you get that extra first-round pick, and I get the concept from the Jaguars, which is ostensibly saying we're getting 2 picks in 1 with Hunter. But at the same time, I think getting the second first-round pick wins that trade for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Tim, as far as the Steelers are concerned, if they were going to get back into the second round, would it have happened by now? And what do you think the likelihood is of that? And maybe it's surrounding a trade for George Pickens, because that's obviously been a ton of buzz from a Steelers standpoint.
I think that's the only way in for them. I think some of that went out the window when the Packers took a wide receiver, Golden from Texas, at the end of the first round. They were one of the target teams, potentially them in Dallas. So it hasn't kicked up too much more here in the time since I got here. There's a lot of waiting to see if Derek Harmon was going to speak with his mom's passing. That was obviously taken off the agenda today, but he did come here to sign his contract. So everybody's focus is kind of on what was going to happen with that press conference, if it was going to even take place. So there hasn't been much kicking of the tires on Pickens, but I would think that's the way into the second round. And I would have loved to have seen them really explore that diligently, because I just don't see the long-term benefit of going to training camp or going through the off-season if they don't have plans to give him $30 million like they did DK Metcalf. And I would imagine that's what it's going to take. That's what he's going to ask for, at least close to it. I don't think they have the appetite for that. And I think you're setting yourself up for a long, long season with him if they don't get something in return for him, which could have been a wide receiver maybe here in the second round, or like a running back, a good running back in the second round, and then a wide receiver in the third.
Tim and Hayden, I need to ask you, as you look at it from a Browns perspective, and you look at the Steelers, and right now their quarterback situation is completely up in the air. Mason Rudolph, serviceable. But what do you, as you guys look at it from a Browns perspective, looking at the Steelers returning around as to what we just asked Tim, what do you guys look at in terms of what they did yesterday and what you expect them to do later in the day, since they're your rival?
I mean, you're talking about Browns fans here. We've had a little string of bad luck with quarterbacks the last 40 years ourselves. But you know what? They say the second round is the most least likely place to draft a quarterback. There's only been 6 or 8 of them drafted in that spot in the last so many years. Once you get past the first, it jumps to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, most likely to draft a quarterback. They get drafted, but highly unlikely.
Hayden?
Yeah, I think we're looking at the Steelers, like, I would imagine that they have some good intel on what Aaron Rodgers is doing, because I think going into this whole draft with Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback would be pretty unwise. But obviously, I'm not in the building. I don't know what they're doing. So, from my standpoint, that's just kind of how I look at it. I think going into this draft, you'd have to have some pretty high level of confidence. or quite frankly, they just might not have a lot of confidence in the quarterbacks available to take. So,
Guys,
We'll see
your
what happens.
opinion.
Tim Benz, any updates on the Steelers quarterback situation? What they may or may not do with that next pick, if there's any update on Aaron Rodgers or any quarterbacks that are available on the market right now, Tim?
No, not really. There's not been anything concrete. I think if they had gotten some bad news, they might have been more aggressive on the quarterback front. I think the big X factor was they wanted one of those 3 defensive linemen that have been talked about for the entire draft process, and Harmon was one of the 3 that was there, so they took him. Had he not been there, maybe they change course. Maybe they consider Shadur or Dart, and if that's the case, then maybe they're not as diligent about pursuing Rodgers and waiting on Rodgers. But now they're kind of in a situation where it's Rodgers, Mason, or bust. So I think they'll be patient waiting on Rodgers.
Might as well at this point. Yeah, I mean that's just that's the situation that the Steelers have put themselves in. Tim Benz, I have one more question for you, and it's about George Pickens. Like the last couple of years that I've been able to be at training camp and cover things, they've gone about it in a way when it's come to expiring contracts. T.J. Watt, Deontay Johnson, Minka to an extent, these hold-ins, but these guys have been able to show up on time and not create much of a fuss. I think there's a very legitimate chance, and I'm basing this off of, and it's 100% opinion, but basing it off of how Pickens has acted the last couple of years. I think there's a chance he might not even show up to Latrobe on time, and I don't know that that's something that the Steelers would necessarily be huge fans of because of how it's gone in recent years with them, with guys on expiring contracts. How likely do you think that is?
I think it's a better than 50-50 chance that if he doesn't have the extension, then he's going to be holding in or holding out. I don't see this going peacefully, smoothly, and easily. And even the ones you mentioned, Jack, especially the TJ Watt one, it got done, but it didn't get done till September.
Tim Benz, we can't thank you enough for taking some time. We know you're very, very busy up there at the Steelers complex, so we can't thank you enough. And look at the nice foliage behind Tim now. Look at this.
How about the motorcycles, though? The stadium's full of dirt. They've got motocross there this weekend.
Yeah, you should see the parking lot. There is no parking lot. It's just Monster Trucks and Monster Energy, and that's it.
See, that's the thing. In Pittsburgh, they have Monster Trucks, Monster Energy. Tim's up listening to Journey and having a rally last night up in Cleveland. Do I talk about 2 different mindsets on draft weekend? But, Tim, if you got to run, we greatly appreciate it, brother.
You got it, man.
So the tarp, not to cover the football field, but the tarp to cover the motocross track, because you don't want a muddy mess for those motorcycles. So we've had some trades. We've had the Raiders in Miami had a trade. So Miami went with the guard out of Arizona, Jonas Savanea, and now the Patriots pick is in, and we will have that for you shortly. And Jordan, you want to tell me about Theo Yannis?
You got it?
I got it.
All right.
Theo Yanni's Greek-American restaurant serves you for all your dining needs and wants, not only on draft day, but every day. You can find various menu items from traditional Greek food to wings, pizza, sandwiches, wraps, and much more. Theo Yanni's, let our family serve you. Home of Bangy Bangy sauce.
Okay, and McAdoo Towing and Crane Service. McAdoo Towing, a leader in light-duty and heavy-duty towing. We also specialize in crane services, oil and gas well services, and 24/7 emergency services. At McAdoo Towing and Crane Services, their business is picking up. DeFelice Brothers Pizza. This summer, let DeFelice Brothers Pizza handle all your catering needs. Not only pizza, but pasta, meatballs, sausage, and chicken, and our unique party round sandwich. Call DeFelice Brothers Catering because Italy is just too far away. Bill, are you hungry yet?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, always. And we want to tell you too, Jordan, you ready? White sides. Whiteside Chevrolet GMC Whiteside Spring Cleaning Sales Event is going on right now. Buying a car can be fun, fast, and exciting. Whiteside's of St. Clairsville. M&M Hardware. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Don.
Are you ready to plant?
Yes.
I got my rototilling in the other day, by the way.
Oh, nice.
M&M Hardware has the best organic potting soil from coast to coast and from the coast of Maine, from gardens to flowers and more.
Hey, Don. I was thinking about putting maybe some chicken, cook it up, but I need a grill.
Well, let me tell you, M&M
right.
Hardware, the place to go. They've got the grills. Shop local at M&M Hardware for all your summertime grilling needs. And we've got a couple more to tell you about shortly, but now we've got a big pick, Travion Henderson, Jack.
Yep, the other Ohio State running back, obviously on the board with Quinshon Judkins. They go relatively close to one another within a couple of picks, and I like it for New England. I like it for Drake May. I like it for Patriots fans. They go out and they spend a lot of money on a guy like Milton Williams. They bring him in to help bolster that defense. They had a ton of cap space that they were able to utilize. They go out and get Stephon Diggs to put him on the outside, and now you get a running back there as well. And it's the thought process of, all right, you got to find a franchise quarterback. They did that last year. Now you build around them. They did that in free agency with bringing in Stephon Diggs. They do that here with drafting Travion Henderson. I like it for New England. I like both of these running backs for Ohio State. I think both of them are.
That's wonderful. I mean, I'm good for these. I love seeing these guys get drafted. I loathe the Patriots. I love Travion Henderson. I would have loved to seen him with the Steelers or the Browns, but not the Patriots. Guys, he kind of wanted him to head to Cleveland, but there you go. Travion Henderson's gone, but you got Judkins. So one of the two Buckeyes is here, but I wanted Henderson for the Steelers.
You figured you want to get it. They weren't going to get them both. Steelers, they just don't. If they had a pick or they had a way to trade in to get them, that may have worked. But Hayden and Tim, what do you think about Henderson going to the Patriots? You've watched them a great bit. What do you think the Patriots are getting?
Go ahead, Hayden.
I think, in terms of like what he offers, he doesn't really have any holes in his game as a runner. I think the thing that highlights the most with him is his breakaway speed. You really saw that in the Oregon game, in the national championship. It's like, you can't really, as far as the other running backs in this class, Genty is obviously comparable in that aspect because he's in a whole league of his own here. But in terms of that aspect, and then a lot of buzz around him too is his ability to block in the pass. I've seen a few cut-ups out there of him just kind of getting after some people in the pass game, which is a really underrated aspect of being a running back because it's really important. Running backs are in protection more than you think. So getting that in his breakaway speed, he can catch the ball. So I think that the Patriots are going to be a pretty sound team next year.
Yeah, I want to throw. I got to throw this out here. Scott Campbell, M&M Hardware. Scott sat right in your chair last night, and we kind of like, no way. He said, "I'm telling you, Buckeyes 6 picks in the first round."
Yeah,
they had 4, but my man Scott Campbell was close. That's 6 Buckeyes, and that was what, pick number 38. So Mr. Scott Campbell's prediction was only 6 off.
And I mean, they're probably going to get, I don't know about tonight, but definitely tomorrow with Will Howard. And rightfully so. They're the defending national champions. I thought for a large chunk of last season, they were the best college football team in the country. They proved it in the end. So, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. And one of the things, and this was before the DK Metcalf trade, I wanted the Steelers all over Emeka Egbuka in the first round. Yeah. Now, he didn't end up making it to pick 21, but Ohio State has been a factory for wide receivers for the better part of, the last half decade, almost decade plus. And with the Steelers and the way that their offense unfolded last year and George Pickens being hurt for a chunk of the year and the offense just having no flow in the pass game whatsoever, I was like, let's get some Ohio State love in that wide receivers room because it's helped a bunch of teams out in the NFL.
Absolutely.
And it's probably going to help out Tampa Bay as well, bringing in Emeka Egbuka.
Now, I'm glad to see these running backs make a little run here because it seems like it's become like an unwanted necessity in the NFL today. They've been downgraded, the linebacker position, the running back position. It's good. I don't think it's ever gone out of style, but it seems like it's such a passing league today. It's good to see these running backs go early like this.
They all need to
The
send
Eagles added something to that this year.
Very true.
Chicago with a really, really good pickup now too. Again, you find a franchise quarterback, or you think you find a franchise quarterback, get him some weapons, get him some toys. This guy, I was very, very high on as well in the first round for a lot of teams. And he's going to go out to Chicago and play with Caleb Williams. They obviously lost Keenan Allen. You pair him opposite of DJ Moore and Colston Loveland. Ben Johnson's their head coach now. Ben Johnson and his offensive mind, his fingerprints are all over this draft and these first 2 picks for the Bears, and I think it's a great one. And a lot of teams too. I mean, you see guys like Burton, who were mocked in the first round a ton, slip. And it's like, okay, let's not overthink it. This guy has the potential to be really good. Let's just pick him. Let's not wonder why all these other teams passed on him.
Hey, baseball note.
Yes.
Baseball note. Baseball breaking news here. Tommy Pham won't be in the Pirates lineup tonight.
He got suspended.
He got suspended. That's one way to get Tommy Pham, who can't hit, who only hits in the double plays, out of the lineup. He got suspended for an inappropriate gesture to fans during the Wednesday game. Yeah. He did a couple of those in spring training, but he got away with that. So
you can't do that. You can't do. They're paying your salary, and someone will say, "Well, it's the TV money, it's everything." They're the fans. Fans are going out to the ball game. You have to treat them now. Fans, you got to behave yourself a little bit too, because I'm sure that's just not something that comes out of thin air. So,
yeah. Well, I'm tired of every game I go to, the guy hits a no double play, but. Last year, they picked the quarterback. Now the Bears, they've got the wide receiver. They got a tight end. They are adding weapons to that offense for Caleb Williams. So,
and as they should.
Hey, guys, can I ask this?
Yes. How good was Journey last night?
They were excellent. I've seen them in concert before, but last night, they were better than ever. I mean, they were so relaxed. It was a really phenomenal concert.
Favorite song?
Don't Stop Believing. And actually, they played it twice because they closed with it too. And God knows.
I mean, come on. If the Browns, they got to play "Don't Stop Believing." I mean, isn't that the theme song? Anyway, I'm right with you with the old time rockers, because I'm going to go see.
The man had a question.
He will, but we're getting to it. We like talking to music.
Yeah,
I'm going to go see.
Jack, thank you.
At Acrisure.
I'll tell you what.
I'm ready for that. Now, the lead singer is probably 80.
Yeah, but he can still sing.
Yeah. Wear those short shorts. Wear Jack Hillgrove shorts.
The guitar player.
And they all had Browns gear on, too.
Just a little trivia for you on AC/DC. My black lab, my first black lab that I ever had was Angus. And I couldn't figure out what to name the dog. And I called my brother up and I said, "Hey, David, I'm having a tough time naming it." He goes, "What kind of dog?" I said, "Black lab." He goes, "Angus." I said, "Oh, like the cattle, like the bee." He goes, "No, Angus Young, AC/DC." And I went, "Works either way." And that's how Angus got his name. So you never know. But
all right, what's your question, Timmy?
You know what? If Shedeur Sanders' name wasn't Shedeur Sanders, would he already be drafted?
Maybe.
No.
Or maybe.
I think yes.
He might have a fifth round. He might have a fifth round grade, but it's one of those things where I watch him play. He makes big plays. I think he's a good quarterback.
Did he just go to the Saints?
No, he didn't.
Oh my goodness!
But another quarterback did.
Wow. Who is it? What quarterback?
Tyler Shuck.
Wow. That's
what the rumor was today.
Because he can't stay healthy. If you can't stay healthy playing college ball, now you play 17 weeks.
He's also like 30 years old.
Yeah, he's fragile.
Like Brandon Wheaton was 30 years old.
I watch a lot of ACC football, and Shuck never really jumped off my radar.
No, so that's a surprise. But all of a sudden, is it becoming more and more possible that
the Steelers in the third round
Shedeur gets
Shedeur Sanders?
Yeah.
I think people get weary of the Sanders situation. I honestly, this is a question you just asked about if his name wasn't. I honestly think it might be hurting him a little bit here, because there's a lot of personality that comes with that I think can easily scare off some people. I think you look production wise, and like when you throw in the film, Shedeur Sanders isn't turning the ball over. He's delivering the ball at, I think it's like 72% completion percentage. So like you combine that at playing at a Big 12 school, I think in a normal year, I think that definitely warrants an early second round pick. But
He had a horrible offensive line at Colorado.
He did.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I think it's just interesting. We haven't really seen this kind of dynamic, especially from a quarterback. You look at maybe some other guys, but who are non-quarterbacks. But when you got a guy coming in to be the face of your franchise, and there's so much publicity that comes with it, sometimes that can scare people away, I think.
I mean, we're looking at the Browns and Steelers. Both of them need quarterbacks in the worst way, and they're not even blinking. They're not even looking at them at this point, anyway.
Yeah, I'm honestly to the point now where if the Saints can draft Tyler Shuck over Shedeur Sanders 40th overall, the Steelers might be drafting Jalen Milroe over Shedeur Sanders at 83 overall.
Yep.
Tremendous athlete.
I just wonder what is going through Shedeur's head, Dion's head, that draft party right now, because this was a guy, and Dion put this on social media like a year ago. It ended up on Old Takes Exposed. He got into an argument with somebody and said Shedeur's going to be a top 5 pick. Well, Shedeur might not even be a top 5 quarterback in this draft because 4 of them have already been taken. You have Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, well, 3, I'm sorry, and then now Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. But remember, too, they went out basically, he was letting it be known that there were certain teams that they didn't want any part of either.
I'm sure that didn't help at all.
Yeah.
And Dion signed a contract, an extension with Colorado, which we all know doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, I think coaches would be somewhat, I'm not going to use the word afraid, but a little cautious. They'd be taking his job, the coach's son.
That's a good point, too. Yeah, it's like if we draft this guy, am I signing my own, my pink slip, my walking papers? Am I, if just for it to be, a toxic situation for a year and give them an excuse to get rid of me and then bring in the kid's dad? Because, again, we brought this up multiple times last night. He hasn't played for anybody other than his dad.
Yeah.
And
it seems like 8, 9, any level.
Now I am now, and it didn't really matter to me one way or the other, but I'm now rooting for Shedeur whenever he gets selected, if it's the 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, regardless of who his dad is, because it's hard to watch this one. It's like the guy you're thinking he's going in the first 5 picks have a situation where he gets selected and he proves everybody wrong. Like, you know what? I'm actually a good player and I should have been drafted higher.
And this is interesting too about the Saints. Since they took Archie Manning in the first round in 1973, and they haven't taken a first quarterback in the first round since. And it's the longest streak. It's like since 1974, every other team has taken a quarterback in the first round of the NFL draft except the Saints. And it's the highest they've selected a quarterback since they took Archie Manning in the first round back in 73. And I mean, you look at it and they really haven't had to. They've been playing limbo with Derek Carr for the last couple of years, and they were able to get Drew Brees from the Chargers.
They had him forever.
Bears trade with Buffalo Bills. So who is the top wide receiver on the board?
Oh, Higgins and Burden are both gone now. And as
you have like Jalen Knoll, Kyle Williams, guys like that. But
from TCU, maybe I saw him high up on a lot of
Texas
boards.
would be another.
Yeah, you also have Trey Higgins from Ole Miss. He's honestly probably one of my favorite receivers.
I like him.
I want to keep an eye for
I would have him at the top right here.
From a Ohio State linebacker. See where he
I
goes
saw
too.
projections of him in the 5th round. So we'll see, but he may be earlier. A big impact player with the Buckeyes.
Chicago got a decent haul. I'll tell you what, man. I mean, obviously the Browns, I'm going to stick to it, are the winners of this draft. But I love what the Bears have done in their first 2 picks. And this trade with Buffalo, they moved down 15 spots from 41 to 56. But they're also getting 62, 109, and 109. Oh, they're giving up 72 and 240 as well. But they're moving up in the draft and securing picks in addition to making these, drafting these guys. So the Bears are going to pick, 2 more times tonight after already, helping out their offense, I think, immensely. So it'll be interesting to see what Buffalo does here.
As we said last night, though, they need wide receivers.
They do.
They need weapons.
They do. But they also need help on defense as well. And you've got the edge rusher from Marshall, Mike Green, still on the board.
Why did I think he went last night?
I thought he was going to go last night.
Nobody else from Marshall went?
No.
They showed him a number of times as it was, it looked like this might be a spot for him. This might be a spot for him. And then he did not go.
He led the country in sacks last year.
Here's the question. I'm going to just put this out to everybody. And Jordan, I want your answer first. You travel to Wisconsin. You are at the draft as a player. You don't go in the first round. Do you stay, go back to the second round, hear your name, or the third round or fourth round, whatever round it is? I am staying to hear my name, and I'm going to hug whoever's out on that stage. Do you do that? Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Don't they normally not?
A lot don't, but then there have been guys that are like, I'm here. I'm going up on stage. What do you guys think?
If it's me, I'm staying.
Geno Smith stayed, but when he was drafted out of West Virginia, I think the format was the old one where they had like the first 3 rounds on one day and the last 4 on the next day. Yeah. So it was all on the same night.
Yeah.
Well, right now we're going to say who the Bills picked, and then we're going to tell you about Laudanus Communications and
that's not answering my question. Don, would you stay or not?
Bill,
would you stay or not?
Yes or no? I'm staying. I just know we're way behind on our sponsor rates.
Okay. Tim, Hayden, yes or no?
I would stay.
Hayden?
I would stay, but I would have probably been home in the first place.
Bill, if there was good food, we'd stay.
Oh, absolutely. And I got a feeling the NFL's playing out some pretty good food.
Yeah, and I think Steve's Fish and Chips. Hey, Steve's Fish and Chips. If you're listening, we're getting a little hungry, and we know you deliver. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina, goes to the Buffalo Bills. And are we ready to talk about Laudanus? I sure am. Let me tell you about our friends, Paul Laudanus at Laudanus Communications and Security. Every day, we depend on our public safety heroes to answer the call. And when safety and security becomes mission critical, they depend on Laudanus Communications and Security. Since 1967, from the two-way radios to alarm monitoring, smart video cameras, and telephone answering services, we deliver every day, everywhere. We stress every detail so you can relax. Always connected, always protected. Laudanus Communications and Security. Give them a call, Bill, 866-9-ANSWER. That's 866-9, the letter ANSWER, or www.laudanus.com. Belmont Savings Bank is celebrating 140 years of local community banking. As we look back on our 140-year legacy serving the Ohio Valley, we're filled with gratitude for the trust and support of our customers. Since our founding, we've remained steadfast in our mission to serve our customers, businesses, and organizations that make our community great. Our ability to make decisions locally has been at the heart of our mission, and it is what sets us apart from others in the industries. Laborers Local 809 takes pride in building a better America. Hiring local signatory contractors supports our community's trained and experienced workforce. Laborers Local 809, hire local so we can shop local. WVU Medicine, Black Lung Clinic. The Black Lung Clinic at Reynolds Memorial Hospital offers a one-stop clinic for evaluation of black lung disease and other occupational lung diseases. Even if you're not showing symptoms of a respiratory problem, you should get tested to establish a baseline for future comparisons. Call them today at 304-843-307 to sign up and get tested. The Black Lung Clinic located at Reynolds Memorial Hospital in Glendale, West Virginia. Cedar One Group, leading the Ohio Valley in real estate, property management, contracting, and more. Cedar One Group strives to be your choice in real estate sales, residential, commercial, property management, and storage through hard work and dedication. Cedar One Group, all your needs under one tree, Bill.
Very nice, Don. Well done, well done. Hey, Don.
Hey, Bill.
Plumbing, heating, electrical?
Always.
Always. Klepner, locally owned and operated in the Ohio Valley, provides expert plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services for both commercial and residential properties. From quick repairs to new construction installs, Klepner keeps your space running smoothly, safely, and efficiently. Give them a call today at 412-728-0149.
You want to get in shape, Bill?
I do. We could all be in a
And
little
how
bit
do you
better shape.
go about that?
Well, you know what? You go to Cinna Blue Wave, and looking to get in shape, as Don asked, for summer, especially for summer. Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia has the tools for you to reach your goals with certified strength specialists with Division I collegiate experience on staff. Recovering from an injury, Don, I think you hurt your leg playing a little pickleball. You know, if you need that
Yes,
help.
I did. Why do we got to bring that up?
Because they have.
Oh, my God. It's the calf muscle.
The calf muscle.
The guy Jerry Day kept hitting the ball at my feet, and I went low.
I talked to Pete over at Cinna, and he said that he can take care of you. He's a certified athletic trainer on staff that can aid you in your recovery and help prevent future injuries. Looking for a great deal, Jack? Well, here it is. Cinna has those for you, including the boot camp class special, 3 months for just $100, or semi-private instruction with one of Cinna's certified trainers, 3 months at $150. Looking for the best in fitness? Look no further than Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia. Find them at Cinna Wellness on Facebook and Instagram. You guys hungry?
Yes.
Absolutely, Bill.
Well,
did you call Steve's?
Yeah, we called them. It's going to be all taken care of. Steve's Fish and Chips. Steve's Fish and Chips hand cuts and fresh breads their fish every day. As tremendous as their fish meals are, you can also order great burgers, chicken wings, and more. I had the diesel burger, I believe it's called, yesterday.
Yeah, thanks for sharing.
Well, I didn't know we had it until later. It was fantastic. And they have great chicken and steak salads. Steve's delivers. So if you're looking for the best seafood and more, it's original Steve's Fish and Chips. Open Monday through Saturday from 10:30 in the morning until 10 in the evening. Call to order at 740-282-3261 or find them online at stevesfishandchips.net.
Speaking of Steve's.
Here you go. All right.
Couple minutes.
All right, couple minutes.
The door dashing. Now, wait, you got to tell me, did our man get picked? Mason Taylor.
That's what I read. Yeah, right here. Coming to the Jets at what? Pick 42.
That is our man, Mike Simon's client.
There we go. Jessica Gum checking in. She's excited about the draft tonight. Excited about Cinna Blue Wave. So there you go. No, Jessica, she works out at Cinna Blue Wave.
All right.
Getting after it. Hayden, Tim, as we wrap things up now, I know that the Browns have another pick coming up later, and you know, if you guys want to jump back on with us later in the third round, that would be fantastic. But it's just one of those things where, you know, we want to give you guys the final word on what you think so far of these three picks. And now Don has tapped me on the shoulder saying, "Stop, hold on, wait a minute."
Mason Taylor,
yes,
tight end from LSU, just got picked by the Jets, and our good friend of the show, Mike Simon, is the agent for Mason Taylor. So we're going to try to reach out to Mike Simon, and I'm sure the celebration will go a while, but we want to hear about that. But Mason Taylor, Western Pennsylvania connections, tight end out of LSU, thrilled to see him get drafted by the New York Jets. So Mason Taylor to the Jets, and Mike Simon. Yeah, Mike Simon's Travis Kelce's agent.
Yeah.
So he knows a thing or two about getting tight ends in the NFL. So
let's give Tim and Hayden final thoughts for you guys on what the Browns have done so far.
I'm thrilled with the draft so far. Jack said it countless times, and I'm happy to hear him say that you guys are the authorities. But I think the Browns have had a very good draft. I think it's solid. I think they've taken some needs out of the way. I think the linebacker position shocked a few people. What scares me about it, I think JOK's injury may, unfortunately, maybe more than they think it was when they initially had him. So they re-upped Devin Bush. He signed this linebacker. So it makes me, I think JOK was one of the rising star linebackers in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But
Hayden?
Like Tim said, I've been really happy with it so far. I think it definitely shows where they organizationally are at as far as you know, I think they want to build a complete team before they take a big flyer on a quarterback. They're clearly not in love with any of them. So if that happens to be the case, then I think they're doing the right thing here. I think they're filling out holes that are that are very evident on the roster. Going forward, though, I would be pretty surprised if they leave the 4th round without a quarterback. I still think they'll end up taking a quarterback here in the mid round, and who knows? I mean, Milroe, you might be staring Milroe and Sanders down the barrel of the gun again here in the 3rd round. I think Will Howard would probably be a good mid round flyer on a quarterback. He's an established leader. He's a winner. And those are championship. I mean, those are the intangible things you can't really coach in a guy, and he definitely brings that to the table.
And maybe this wait time for Sanders may have helped out the team to draft him eventually.
Speaking of championship performers, can we see this lab? Where's the lab at?
Where's Ruger?
Let me see.
Let
me see if I can get him.
That will make the show complete. So you go look. We'll just have the blank screen.
Hey, Ruger, come here.
And look for Ruger.
This dog is wonderful.
It's always good to keep your Ruger handy.
That's right.
Yeah, we got him right here.
Ruger's in the kit.
Hey, Ruger. All right.
My friends.
All right, that's a good looking dog.
Get off. We don't want to say back to the dog, please.
Back to the dog.
Yeah, back to the dog. We got to see that loud face again.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
That's a number 1 draft pick if I've ever seen one.
That's a good looking dog.
You know what? We had Scott Stanovich's wife shriek when Georgia made a pick last night. Tonight we had the dog bark. Ruger barked. The Ruger went off in the middle of the shot there.
Yeah.
That's good. We want to really show people the behind the curtain, if you will, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely.
And speaking of Rugers, if you're looking for the largest gun shop in the area, head to Sportsman's Trading Post in Wintersville.
Time out.
With the biggest inventory around. They buy, sell, and offer expert gunsmithing right on site. Stop in today. Sportsman's Trading Post, Bill. They have it all.
They do indeed.
That's called a segue.
I'm trying to cut Tim and Hayden loose for the last 15 minutes, and it's like
cut them loose.
We're paying the bills,
guys.
Gentlemen, we'll see you next time. Thank you for everything. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We enjoyed.
Yep. Thanks. We'll see you guys.
And if your lab makes a mess, Bill. If your lab makes a mess in your home,
I need someone to clean that up.
You sure do.
What are you going to do?
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. They're a full service. I mean, really, the dog's got to destroy the entire home. I mean, it's got to be. But anyway, full service restoration company offers water, mold, fire, and storm damage restoration services. As the leading provider of disaster restoration, Panhandle serves areas throughout 6 states. Robert C. Contragaro Sr. founded Panhandle and Cleaning Restoration in 1977 with a commitment to fairness, honesty, and quality work. Panhandle has established a stellar reputation for the quality of their services and the professionalism of their talented technicians. Now, I've got one more thing to mention to the guys before we let you go. You both look very hungry. And if you're hungry, what do? You call Steve's Fish and Chips. The number, write this down, 740-282-3261. 740-282-3261, or find them online at stevesfishandchips.net. And they do deliver, and we know because Jack just went out and they arrived and he let them in the building.
It smells tremendous.
And we've got all kinds of great Steve's Fish and Chips. Yep. So with that, look at this. See? Jessica Gum, happy puppy. Yep. Look at that.
Handsome puppy.
Handsome puppy. How about that?
Handsome and happy.
There you go. A handsome, happy puppy. Ruger
stealing the show.
He's making the ladies melt.
There you go. There you go.
All right. Good night, fellas. We appreciate
you guys.
Thank you, guys.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you guys.
All right. We ready for another guest?
Yeah, we've got 2 in the bullpen. We've got two. We got 2 now. We've got the coach, Reno Suckoch. We've got him ready to go, and we've got Pete Messner. He's ready to go as well. And I think Pete would be fine with having Coach Reno come on,
absolutely,
and take over. You know, Pete's chilling. He's a Cowboys fan. He knows they got nothing to worry about, right, Pete?
Reno.
Well,
this is not Reno. Go get Reno.
There's Reno. There we go.
Yeah,
what's up, Coach?
Have the same posture there. Lean back in your easy chair. Can we not sleep on us?
I'm
Reno,
trying to
how-
learn from the best. If that's what Reno's doing, I'm doing it the right way.
There you go. No doubt about it.
How was dinner, Reno?
Well, dinner was a lot better than trying to get on this.
Reno is technology challenged.
I've been
Okay.
trying to get on this since 5:15. It just happened.
I sent it to him and it said, click here. And he still had some issues. But Reno's got guys on his staff to do that. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what do you think about the draft here for a Green Bay Packer fan?
Well, I'm really enjoying the thing altogether, and so's Patty. She just sitting there with me. She's so fired up to be watching this. I'm paying attention more to Cleveland and the Patriots right now than the Packers, because I got friends at both places, and I'm really pulling for them to have a successful weekend.
Well, what have you thought about the Cleveland picks and the trade that they made? If you're really focused in on them, what'd you think?
I think the Cleveland picks are outstanding, and my brother is a big Browns fan, and he doesn't really think that they do a good job, but I think they're doing a great job, and I just feel that the Browns have done a good job, and so have the Patriots both so far.
Now, Pete, the Cowboys yesterday, they surprised everybody by making a pick that made sense. They went with an offensive.
It was shocking.
Line. What was your thoughts on that?
Very, very happy that we're given our line a little bit of a refresh. You know, we got a lot of vets, which is good, but obviously we need some fresh blood.
So does Jerry Jones get to keep his job as the owner so far through this draft, or is he still on shaky grounds with you?
I mean, he hasn't made a second pick yet. We gotta wait and see. That's a game time decision.
A game time decision. Okay. Well, what would you like to see the Cowboys select here in the second round?
I mean, we were 31st in the league for defense last year. Micah Parsons is great. He needs some help. I hope we go somewhere big on defense.
Reno, what do you think with the Cowboys? Because I know everybody sees the Cowboys at some point. Pete's got a point there. You know, does defense still win championships, or you just need to try and outscore everybody?
I think when your defense is on the field for 99% of the time, you're not going to be very successful. But I don't know if I'm making a true statement or not. But I'll bet you Dallas was in the top part of the league in 3 and outs, and that puts a lot of pressure on your defense.
Mm-hmm.
The offense needs some weapons as well. Don, let's take a look.
Have you ever had Steve's fish and chips?
Probably every week.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Steubenville tradition.
I mean, I don't know if you can see him. Don's enjoying one.
No.
We got the fish sandwich. It's absolutely sensational. Good
Well,
stuff.
Stevie Davis, who helps his grandfather now, played for us in 05, 6, and 7, and his grandfather was on the 60 and 61 Steubenville Central team. He was a running back. So they both have a lot of interest in our community. They do a good job feeding us.
How about another Buckeye going right here?
There's 7 Buckeyes.
JT Tuimoloau out of the Colts, man. I mean, that's a guy that I got to watch play a ton, going to cover games the last couple of years, and is just an absolute game wrecker and an absolute stud. So that's good for Indianapolis big time. I mean, I was at this game right here against Penn State. He has a sack fumble here to clinch it. Is this the play? That's the play.
I like that.
Great pick. And I mean, again, like Ohio State won the national championship. They're the best team in football, college football last year. They should have 7, 8, 9 guys selected for the first couple of rounds because they're the cream of the crop.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to ask you a question. Whoever wants to answer this question.
Okay.
If any of the quarterbacks that haven't been taken yet was a quarterback for the Ohio State Buckeyes and had the weapons to share that their quarterback had, do you think they'd still be sitting around? That's what makes me think about their quarterback. That was it their quarterback or was it everybody around him? And maybe that's why he was not selected, and maybe why Shedeur Sanders isn't selected because of the offensive line he had in front of him and the defense that he played with.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of variables as to why guys like Milroe and Sanders are still on the board. Obviously, again, we talked about how Dion factors into maybe some teams assessing that situation. Jalen Milroe was a part of, and you brought this up, Don, a part of one of the worst Alabama teams in recent history.
Yep.
But again, if these guys had the offensive lines that Ohio State had Chip Kelly in their corner as well, which I think is going to help Geno Smith in Vegas big time now that Pete Carroll has Chip Kelly on his staff. And Jim Knowles is a tremendous defensive coordinator as well.
Yeah.
They were the most well-rounded and best and most talented team in the country last year. So to answer your question, Reno, no. I think if a guy like Shedeur Sanders was in Ohio State last year, he probably would have went in the top 5.
Alabama had the worst running game of the people that you mentioned. So that has a lot to do with the quarterback's success compared to the year before.
Yeah, and Colorado's run game was not great too, and that reflected.
It was non-existent.
And,
yeah,
you know, and Big Red Nation always checking in for Coach Reno. Ralph Petrella checking in. He wants to trade Jerry Jones. I
agree, Ralph.
Business partners at Cinna, but then he says, "Coach, my guy." From Ralph checking in for you, Coach, and then Ralph letting me know the hot pepper cheese balls down at Steve's.
That's right.
I think I had that last night. I had no idea that it was still hot. It was a pizza thing.
I don't know. You
Pizza
didn't
bar.
share.
I took it off of your plate. What are you talking about? All right, and then what will we have? And then Ralph, one last crazy here, worst Alabama team recently, but it is true. And Pete, one of the things I needed to talk to you about, because few people know this. Now, as we talked about last night, you're an athletic trainer with Cambridge now, and you took care of them as they went on to win a basketball championship this year. You've also been at Martins Ferry, also been at Don, come back here. This involves you. Harrison Central. You had the opportunity to not only work with Hunter Sloan, but I mean, you kept him ready to go in all things athletics. And Don, you know, he told me, so I really need to thank Pete for all that he did. And then we also just talked about his calf that he pulled. So do you have any help for him?
I heard about this, Don. You pulled your calf playing pickleball?
Pickleball. And I thought pickleball was for like 80-year-olds and you just stood there. But I got in with some guys that played very serious pickleball and pulled a calf muscle. So as Reno would say, I've been out of shape for the past 20 years. So yeah.
Oh, I think, Don, just to help you out, if you could get over to Cinna in Fallsby, West Virginia, we'd be taking care of you. You might need a little mobility, buddy. Maybe a little eccentric strength to be able to stop and plant and go the other way.
There
you go. Stop and plant. Now, here's the deal, Pete. There's some great deals that you guys have. The boot camp, 3 months worth of the boot camp for just $100, and then $150 for 3 months of the semi-private training. How can people get involved? How can they find you?
We're at the old middle school in Fallsby, West Virginia. On the bottom floor, we've remodeled the whole thing into a gym and a spa. So the old Fallsby Middle School. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram at Cinna Wellness.
All right, I'll tell you what, it's a place where you want to be. And Don, we're going to get that calf. A little ice and heat for Don right now. What do we think?
We need some heat. Keep it hot. Keep the blood flowing. As Ralph Petrella would say, motion is lotion. Keep the blood flowing. Keep the heat going. Keep using it. Keep moving it.
We're keeping the snacks flowing from Steve's Fish and Chips. Reno, just how good. What made Stevie Davis the player of the year back when he played? I mean, he was phenomenal.
He got a lot of his ability from his grandfather, who he was named after, Stevie Rosevich. So that would be number one. And number two, he had a great receiver coach in Freddie Hetherington. So those two things were number one. But Stevie Davis was a player that refused to lose. And when you put him and Zach together, it was a hard combination to beat. But we just had a good team in those days. And we're just fortunate that we were lucky to get through the season with no major injuries, and that's the most important. And and we just got on a roll that lasted for 2 years.
Reno, I have a question coming in from someone you know. Diane Macedonia says, what about the New York Football Giants asking for the Dayton Verdants? So they're very concerned about the New York Football Giants out in Dayton area, and I know Diane was asking specifically for your expertise on this.
Well, Dayton's basically known for soccer, and her two grandsons are very good soccer players. But as far as the New York Giants go, they got a long way to go. But,
they're keeping
Bill,
us out of last place.
Bill, how many people know that you pitched in the 1,000th victory in the coach for Miami's baseball career?
Coach Frazier, yeah, that was. I had the opportunity to close out career win. I think it was career win number 900 at the time, and so Coach Frazier, God rest his soul, just a tremendous individual. Coach, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was looking over here at this picture, and I saw one of our baseball pitchers, and I thought, well, Bill pitched in a great win for Miami, but I thought you pitched in the 1,000th game. But you were just part.
By the time he won the next 100th, the great thing was being a part of that 900th win, and then having the opportunity to be a part of that national championship team later that year. So it's a fond memories for me, and something that's very, very exciting.
Well, you just get our kickers ready to go. That's the only reason why I like you right now. You do a great job.
We're going out to practice right now. We're going to go get some kicks in.
It looks like the waiting game for Will Johnson's over. He's going right here to the Arizona Cardinals at 47. And as you kind of look at this draft board now, he and Shedeur Sanders were the ones that I think most people were surprised about. Were still waiting. Mike Green from Marshall is the other one, but he kind of came on everybody's draft boards late. So like Shedeur Sanders right now is headlining the what are those guys still doing there list.
Absolutely. Because
everybody else is kind of projected around this time. The other one that was interesting, and I bet you he'll go here soon, is Darius Alexander from Toledo, defensive lineman, who I thought the Steelers, if they were going to prioritize offense in round one and get back to defensive line in round two, this was obviously before the Metcalf trade, that he'd be a guy there. Obviously, his Rockets beat up on Don and I's Panthers in a bowl game. In one of the worst football games and longest football games I've ever had the displeasure of watching.
I was in Detroit. I had a blast.
That was a great game.
That was fun
it's a great
watch.
venue.
And Julian Duggar put on a show.
Yep, absolutely.
At one point, 1 out of every 6 draft picks were from Ohio State. If you figure that out, once they went to 7 picks. Brian Henthorne checking in. My cousin married Chad Brinker, and he's done really well for himself with the Tennessee Titans. How about that for Ohio Valley pride, Ohio Valley football? There's Martin Story's own Chad Brinker at the beginning of the NFL draft. I think it's is it president? What he's been president of the Tennessee Titans there, and in the war room making that first pick.
I have to thank Brian for checking in, because Brian is a regular on the 9-minute fill-up in the morning as well. So Brian, thank you so much for checking in. And Chad Brinker, he's doing it. And I'll tell you what. He hasn't missed any workouts in the weight room down there, because he was in that suit. He was jacked.
Yeah,
he was jacked up.
Yeah, he was.
Let's talk sports. Jacked up. Let's go.
Chad was, and not to toot Rob and I's horn, but we do some cool stories from time to time. And when the Titans played on a Thursday night in Pittsburgh, Rob and I both went up and covered the game, and we got to talk to Chad before the game. And he talked about, his journey throughout the league and his rise to where he is in the Titans front office. And then after the interview, you try and get, B-roll video and stuff to use in the story. He goes up into the stands during the pregame, and it was a guy and his daughter from Martins Ferry. She had the Martins Ferry Letterman's jacket on, and he was talking to them, obviously a childhood friend. Another one on the field before the game. So
that's awesome. For
the Valley to kind of come to when he was in Pittsburgh and support, everything he's doing was really, really cool as well. And he couldn't have been cooler to talk to, and very, obviously very humble about, what he's been able to accomplish so far. But again, you look at a guy that was, from these neck of the woods, and to be able to accomplish what he has in an NFL front office, it's pretty darn cool.
Absolutely. And Coach, real quickly, some guy named Ian Phillips checked in, and he says, Coach has seen a lot of talented players List goes on forever. Now he has 2 fighting in MMA fights tomorrow. Bronco Busick is one of those. Actually, 4 Big Red fighters tomorrow. A couple making their pro debuts. And Nico Petridis also is going to be on the card. Ethan Pappas and Sean Livingston. So, Coach, Big Red Nations, they're out, and a lot of people are going to make the trip to see those guys get after it tomorrow.
Oh, they'll all do a good job. They're all competitors. They come from very competitive families, and I just wish all 4 of them the best. And I'm happy for everybody that do what you want to do, but man, that's a tough business to get into, that MMA.
You know what the great thing is, Coach? Pete knows Bronco. He can have him come over and get some of that athletic training over at Cinna Blue Wave and make sure he's okay for the next time. So, Pete, you extend an invitation to those guys.
Oh, Bronco's over all the time. Ralph rolls with Bronco. I take care of Bronco. He comes and gets in the float tank at Mindset to Wellness. Bronco knows where we're at. But you could do your rehab with him, Dawn. He's recovering from the fight. You're recovering from pickleball.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I fought through the injury. I'm in good shape.
That's a hell of a difference, isn't it?
MMA to pickleball.
This is a pizza cheese ball.
Hey,
this
Reno, you don't go so close to your phone. Go back just a little bit. There you go. Perfect, right there.
You know what I was when you guys.
You've got a wonderful looking nose, though.
When you guys were talking George Sanders, I have a sign on my office door. It says, anytime you're feeling you're on top of the world, remember it turns over every 24 hours. So maybe it's just turned over for him, and he'll recover from it and be an even better quarterback. But like I like to tell myself when I talk to myself, as soon as you start smiling, somebody's going to punch you in the face. So you always got to have your game ready to go. And I'm sure he'll bounce back from it. If he's as tough and as disciplined as we think he is, he'll it doesn't matter when you go, it matters where you go. And I just hope he goes to a good place now.
Well, back to the Texans are on the clock now, and they're flashing up a graphic. C.J. Stroud was sacked 52 times last year. The Texans are drafting an offensive lineman here. It's Ariante Ursay, 6'6", 330 tackle from Minnesota. That'll help in those efforts for sure.
Absolutely.
Especially because they trade. Laramie Tunsil's one of the best offensive tackles in the game, and now he plays for your boy Chuck's Commanders. So that'll help in the replacement efforts there.
Hey, we're talking. We had 7 Ohio State guys picked.
Yep.
We've got a Big Red player with the Buckeyes. Reno, you got to be pretty proud of the job that Inky's doing.
Oh, he's doing a great job. He's moved up to 4th corner now, and he's doing a great. And one thing about him, whenever he's home, he stops in the locker room or weight room and says hi to the players. And I really think a lot of him. When you're home, you're not home for a long period of time, but just to come down, say hi to the young guys, really picks our practice up when they see him.
And I'll tell you what, Coach, knowing him since he was a little boy, just a great kid, and has just matured into a fine young man. And we were proud to have him on News9 Sports on the go on a Thursday night. He came in and talked about everything that he was going through in terms of school and playing, and it just a great young man.
His mother was a state champion at Big Red in track, and she was a very, very good girl on the track, and so he probably gets a lot of his ability from his mom, and he also has a sister on the track team at WVU.
Yep.
So,
hey, Reno, your football schedule's out. A couple new faces. What can you tell us about the new football schedule?
Well, if we can get through the first 2 games, we'll have a shot. But it's the best 2 opening games we've had since I've been here, and but I think what it'll do for us, it'll give us a great June, July, and August in preparation for it. I think when you open up with Urson and Indian Valley South, it gives your players something to really work for, and that's the route that I'm taking. That we just have to have a great summer and just play so hard that it takes a perfect team to beat us, and that'll be our 2 goals for the summer.
And Pete, from what I understand, you are campaigning for the Bobcats to step it up and get after Big Red on one of these openers.
We've got him in hoops. We signed him in hoops. I don't think we're quite ready to go see Reno and his boys yet.
But on the hardwood, I'll tell you what.
Our
What's
hoops
that,
team.
Yeah, I got to watch Big Red's basketball team after our game at the OVACs. They're going to be good for a long time. Haney's quite a player. Another kid that comes over and gets rehab at Sena. What a good kid, great player.
He's the best player in the Valley, in my opinion. All around.
He's a stud and only a sophomore.
Yeah, and I felt the same way as a freshman, and I think that's what helped him with our football team. Is the kids respect him, his coaches respect him, and he's a hard worker. He's a hard worker whatever he does. So we're looking forward to having him on the football field also.
When he was a freshman in the Watt-Nice, when it was still relatively early on in his first varsity season, Weir High had a really good guard in G Cross that graduated last year. So G was a senior and Santino was a freshman. And those two, I think, combined for like 45, 50 points between the two of them. And Santino made a layup through contact late in the game and ended up, it was some of the most fun I had watching high school basketball, and two players from opposite teams just guarding each other, going at each other, and just the overall sportsmanship between the two, and just the elite guard play was so fun to watch. And I knew at that point, I'm like, this kid's a freshman. And then he ended up having a really good year this year, and it'll translate to the back half of his high school athletic ventures.
And you look at that little sly grin on Pete's face because he knows the Bobcats won a championship this year, and they're going to be good next year as well. Gentlemen,
we'll be all right.
Thank you enough for joining us tonight on the News 9 Sports On the Go Draft Special. Reno, Pete, can't thank you enough, and we'll just wish you all the best in the upcoming seasons. You guys are always busy working on something, but we can't thank you enough for joining us tonight.
Appreciate you, Bill.
We'll see you guys. Nacho, make sure you eat.
I will. I will not go hungry.
Stevie's making sure we're eating real well. Steve's Fish and Chips. Get to it. It is fantastic, everybody.
Well, I know Steve's not cooking it because he only works from 12 to 2.
All right, thanks, guys. We got to tell you about McAdoo Towing and Crane Service. And McAdoo is a leader in light duty and heavy duty towing. They also specialize in crane services, oil and gas well services, and 24/7 emergency services. At McAdoo Towing and Crane Services, their business is picking up. Now, we talked about Steve's Fish and Chips. I'll tell you another great food here in the Ohio Valley. D. Felice Brothers Pizza. You gotta love it. This summer, let D. Felice Brothers Pizza handle all your catering needs, not only pizza, but pasta, meatball, sausage, and chicken, and our unique party round sandwiches. Call D. Felice Brothers Catering because Italy is just too far away. Are you hungry yet? And I'll tell you, no matter where you are, you could be in Weirton, Wintersville, Wheeling, Moundsville, St. Clairsville. There's a D. Felice Brothers Pizza near you. Jump on their app. They've got a wonderful app. It's so easy. You go on, click it, pick the type of pizza you want, and so forth. Order your pizza now. You won't regret it. So D. Felice Brothers Pizza, go to their website, check them out. Go to their app, and there's one near you. Order a pizza. Think of us when you eat the D. Felice Brothers Pizza.
Now, you want to get it all year round because it's so good, but the one thing I always look forward to is when they come out with the heart-shaped pizzas for Valentine's Day and they make the donations to help people fight heart disease. So, I mean, great idea. They pulled it off, and it's fantastic. Great restaurant, and can't thank them enough for everything they do for the Valley.
And do we have that video clip, Jordan? We're going to a great friend of ours, Mike Simon, is the agent for Mason Taylor from LSU. And he sent us video of Mason Taylor getting drafted and from the draft party where he's at. So we're going to try to take a look at that here. And as soon as you're ready, you just hit the old button there, Jordan.
There's the old man next to him. That's all. Anytime you see any of these moments, it's so cool.
Absolutely.
And especially with him being, you know, an NFL legacy. His dad was one of the best defensive linemen of, you know, the 21st century. Jason Taylor, Pittsburgh native, Woodland
Hall
Hills
of
High
Famer.
School, Hall of Famer with the Dolphins,
Yeah.
wrapped up his career with the Jets. And he's got a lot to prove. You know,
Yeah.
can he be a chip off the old block? And, you know, a guy like him is, you know, big time football in the SEC at LSU. He'll be ready to roll. And the Jets need help at tight end. Justin Fields, former Steeler, former Buckeye. He'll need, you know, another weapon in that pass game. So it'll be interesting to see how he fits into new head coach Aaron Glenn's philosophies in New York. But again, like, you can't help but be so fired up for these guys once they have those moments, taking the phone call.
And you see, it's funny because as soon as they look down, they try and stay composed.
Yep.
And they go to put the hat on, and then whoever they look at first, you just see the eyes squint up, and all of a sudden the tears are ready to go. Because it's like anything. It's not as much as it's the individual that puts in the work. They do all the work to get to where they need to go. But it's such a family. There's no one that gets there by themselves, whether it's a coach, whether it's a teammate, whether it's, I mean, how many moms and dads have lugged kids all over the place to get them to practice and get them where they need to be so they can improve and be the best that they need to be. So it is a family effort, and congratulations to everybody, and congratulations to them on reaching a goal. Now the goal is, okay, I'm drafted. Let's go and be a great.
Yeah.
You know, or it might just be, let's go and make sure we make the team.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, you know, first couple of rounds, those roster spots are pretty safe. Another tight end going here, Elijah Arroyo from Miami, is going to Seattle.
Big time player, good tight end, very productive for Miami. Obviously, as a Miami guy, I watch a lot of Miami games.
Well, the last
And
Miami
he can
tight
play.
end that came out that was highly touted, is doing pretty well for himself. And David Njoku, right?
Yeah,
So
he's all right.
he's
He
doing
can
pretty
get up
well for the
down.
Browns.
They've had a run over the years with a number of really good tight ends that have gone into the National Football League. But you just see here, he's a guy. He's got a big time body. He's got the soft hands. And it'll be interesting. He played with Cam Ward. So Cam Ward put the ball in his hands and let him do the work after that. And he's just this should be a good pick for them.
All right. So on the clock now, the Carolina Panthers, as we are ripping through the second round.
I want to let everyone know the
well, what
the
all do
food
we
layout.
have here?
Oh, we've got was zucchini planks, I think,
Okay.
and then we've got some chicken tenders, and we have some pickles, fried pickles.
pickles.
Okay.
Where's the fried pickles?
Right here.
Okay.
Right here.
And this is called more
yeah.
fish
I believe so. Well, let's try it.
and hush
find out.
puppies.
But what I was going to do is compliment Jack on his staging. It was like he's it's an open house, and Jack.
Well,
put
you know
all
what's
the
great
good stuff out
about Steve's Fish and Chips? So I'm definitely allergic to shellfish. It's in here just in case. This is my EpiPen. And the title of the place is Steve's Fish and Chips.
Mhm.
I still frequent because there's enough on the menu for folks like me that try to avoid, obviously, shellfish. That's the
Right.
allergy, but seafood, just, you know, for the mindset. There's enough on the menu for me to enjoy it. I'm enjoying a burger over here. I
how
frequent
good is that burger?
I'm going to
That's
tell you
great.
right now, I will enjoy a burger last night.
I'll tell
Tonight.
you.
Last night there was one, and you
We didn't know
absconded of it.
it was in the bag until late, and then I took a.
Yeah, well, not to be that
Well,
guy. I'm
what
allergic
burger
to
again?
like 75% of the food that's here, so I'm going to go ahead and take the burger for myself. I hope you don't mind.
I thought there were two.
Huh?
Anyway,
Oh, Jordan.
There's this jackfish sandwich. Do you want
Jordan,
that?
what's that over in that box?
Nick Scorton,
Onion rings?
Edge, Texas A&M, goes to the Panthers.
Okay.
It's jack-
Fried pickles are good.
All right. I like a pickle. This is a nice little lull developing in the draft right now where we can enjoy a little.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jordan, I've got some reads to do, so
Ready to go?
we'll make that happen because we're
All
going
right.
to tell you about our friends at Whiteside Chevy GMC. Whiteside spring cleaning sales event going on right now. Buying a car can be fun, fast, and exciting. Whitesides of St. Clairsville. Hey, Billy,
Yes, Don.
are you ready to plant?
I am.
I did my rototilling 2 nights ago, so I am all ready to plant. Now, when you're ready to plant,
Hold on. When you rototill down, are you doing that for a specific type of plant or just turning the garden over?
it's my garden. My garden is immense.
Okay.
So, M&M Hardware is the best organic potting soil from the coast of Maine.
Oh, nice.
The best place. Why is Maine good for potting soil, Billy?
Well, when you think of Maine, quite a bit. You think of lobsters.
Lobster bisque. Anyway,
You think of the ocean. You think of the shells, and a lot of that gets ground up and it gets into the soil, and then that ends up making the soil just a little bit better.
okay.
That's what Scott told me yesterday.
There you go. And from gardens to flowers and more, M&M Hardware, your place to go. You got the burgers, while M&M Hardware has the grills. Shop local at M&M Hardware for all your summertime grilling needs. Lotimus Communications and Security. Every day we depend on our public safety heroes to answer the call. And when safety and security become mission critical, they depend on Lotimus Communications and Security. Since 1967, from two-way radios to alarm monitoring, smart video cameras, and telephone answering services, they deliver every day, everywhere. We stress every detail so you can relax. Always connect it and always protect it. Lotimus Communications and Security. Give them a call today at 866-9-ANSWER. That's 866-9 and ANSWER or www.lotimus.com. Belmont Savings Bank, celebrating 140 years of local community banking. As we look back on our 140-year legacy serving the Ohio Valley, Belmont Savings Bank is filled with gratitude for the trust and support of its customers. Since their founding, they've remained steadfast in their mission, serving customers, businesses, and organizations that make the community great. Their ability to make decisions locally is at the heart of the mission and what sets them apart from others in the industry. That's Lotimus Communications and Security. Theo Yanni's. So we've talked about Steve's Fish and Chips. We've talked about D. Flea's Pizza. But man, I love nothing more than a great hero. And Theo Yanni's Greek American restaurant. I eat there all the time. They serve you with all your dining needs at once, not only on draft day, but every day. You can find various menu items, and they're all number one first-round selections.
Salads are phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
All first-round selections.
Yeah,
Traditional
absolutely.
Greek food, wings, pizza, sandwiches, wraps, and much more. Oh, the cheesecake. I had cheesecake there 2 weeks ago. Great. Theo
We're all
Yanni's.
about cheesecake.
Let our family serve you. And Bangy sauce. I'm telling you, if you have never tried Bangy sauce, you've got to. It's phenomenal. And check it out for local. Check it out at your local retailer, your local food store.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me you want the Bangy sauce.
You can put that
and
on
if they
anything.
don't, and if they don't have it, tell them you want it, and tell them I told you to go there and get it.
You
And
could put it on a shoe and I'd probably eat it.
help out my boy Mahalis and get that Bangy sauce
Yeah.
moving. Labor's Local 809.
All right.
And my man Clint is coming up probably at 9:30 or so
Not 808.
from Labor's Local 809.
Not 810. 809.
They take
You're darn
pride
tootin'.
in building a better America, hiring local signatory contractors, supporting the community's trained and experienced workers. Labor's Local 809. Hire local so we can shop local. So there you go.
So, as I'm looking at the draft here and the best tight ends and on Mel Kiper's power rankings are scrolling through, one name, and it's number one at the top, is Harold Fannin from Bowling Green.
Mhm.
And he didn't get a whole towards the end of the year, a little bit more because the numbers stayed pretty consistent. And at the beginning of the year, he did it against Penn State in a non-conference game. Nuts.
Yeah.
An absolute game wrecker. And I know
Mhm.
Dylan Cleveland is out there watching.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put Dylan on blast here for a moment. College Football 25 came
Yeah.
out. It was the first year last year. And when we played a game once, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'll be Bowling Green. You can be Georgia.
Okay.
And it's like, it's Bowling Green's not a very good
Yeah.
team outside of
Yeah.
Harold Fannin. Like 200 receiving yards. I ended up winning. So there you have it.
That's all you need. He would run the same play over and over and over again.
He is an absolute beast, and prototypical tight end, prototypical body build, athletic, and I think whatever team gets him could be very, very lucky here. We talk about a lull in the draft too. At the beginning we were a little bit more active with things because the Browns had the first 2 picks. Cincinnati has stayed off the board for the most part here in the second round, and the Steelers I don't think have shown any signs of trying to trade back into this second round here. They don't really, and Tim Benz talked about this too. They don't really have the draft capital to do so.
Yep.
And their best avenue to be able to get back into the second round is to trade George Pickens. So
speaking of guys who knows about trades and knows about not having a lull in the draft because he's so busy.
Yeah.
Don.
We're ready. We've got our man, Mike Simon.
That's right.
Agent extraordinaire. And Mike, congratulations, our man, Mr. Taylor.
Thanks, guys. How are you?
Mason
Good, how are
Taylor
you?
out of LSU goes to the Jets. You and I have talked to this a lot this week. We knew the Rams liked him. We knew a couple other teams were looking. The Jets, were you surprised by the Jets, or did you kind of have an inkling for the Jets?
A little surprised. They had shown interest, but not the most interest. But we're not. As long as I've been doing this, there's no surprises because a lot of teams play coy, and I think the Jets were one of them here. And they do every year. There's teams that surprise you, but they did show some interest, and and so it's a good fit for him.
Mike, you look at this draft. It's obviously, I think, headlined right now by Shedeur Sanders still being there. Shedeur, obviously a legacy name. His dad's Dion, and Dion had a Hall of Fame career. Mason's dad had a Hall of Fame NFL career too, as a Pittsburgh native, Jason Taylor. How cool is it for their family to be able to send another generation into the National Football League? And as he kind of tries to pave his own path, using dad's success as motivation, what's that going to be like for him as well?
Yeah, they're all here and enjoying it. And as you know, his uncle is Zach Thomas. Zach is here, and they are all excited and embracing the moment. And it's a really cool atmosphere.
Yeah, we played the video you sent us just a little bit ago. Just tell us about the mood when this happens. We're showing it here now again when his name was called. Just take us to the electric.
Yeah, it was, just obviously he's sitting there wondering where he's going to go, when he's going to go. And you can only imagine the tension, but all the tension melts when that name is called, and excited, and the ownership called, the coaches called him, and just elated to be a New York Jet.
What is it like going through? I mean, for you, you're an agent. You're representing him. You're with the family. You're with the inside core of the group there. And this is a guy that, and we were hearing things late first round into the second round. Just what's it like, the sitting, waiting, wondering why?
It's I can't speak obviously for the player. I can only imagine, but for the agent, we're feeling the tension, and we're putting feelers out, and we're talking to the teams, and they're telling us a lot of different things, and you don't necessarily always want to share that just because you don't want to build any hype, and you just want to just kind of temper the situation. But it's a cool. It always works out. Put it that way. So as tense as it could be, it always works out, and as it did tonight, it worked out perfect, and he's going to be a great fit there.
Now, you still have a number of rounds to go in the draft, and you have many players that are in the focus or in the sights of a number of teams. But when the draft is over, how do you get to work right away to get these contracts done? Has it become easier now? We're slotted.
Yeah, particularly with the rookies, as you know, they're slotted, and we have several agents in the agency. I take a look at every single contract. We try to do some different things that are a little bit special, we think, on behalf of our rookies. But we have multiple eyes looking at every single contract so that nothing is missed.
I'm just curious, where are you? Are you in Miami, or you look like you're in Florida?
We're in Plantation, Florida. And Jason, as you know, is coach at the University of Miami, and the family all is from this area.
Miami, let's go Hurricanes. Let's
Don't
go.
get
That's
him
right.
started.
Let's
Go Canes. Come on, baby. Let's go Canes.
There you go, Bill.
Well, here you have
So
it.
yeah, and our agents are spread out today, but I picked South Florida, right?
Yeah, that works out. That works out pretty well. The what will the rest of your night consist of now that he is taken care of? He's been selected. Do you turn your attention to your other clients, or you let the other agents, as you mentioned, that are in your group, work on that?
Yeah, we have everyone pretty much covered. I've touched base with a few, and but everything's covered, and it's a large agency, and everyone comes together as a team, and we're spread out across the U.S. and everything is covered, the families, the parties, and so I chose this one, and this one's been fantastic so far.
And Mike, too, for those that might be watching that are unaware, and obviously Mason's a tight end, but for a large chunk of your career, you've been associated with another pretty darn famous tight end in Travis Kelce. Just what's it been like being a part of his football journey as he's become, obviously more so in the pop culture side of things now, but cemented himself in his prime as really one of the best tight ends in football? What's that been like being a part of it with him?
It's been an amazing ride, and he is as good of a person as he portrays, and he thinks of, constantly thinks about others, and he's approachable, and he's good-hearted. The whole family is, and but it's been an amazing ride, and he embraces all of us joining in this journey with him, and it's just been so phenomenal, and all the different people I've met through him, and just saw him the other day, and the talks are incredible that we have together, but he gets it, and he's a phenomenal person, and his whole family is.
And he and his brother, I mean, they have so much going now outside of football. It's almost like Kelsey Enterprises.
So many want to be part of them because not only are they just both great in front of cameras, but they're good people. So, companies want endorsed by good people, and that's what they are.
And Mike, we can't talk about Travis Kelce, not mention Taylor Swift. I mean, you do know I interviewed Taylor Swift one-on-one.
Not sure if you can hear me. It's just keeps like it's going in and out here. We had a little bit of technical difficulty right when the draft began also.
No, I said you can't talk about Travis and not mention Taylor Swift. You do know I interviewed Taylor Swift when she was 17 years old at Jamboree in the Hills.
I think I can hear you now.
Okay.
Third time's a charm.
I just said anything. We can't talk about Travis without Taylor Swift. You do know I had a one-on-one interview with Taylor Swift.
We'll see what we can do.
All right.
I'll tell you what, Mike.
She's and it's no surprise she's with Trav because she's each time I've met her, she's been a fantastic person, and she's got a really good person in Travis, and she knows it, and they're just both really nice.
I'll tell you what, Mike, you have the most famous left ear in draft history at this point.
I a little hard time hearing, so sorry guys, but appreciate it.
How about if unless someone asks another question,
look at that ear though. There's no ear wax. There's no ear hair. The right one's straight too.
The right ear, I think, was getting jealous. He said, "I better show the right ear."
I mean, Bill, you've got some ear hair on yours.
Hey, now I just got my hair cut yesterday. There shouldn't be anything, Sean.
I mean, my goodness, Mike, I've yet to see a more perfect pair of ears. You obviously didn't wrestle.
Thank you.
All right, you enjoy the party. We really appreciate you joining us. And like
you
I
got
said,
it, guys. Have a good evening, man.
Tell Taylor I said hello. Tell Taylor I said hello. We go way back from when I interviewed her when she was 17.
That's
Very
right. Actually, absolutely. All right, guys. Have a great one, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft.
You just had to sneak that one in
No,
there.
it's
Again.
actually we talked about it. He's shown her the interview.
Oh, and she has.
She has seen the interview.
What?
And here's
Yes.
the deal. Here's it. But she doesn't.
I can't tell everything.
Here's the deal. She didn't even need to see it. She remembered right off the bat. He went to show it. She said, "I remember that. It's Don Sloan. That's the Nacho Man.
There
Are you
you
kidding
go.
me? I know who that guy is."
That was right. When and I even said that she's going to make it big. And I mean, talk about.
Well, that was walking out on a limb. What?
She was 17.
Yeah, I know, but she was already at Henry in the Hills.
Yeah, you know who's not
at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
back in what was that 2000?
Oh, when? Well, I don't remember the year.
Well, she was 17. She's what?
I don't know.
35 now?
It's on here on the YouTube page. It's on here.
So yeah,
You
probably
can't
around
miss it.
2004.
All right, so
something
back
like
then
that,
when
somewhere.
Dawn said she's going to make it big, you know who that's not getting said about right now? NFL teams about Shador Sanders.
Here's something that
Is he still not drafted
No.
yet?
No. Here's something that somebody brought up today that I read.
We
And it's
went,
very
we went
interesting.
by a lot of draft picks, though.
We sure
we
did.
got to catch
And
up.
I'm okay with that. But here's the one thing, because they just mentioned that they said
Do you like the fried pickles?
The fried pickles are sensational from Steve's Fish and Chips. They really are. Those are fantastic. But the thing I was going to mention, someone had mentioned this in an article today that I read, and I hadn't thought about it until I read this. The quietest number 1 overall pick, a quarterback.
Yep.
And you haven't heard anything about him. It's all been about Shador.
The only thing that I did see about Cam Ward post draft, and I thought this was pretty cool, and we could debate this a little bit too, because I think this is a good question. So, Ward Moon, more your guys' speed, not mine. I don't mean to age you both, but number retired by the Houston Oilers. Number 1. Cam Ward, in his introductory press conference with the Tennessee media, gets a surprise. In walks Warren Moon with the number 1 jersey.
That's big time.
He's giving Cam Ward permission to wear it for Tennessee.
That's big time.
That number was retired. Warren Moon played for the Houston Oilers. The Houston Oilers obviously became the Tennessee Titans. I mean, it doesn't really matter because Warren Moon is giving Cam Ward permission to wear it. But do you think if you're a Titans fan from Tennessee, does Warren Moon's jersey retirement carry the same weight as like Franco Harris's does in Pittsburgh, or because obviously the franchise changed locations? It's weird to me.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but in this way, it's as if and the biggest example I could use would be the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Odell picks up, moves them to Baltimore. They become the Ravens. In the deal, the Browns got to keep their history.
Yes.
So that's the biggest thing. So just because they moved, does it matter as much to the Titans fans that live in Tennessee? Probably not. But if you go to the stadium, now I haven't been there or seen it on a photograph or on TV, but I'm sure Warren Moon's number is on the stadium somewhere with any other retired number. So I think it's a class move by Warren Moon. It makes sense, and again, it gives them something else to talk about. Keep that cycle going where people are excited about that pick.
Warren Moon, who was a star with the Edmonton Eskimos,
Absolutely, he was sensational
in the CFL, and
the Washington Huskies.
My
in college.
memory of Warren Moon was in that Rose Bowl game.
Wow, he took
for Washington, and I don't know if it was against Iowa, maybe, but I have to look it up.
I think it may have been Iowa.
I think it may have been. I remember watching that game and cheering for the Big Ten team, obviously, and thought, "Oh my goodness, this guy's phenomenal."
Oh, he was fantastic, and he was just as good in the pros. A sensational player. Everything you ever hear about him, sensational person. So I think that's a good move. I think it's a smart move by Tennessee, and I think it's a smart move by Warren Moon. All of a sudden, when was the last time we talked about Warren Moon? So now he comes out and he gives the permission.
Yeah.
Well, now Warren Moon gets a little bit of a spotlight while Cam Ward comes in. And the organization gets a little more spotlight because we're talking about it. So, if we're talking about, the nation is hearing from us tonight about that number going there. But we have the Bears. Bears are on the clock, and we have missed a number of picks. Don, you have to catch us up.
His mouth's
I
full.
defer to youth.
Let's see here. So we've got
The Bengals did make a pick while we were yapping.
Yeah. Well, the guy took too long when he got up to the podium.
Demetrius Knight Jr. went 49th to the Bengals. That's defense, and that'll help them, obviously, because they're not going to be able to afford a whole lot of people anymore because they've got T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Joe Burrow locked up for ridiculously lucrative deals. Nick Scourton was a name that I thought a lot of people had in the first round. Edge guy, he's going to Carolina. A lot of edge rushers in this second round. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 of them in the last dozen picks or so. So that'll be interesting to see how all of those situations play out. One of those guys, JT Tuimoloau, going to the Indianapolis Colts, former Ohio State Buckeye, and the Bears just selecting Ozzie Trapillo, offensive tackle from Boston College. Looks like he's playing on the right side for BC in the highlights that they're showing here. And we have a trade, it looks like.
Trade alert.
Denver's trading their pick.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers do exist. They just don't have a pick in the second round.
Yeah, so Denver's trading 57 to Detroit here, and it looks like the Broncos are moving back 3 spots.
Who got picked from Boston College?
This offensive tackle, Ozzie Trapillo.
Okay. Was that their first pick for BC?
No, they had their edge rusher guy. He went Donovan Ezri Cal. Butchering the last names. He went 44th to the Cowboys.
Well, there's a reason I ask about that.
Why is that, Don?
Well, I'm going to tell you shortly. So he's got a pick he's going to talk about.
Yeah, so Detroit trading up here. Why is the question? Obviously, if there's got to be a guy that they like, you talk about Detroit. What do they need? Maybe some guys up front to help with Aiden Hutchinson's development, not development, but aid in that effort.
Yeah.
Are they going to go with Mike Green out of Marshall here? Or are they going to go with Darius Alexander out of Toledo? Those guys are still available. I don't think they're going to draft Shedeur Sanders. They're pretty content with Jared Goff and his productivity. So we shall see.
They're biting kneecaps in Detroit, everybody.
Dan Campbell's the man.
Yeah. He's tremendous.
Yeah, I'd be thrilled if that guy was my head coach, my favorite team's head coach.
Well, a good friend of ours, Jim Pastor, and if you remember Jamin Pastor and Josh Pastor, the phenomenal players, running backs, quarterback up at Beaver Local back in the day.
I'm doing
he now has a training business, XPE, in Fort Lauderdale, where they train guys for the draft and college athletes and so forth. And one of the guys they train is defensive end, Boston College's Donovan Ezeliaku.
Okay.
So it's kind of another shout out. We just shouted out the connection with Mike Simon, Mason Taylor's agent. Well, Jim Pastor and XPE, they are the trainers for Donovan Ezeliaku out of Boston College, who went in the second round. So
I like the way you said that. It was a little flair.
It's really cool. That's cool news there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks
anytime there's connections, local connections to play, it makes it a lot more fun to root for a player.
It looks like the Lions are going interior offensive line here.
Did Jaden Higgins go?
Yeah.
Well, Jaden Higgins also trained at XPE.
Jaden Higgins went early.
Yeah.
In the second round. So I believe he was the first wide receiver taken tonight. Yeah, he was the second pick. Went to Houston. It went Schweisinger to Cleveland. And then Jaden Higgins went to the Texans with the
Tate
second pick.
Ratledge out of Georgia.
Yeah, guard. Georgia's produced some really good offensive linemen.
Have to keep Goff on his feet if they want to get to the Super Bowl. And is there window already closing in Detroit? I don't. The thing that concerns me with Detroit this year is all of a sudden Dan Campbell's the leader. He's going to have his guys ready to go. But all of a sudden, you lose the OC, you lose the DC, and now now it's probably going to be someone off the staff. I couldn't tell you because I didn't pay that close attention to it. But it'll be interesting to see how they change in comparison to the last couple of years with those new coordinators.
Well, and the other thing too is some of those guys went to New York with Aaron Glenn and Chicago with Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
One of the guys that went to Chicago with Ben Johnson was Antoine Randall.
Yep. Yeah, and I think Antoine's going to be a guy that continues
Yes.
to move up. I think he'll be a coordinator pretty soon.
Well, he
Is,
might not
is
even.
this, is this your Shador, the Raiders?
No, I don't think so. They already traded down. And I mean, maybe they thought that they could get Shador if they traded down. I doubt it. But as I'm sorry, what
We were talking about
Antoine Randall. Yeah, I don't even think that he will be he might not even be a coordinator.
Just go right to head coach.
Yeah, he could. I mean, I think part of the deal with him becoming or going to Chicago with Ben Johnson, lateral move. Yeah, he's lateral move,
yeah.
but he's got the assistant head coach title now.
And the thing is,
and he's been around long enough to where
Antoine ran, and just a great guy, smart guy, has one of the great Super Bowl passes in Steelers history to Hines Ward in Super Bowl 40 against Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to remember, played quarterback at Indiana, while he also played on the Indiana baseball team as shortstop with a gentleman that we used to cover, Don Sloan.
Benji Claus.
Benji Claus, absolutely.
See, I'm only paying half attention
and
to
you still knew.
And I still know it. Yeah. I'm sitting here typing, and I'm
that's because we're literally an old married couple.
There you go.
So, but yeah, so Antoine Randall, I can see him achieving anything he wants to. He puts his mind to it, and it looks like he's doing just that. The selection.
It looks like it's going to be Jack Beck from TCU, wide receiver. Who, I mean, we talked about Derek Harmon's tragic. You know, it's funny how life works, right? The NFL draft and hearing your name called is supposed to be one of the happiest moments in your life, and for Derek Harmon, it'll also be remembered as the night your mom passed away, unfortunately, which is so sad. Jack Beck's brother was one of the people killed in the New Orleans terrorist attack on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And then he caught a touchdown pass in the Senior Bowl, and it, blew up on social media because his teammates on the Senior Bowl embraced him. So this is obviously a cool moment, bittersweet moment for his family. I'm sure his brother is very much on him and his family's minds in this moment as well. As Jack Beck's going to the Raiders to team up with Geno Smith and Chip Kelly.
After all that tragedy and pain, great to see them smiling, happy, hugging, and just enjoying it.
And we go to our viewer line, Tim Umpleby, who fan of a number of the shows that we do. Has Will Howard been selected yet? No, he hasn't.
Not yet.
What are our thoughts? 4th round?
I think 4th or 5th, maybe. Probably 5th round.
So let's think about it here. So we've had 2 that have gone in the 1st round. Obviously, Cam Ward, number 1. Giants trade back into round 1 and pick Jackson Dart.
Yep.
And Tyler Shough has gone. He went 40th to the Saints.
There's a lot of quarterbacks left.
There are. I mean, obviously, it's headlined by Shador Sanders, but I kind of put Will Howard in that same tier of conversation as Kyle McCord, in that same one, not maybe as much as Dylan Gabriel, because I think Dylan Gabriel's size is kind of holding him back from being in that conversation. Dylan Gabriel's a shorter guy. But yeah, I think 4th, maybe 5th round. I'd be shocked if he slipped to the 6th or the 7th.
You know who's
I think
the 1st round pick? Chuck Lamreau. He's going to be joining us in just a second. But
first we got to thank some of our sponsors, and we're going to start off with WVU Medicine Black Lung Clinic. The Black Lung Clinic at Reynolds Memorial Hospital offers a one-stop clinic for evaluation of black lung disease and other occupational lung diseases. Even if you're not showing symptoms of a respiratory problem, you should get tested to establish a baseline for future comparisons. Call them today at 304-843-3307 to sign up and get tested. The Black Lung Clinic located at Reynolds Memorial Hospital in Glendale, West Virginia. Cedar One Group, leading the Ohio Valley in real estate, property management, contracting, and more. Cedar One Group strives to be your choice in real estate sales, residential, commercial property management, and storage through hard work and dedication. Cedar One Group, all your needs under one tree. Steve's Fish and Chips. They hand cut and fresh bread their fish every day, as tremendous as Steve's Fish meals are. You can also order up on burgers, chicken wings, and more, including great chicken and steak salads. Steve delivers, and they deliver to us again tonight. So if you're looking for the best seafood and more, it's Steve's Fish and Chips, the original Steve's Fish and Chips, Open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Call to order. Here's the number, 740-282-3261. That's 740-282-3261, or find them online at stevesfishandchips.net. Klempner, locally owned and operating in the Ohio Valley. Klempner Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical. They provide expert plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services for both commercial and residential properties. From quick repairs to new construction installs, Klempner keeps your space running smoothly and efficiently. Give them a call today at 412-728-0149. That's 412-728-0149.
Cinna Blue Wave, looking to get in shape for the summer? Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia has the tools for you to reach your goals with certified strength specialists with Division I collegiate experience on staff. Recovering from an injury? Cinna has a certified athletic trainer on staff that can aid you in your recovery and help prevent future injuries, is what I should say. Looking for a great deal? Cinna has those as well, including boot camp classes, a special 3 months for $100. Or get semi-private instruction with one of Cinna's certified trainers, 3 months, $150. Looking for the best in fitness? Look no further than Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia. Find them at Cinna Wellness on Facebook and Instagram.
All right, Jack, what did we miss?
Well, the Ravens pick is in, and this is a discussion that we can have from a Steelers perspective because they're picking Mike Green.
Okay.
It's a phenomenal pick.
How is he still around?
That's a great question, and it was a question in the group chat from one of my buddies had mentioned, like, what did Mike Green do to like slip this far? Did he commit a crime? Is he hurt? Whatever. Nothing.
I won't bother with the Ravens.
And he ended up in Baltimore. So the question that I have based off of that, as I try to avoid Don's remark there, if you're the Steelers, can you look at the way that this draft is unfolded? You see what Cleveland's done. You saw what they've been able to do when they traded back, the guys that they've picked and with the picks that they've had. And you see Baltimore get what is on paper a steal of an edge rusher in this draft class. Can you like think of it from a Steelers perspective and think, what are we doing? Because here they are, they've traded obviously out of the second round and they got a stud wide receiver in DK Metcalf, but these teams in their division are having better drafts than
they
they
got
are.
the best safety in the draft last night. Now they pick up an edge rusher in Green.
It always seems to work out. For the draft
Ravens defense, they always can load up on that defense.
Well, the draft always seems to fall in Baltimore's favor. Kyle Hamilton was like a projected top 5 pick however many years ago. He fell out of the draft and fell to Baltimore. Same thing happened to Patrick Queen, Roquan Smith, Mike Green. Now they've had guys. Who's their center? Linderbaum fell to them in the late 20s as well.
They got Lamar Jackson.
That's a discussion too. Should the Steelers have made that pick instead of Terrell Edmonds or whoever
I think
it
they
was?
should have picked Dan Marino, but I won't go there.
Do you really?
Yeah,
I don't.
No,
I do not.
You think that would have been a tough, like with Pickett, tough surviving in your own?
Yeah. I mean, and Marino had all of the rumors surrounding him. He was a guy that went to high school 2 blocks down the road. He went to college 4 blocks down the road. He was a prodigal son in Pittsburgh. Like, would it have worked out? And also, too, like, you got to look at the environments around him as well. In Miami, you've got a Hall of Fame coach in Don Shula. You had Chuck Noll, but Chuck Noll was approaching the latter half of his career.
But he and Shula were about to, remember, Noll had coached under Shula with the Colts. So
and the other thing that people forget about that draft too, in 1983,
Noll wasn't warm and fuzzy either, though.
No, but the Steelers made a pretty damn good pick in Gabe Rivera,
and he
had obviously an unexpected ending to his career.
Yep.
So I mean, and Gabe Rivera probably would have been
and that's the thing though. You guys get fired up about the Baltimore draft and everything falls right for the Baltimore draft and it falls right for this draft.
I don't like the Ravens and I don't like the Patriots.
How many Super Bowls have they won lately? How many Super Bowls has Lamar Jackson won? Not many.
They'll get one with Lamar.
It's one of those things where you just have to let it play out. I mean, there's so many great players. It's just, but when you're sitting here drafting, it makes you crazy. Like, oh man, this is going to be the guy, but then he might not be the guy. The guy I know who's the guy Chuck Lamro in Concord, New Hampshire. The great state of New Hampshire is in the house.
Good evening, gentlemen.
TV down, brother.
He's the one last night had his TV.
My appeal.
There we go. It sounds
Sorry.
like a pick somewhere with the Ravens. Let's take a look.
Mike Green.
Here we go.
They're going to steal my thunder.
I don't know how we thought
that's
he
who
got
you,
picked
that's who you
last
wanted
night.
to go with.
Well,
Washington.
you know, he keeps falling for reasons. By the way, Steve's Fish and Chips sounds wonderful. Can you get it up to me this evening?
We can try. I don't know if there's going to be any left though, Chuck.
All right.
Steve's is getting it done. We'll have to ship you some.
Sounds good.
Hey, I'll tell you, I like that Concord football jersey or T-shirt you got on.
Oh, thank you. There we go. Didn't
There
even
you go.
realize I had it on. Sorry.
The Crimson.
The Crimson
Right.
Tide.
Yeah, Crimson Tide. Concord. Jordan's a big Alabama fan. She's Roll Tide too. Oh, there's a lot of crying going on with Mike Green. And why not? His life just changed forever.
Let's
That's
put the past
awesome.
behind him and hope the young man has a great career.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think he's going to be a stud.
Well, I do agree with you. It seems that the Ravens have people fall to their lap quite often that become 10, 11-year, pros, and it's but no Super Bowl.
Yep. All right. So Tim's checking in. Really hope he goes to Cleveland, sit behind Flacco. That's Will Howard. And then the Steelers, we're talking about Dan Marino. The Steelers would have maybe had 10 Super Bowls with Dan Marino.
No, they wouldn't have.
So it's hard to win a Super Bowl.
Dan Marino didn't win one in Miami. I mean,
Yep. And they had, I'll tell you what, though, one of the greatest completions I've ever seen, Dan Marino, Hall of Fame induction, wearing the gold jacket, has I think it was Clayton, runs up the middle of one of the aisles, and he throws a strike of about 45 yards right down, and he's wearing a Hall of Fame jacket, and I thought, wow.
I have a tweet
Wow.
bookmark, Jordan. If I send it to you, will you be able to, because it's a video, a Dan Marino play. I can screen record it and send it to you. He flips this ball like it was like a behind the back pass almost.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Chuck, we are 2 picks away from Washington.
And you know what? While
we're going to go offense.
And we're going to get ready to go on offense. So while we're doing that, we're going to tell you about Sportsman's Training Post. If you're looking,
Chuck's a sportsman.
There you go. Looking
There
for
we
the
go.
largest gun shop in the area. When you're down here picking up Steve's Fish and Chips, stop at Sportsman's Training Post in Wintersville. They have the biggest inventory around. They buy, sell, and offer expert gunsmithing right on site. Stop in today. Sportsman's Trading Post. They have it all. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration is a full-service restoration company that offers water, mold, fire, and storm damage restoration services. As a leading provider of disaster restoration, Panhandle serves areas throughout 6 states. Robert C. Contrigaro Sr. founded Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration in 1977 with a commitment to fairness, honesty, and quality work. Panhandle has established a stellar reputation for the quality of their services and the professionalism of their talented technicians. McAdoo Towing and Crane Service, a leader in light duty and heavy duty towing. We also specialize in crane services, oil and gas well services, and 24/7 emergency services. At McAdoo Towing and Crane Services, their business is picking up, and picking up D. Felice Pizza is something else to do, Billy.
Absolutely.
And this summer, let D. Felice handle all your catering needs, not only pizza, but pasta, meatballs, sausage, and chicken, and their unique party round sandwich. Call D. Felice Brothers Catering because Italy is just too far away. Are you hungry yet? If you are, get on the D. Felice app and order a pizza now. Locations all around Moundsville, St. Clairsville, Wheeling, Weirton, Wintersville, you name it. They've got a pizza shop and they're ready to make one for you. All right, Bill, fire away.
All right, Chuck. Washington is on the clock. Denver just went with R.J. Harvey, a running back out of the University of Central Florida. And I'll tell you what, they had a highlight that we just saw when he was going against West Virginia. Wow. West Virginia's defense was really bad last year.
Not good, yeah.
But Chuck, where do the Commanders go from here?
We go defense. Corner. We'll
I
go
think
Ravel Jr. from East Carolina. That's
you got the side of the ball in the position right, but I think it's going to be
Amos.
Trey Amos from Ole Miss, a guy that's kind of slipped a little bit too.
Slipped a little bit too. They're both were projected to go a little bit higher than this, but we'll see. I don't know much on either of them, but I watched some film on both of them today, and they both have played, solid man-to-man, and then they both can tackle, which is huge.
Something that Washington could have used against Philadelphia in that NFC Championship game. Somebody get in the way. Just get in the way, fall down. Maybe someone will trip
fall
over.
Fall down in front of Saquon? Yeah, that would have been special.
That would have been special. So Washington last night, they looked to protect Jaden Daniels. Tonight they go defense. How do you like their draft so far?
Undetermined. Yet to be determined. And you?
Well, I like what they're doing. Protect Daniels, and like you said, you got to be able to make some plays on defense. And hopefully they're able to do that on defense. I think you're right. Undetermined is a good word because you still have 5 more rounds of this draft to go just to see what it looks like on paper, and then as you know, the Commanders are celebrating their 61st pick of the draft, but it's one of those things that I've seen up close back covering the Steelers day in and day out, and you see a second round pick, a third or a fourth round pick come in, and you expect them to be able to start, and they can barely make the team, and then after a year or two, and they have a 3-year or 4-year contract, they're out after 2 years because they don't have the ability to make that next step. Every level you go, whether it's youth football to high school football to college football, whatever, there's that next step that you have to make. And some guys just don't have the ability to make that next step. It looks like they have everything you need, but they just don't do it. So it is undetermined. It really is. So what would you now? You are looking at you're the outside looking in on Pittsburgh and Cleveland. And that's where we tend to focus our attention here in the Ohio Valley. So, Chuck, what do you think of what's going on with the Steelers, the quarterback situation, and then what the Browns have done in this draft? And Jack has already said they've already won the draft, at least through the number of picks they've made through the first 2 rounds.
They've done a nice job. Cleveland's done a wonderful job in the first 2 rounds. And to go from 2 to 5 and get the haul that they got from Jacksonville, Jacksonville better make the playoffs next year. They better make the playoffs. If not, Cleveland's sitting pretty.
Yeah. Who is this guy on the screen? Anybody here with going with Jack Sawyer for Washington's pick?
Oh, geez. Look at that guy.
Man, it might look a little like you, just a lot younger.
Yeah, a little bit younger.
No,
you're wrong, Brady. I'm sorry about that.
I'll tell you what, out here, Jack Sawyer's turned into he is a folk hero for the state of Ohio State fans after the way he played down the stretch and during his career with Ohio State. Somebody's going to get a good football player when he goes off the board. But
how many Ohio State kids off the board already? 8? 7, 8?
I think it's 7.
7 or 8,
7? That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's
61 picks in. That's pretty special.
That's the definition of football factory.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, you gentlemen feel that Mr. Sanders will end up in Pittsburgh?
If he's there at 83, I think they're going to think about it.
How do you pass? Yeah.
I don't know that.
How do you pass?
I'm still kind of shocked that he's going to get past the second round here. I mean, the Bears certainly aren't going to take him, and then you've got the Chiefs with Mahomes, the Eagles with Hurts. So
I shook my head at the New Orleans situation when they took Tyler Shuck.
And that's a team that
I didn't see it.
That's a team that was rumored to take him 9th overall, and they already took a quarterback in the second round. So take the Saints off the board.
Right.
You've got who? The Raiders and the Steelers now, and the Raiders have already passed on him twice.
The Raiders passed on him twice already.
Well, and the thing is, though, if you did have to move up, now you're in that round. It won't take that much.
Yeah,
It'll
It won't
just
cost you, correct.
an extra
Correct.
pick. I mean,
Yeah.
they've got that
Hey,
boatload of picks they
give us
have
a
anyway.
6th round pick, or let's make a deal to make that happen. But okay, what happens if the Steelers don't take him at 83?
Oh my.
I mean, does he just keep falling? Somebody's got to take him at some point.
Yeah. Man,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he's not going to go undrafted.
No, absolutely not. Is he the next Brock Purdy?
He won't be Mr. Irrelevant either.
Well, he's already proven he's not Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah.
Now, hey, Chuck, one of the things we talked about was Cam Ward goes number 1 in Tennessee. It's as if it didn't even happen. Nobody's talking about the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah. Isn't that true? Well, the blockbuster trade right after they made the pick sort of put him on the back burner and all they could talk about. Cam Ward, Cam Ward's a hell of a football player.
There's nothing.
Now, a long time ago, in a land far, far away, Chuck may have been a Chicago Bears fan. Just maybe. Just maybe.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Many moons ago.
I remember that. I may have influenced him into a Washington fan back in the day. But the Bears, what do you think about what they've done as they try and continue to support their new franchise quarterback?
So far, so good. They're hitting all the right spots. So, time will tell on Mr. Williams at quarterback, though. I'm not sold.
How has Texas A&M not have been better? I mean, every time you turn around, there's a Texas A&M guy getting picked.
Well, the same goes for Michigan in the first round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think Mike Elko will turn that program around, but there was what Jimbo could recruit. I don't know if he could coach.
Yeah, remember when he had all those 5 stars down there, and then they never really panned out.
Well, then that's why everybody, and obviously West Virginia ended up with Rich Rod, but Jimbo's name was tossed around like crazy for the WVU job, and the thought process there was, if the dude can't win at Texas A&M with all the 5 stars and all the NIL funding that a coach can dream of, what makes you think he's going to be able to do it in Morgantown, where you're definitely not getting the same type of NIL love that you are in College Station?
Well, one thing that Chuck knows about is coaching. He's coached on a high school level, won state championship up in New Hampshire. Now, the thing is, Chuck, and I was just part of an answer to the question about there's so many good players from Texas A&M, they didn't do better. There's so many good players from Michigan, they didn't have a better season. Maybe it's just one of those years where the coach wasn't able to get the guys to all mesh, or you had a bunch of guys playing on an island. What do you think? How do you change that?
That's a great question. I mean, a lot of times when you're bringing a lot of 5 stars, in my opinion, this is my opinion, you have a lot of individuals. What's in it for me? And it's hard to mesh that kind of group. That's sometimes the best teams are 3 and 4 stars. I don't need a bunch of superstars. I need a bunch of great players that buy into what you're trying to do.
Well, the Kansas City Chiefs, they got a coach that's pretty good. That is Andy Reid, who's managed to get all of their 5 stars, so to speak, on one page.
On one page.
They have an 11-star in Mahomes. I mean, he's just off the charts. But they continue to, it looks like they're trying to shore up their offensive and defensive lines at the start of this draft, which they absolutely need to, especially on the offensive side. But, tonight going defense.
Going defensive line. What a run on offensive and defensive linemen in this draft so far, gentlemen.
It seems to be pretty deep, or at least they see the quality that they may be able to make those moves. And the Steelers pick up a defensive lineman as well yesterday. So, those defensive linemen, they're so valuable. And Chuck, you know this better than any of us sitting here because you played defensive line and offensive line. You played it in college. You win with the guys in the trenches. So you can have a superstar quarterback, but if you don't have a decent line,
can't keep them upright. Exactly. And that's where the game's won and lost. But there's no glory there, gentlemen. There's only lots of aches and pains as you get older.
Yeah, how are those aches and pains doing for you these days?
It's tough.
Yeah.
When you have to wake your wife up to tie your shoes. Pardon me?
I said you feel the rain and the snow before it gets there.
Oh, I'm a regular barometer for sure.
So Mike Green, Ian Rappaport from NFL Network explained why Mike Green could have fell to the Ravens in the second round. He had a pair of sexual assault allegations, one that was in high school that resulted in some serious disciplinary action there, and then one when he was at Virginia, and that one at Virginia caused him to leave and head to Marshall. So that's probably the safe bet as to why he fell all the way to 59 in Baltimore. And he was in the reporting too. He was very open about it to teams, talking to them at the combine and stuff. But obviously NFL franchises take that very, very seriously, and
they don't. You have to be able to be sure that your fan base is going to be okay with it, but it doesn't even really matter about the fan base. You have to make sure that this is something that is not going to crop up. It's not something, it's super sensitive situation.
Yeah.
They have to be right on this pick. They can't be wrong when it comes to off the field events that may be down the road. So they make that pick. They live with it. Hopefully he is good. And
let's hope he puts it all behind him.
Everybody involved.
All right, the Eagles pick is in. This will be the last pick of the second round. Then we move on to the third round. In the third round, we go from 7 minutes to 5 minutes between selections.
We're going to be flying.
You guys,
soaring, flying.
I'll be sleeping.
Now, I was going to say, Chuck, how did you do yesterday after you left the air with us? You had to get up early.
Oh my! The cat nap was only 2.5 hours, but I enjoyed the last evening with you gentlemen, so it was well worth it.
Well, 2 years in a row you've been with us, and we greatly appreciate it. We can't thank you enough, and sharing your experiences and sharing your knowledge of football and what teams may be looking for, and how you look at these players and what they may be doing coming up down the road for the prospective National Football League teams. And I'm going to give you a question to finish up and say goodnight on. There's only one correct answer on this. The Super Bowl champions next year will be
the Washington Commanders.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
You gentlemen have a good night.
All right, Chuck, good night. Thank you,
Take
sir.
care. Bye-bye.
See you soon, brother.
64 up, 64 down.
I'm just going to say this. That's a smart man. That's all I'm saying.
That's your boy.
Yeah. That's
You've
my
known
guy.
him for how long?
Oof. A lot of years.
It's pretty cool.
A lot of years.
Because my dad is still very close with, my godfather was my dad's best man, and at his wedding, his best buddy from high school growing up. So it's always cool to see. I still have, two really close friends that I went to high school with too. So anytime you can carry those relationships.
Absolutely. And that's the thing about,
and my mom's best friend has been her best friend since 8th grade.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about sports, the National Football League, Major League Baseball. Those relationships a lot of times are developed over sports, whether it's a rivalry or whether you're on the same side, and it's just they keep you together because it's that common denominator, and then you learn so much more about the person, and then it's like, hey, I like this, I love this guy, I've known him for a long time, and it's just the great thing about sports can bring families together. It's super.
And what's really great is when you go with your friends to a football game, you tailgate with their Chevy pickup truck. Whiteside Chevy GMC. Whiteside spring cleaning sales event is going on right now. Yeah, go today and get your new Chevy pickup for tailgating season right around the corner. Buying a car or pickup can be fun, fast, and exciting. Whiteside's of St. Clairsville. That's the place to go. M&M Hardware. If you're ready to plant, M&M has the best organic potting soil from the coast of Maine. From gardens to flowers and more. You got the burgers, M&M. They've got the grills. Shop local at M&M Hardware for all your summertime needs. Every day we depend on our public safety heroes to answer the call. And when safety and security become mission critical, they depend on anonymous communications and security. Since 1967, from two-way radios to alarm monitoring, smart video cameras, and telephone answering services, they deliver every day, everywhere. They stress every detail so you can relax. Always connected, always protected. Anonymous communications and security. Give them a call at 866-9-ANSWER. or www.lottomus.com. Belmont Savings Bank, celebrating 140 years of local community banking. As we look back on our 140-year legacy serving the Ohio Valley, we're filled with gratitude for the trust and support of our customers. Since our founding, we've remained steadfast in our mission, serving customers, businesses, and organizations that make our community great. Our ability to make decisions locally has been at the heart of our mission and is what sets us apart from others in the industry. That is Belmont Savings Bank. Theo Yanni's Greek American Restaurant serves you for all your dining needs and wants, not only on draft day, but every day. You can find various menu items from traditional Greek food to wings, pizza, sandwiches, wraps, and more. Theo Yanni's, let our family serve you, and it is the home of that famous bangy sauce. Laborers Local 809 takes pride in building a better America, hiring local signatory contractors, supports our community's trained and experienced workforce. Laborers Local 809, hire local so we can shop local. Joining us now is the man from Laborers Local 809. His name is Clint Powell, and Clint is a Buckeye fan. And if you didn't know it, you know it now. Clint Powell, former star linebacker for the Buckeye Local Panthers under Coach Ron Poblish. Remember that team? They had a tailback named Chet Poblish, and they went and played in a state championship. And Clint Powell, a major part of that Buckeye Local team. You ever sit back and reminisce about those glory days of the Buckeye Local Panthers?
We just did it the other, this past fall. Coach Poblish came in. He passed away, but we got to see him one last time, and all the guys got together and talked about the good old days. I mean, 30 years ago, but it was a good run for the guys. The team was loaded. I mean, the offensive line was big. You had Chet at running back, Mike tight end, Elliot Hosenfeld quarterback. I mean, that team was stacked, but Chardon was a little bit bigger, pushed us around a little bit, but still close games.
Yeah, and I mean, you go back, you look at the Buckeye Local history. Before that group, how about a guy like Billy West?
Yeah.
Old Pitt Panther. Billy was something else. I'm glad I didn't. A couple of the guys we played with took a couple hits from him in practice. I'm glad I wasn't one of those because he can hit hard.
He
was a big boy.
He ran hard and just hit the hole hard.
Yeah, and as far
there was
as
a lot of good backs back here.
Yeah, Buckeye had a number of great teams. Now, speaking of great teams and the Ohio State Buckeyes, boy, the Buckeyes making some noise in the draft. How do you think things are going for the Buckeye players?
7 taken up and keeping score, but I'm surprised that he didn't get picked yet. I'm sure he'll be coming up soon. Jack Sawyer made a great play Tech in the game before the national championship. And I mean, there's still a bunch left. That Ty Hamilton, Lathan Ransom, Jordan Hancock, Seth McLaughlin from Alabama. He was a heck of a center. Unfortunately, he got hurt at the beginning of the year, but he's still got some talent there. So hopefully he gets a shot at this. Guy Scott, tight end. He's a heck of a tight end. Got some good hands, decent speed, good size. Josh Fryer, offensive line. I mean, there's a lot more on the table yet, but hopefully these guys to prove themselves in the NFL.
And Will Howard. I mean, we're looking to see Will Howard's name called as well.
Yeah, I skipped him. I don't know how I skipped him, but he was inconsistent at times, but his heart's there, and I think he's gonna, make a positive impact on whatever team that selects him. Maybe the Steelers. I mean, the Steelers are in dire need for a quarterback, especially the Browns are also in dire need of a quarterback. They got Flacco and who's the other one they have? It's Flacco and Kenny Pickett. I don't know how I missed that or forgot about that.
Browns or Steelers?
I'm Browns, but I'm Browns and Bengals. Anybody in a high, I don't care if you're Youngstown Penguins, Toledo Rockets. I just try to support the state. That's all. That's just me.
Well, local labor is 809. You guys have something special coming up on Saturday, and something near and dear to our heart is Coach for Kids. And you guys are also involved with Coach for Kids, and you have a golf tournament coming up. Tell me about this golf tournament on Saturday, May 3rd, I believe, and tell me about that, what you're hoping to accomplish and achieve, and if people can still sign up, where it's at, and so forth.
So our international encourages us, which we always have done, is just engage more with our members. We have about 670 members in my local. And so this is one of the things they created. It's called Labor's Rising. So it's just to be a better member, engage with the members, create fun things to do. So in the fall, we had a softball game against the Labor's down in Wheeling, 1149. We a local field, and we raised money for United Way for that softball tournament. Our local one, of course, but. Then we started this golf scramble up at Paradise Hills, May 3rd. We had a lot of support. It's our first golf scramble that I've ever organized, and I didn't realize how much work it was. But it's a ton of work just organizing things, getting people involved, getting some sponsorships. Our contractors in the valley at Graycon, Cooley, Cattrall, JD&E, James White, B&B Wrecking, who's tearing down Stratton Power Plant. They all are big supporters of it, and was able to provide some funds for us, whole sponsors and cart sponsors and things. So we had a lot of support financially, and the biggest thing I worried about was that part, is the money part, getting that all together. And then it seemed like that came in pretty quick, and then now we started worrying about golfers. Now we're a week away or so, and we have around 28 teams signed up. So should be a good amount of money raised for Coach for Kids. It's a good thing. And again, our guys get to go out there and enjoy the day and lose some golf balls in the woods and raise some money for coaching for kids.
A bit of advice for 1 second for the sponsorship, because I put a golf scramble together for about 10 years. Save those sponsorship signs. Use them next year. You just get the same model every year. You add to them. That'll save you money, and so that money just keeps going into the Coach for Kids funds. But that's fantastic. It is a lot of work, but once you get it humming, it'll be like, oh, this is easy peasy.
Yeah, but we try to help the welcome signs coming into town. We always try to help villages out. Doesn't have the funds. We each bought them and laid the block in front of the police department in Steubenville. We do different things in the community. Did that headstone across from the library to honor the steelworkers who lost their lives in World War II. So we just try to do. We're working with the Jefferson County veterans. We're gonna do some work for them up Friendship Park. So we're just trying to community where we can with the members that we have. That's the problem too. I mean, me and my field rep are doing this work because both are working, which is a good thing. So,
and once again, it's Saturday, and at what course?
Saturday, it's at Paradise Hills in Yorkville. It's tee offs at 8:00.
Let's get a News9 foursome together.
Yeah, Bill, you're up at that time.
Yo, I'm up. I don't know if I'm functioning to hit a golf ball,
the Browns pick is in. Could this be Shedeur Sanders? No. Boy,
everybody's voting no. Will Howard. It's going to be Will Howard. Could be Will Howard.
Here we go. Here's your man.
Wow. Dude, the Browns have just absolutely knocked this draft out of the park. A++++. Harold Fannin Jr., mark my words, one of the best tight ends out of this draft class. And you pair him in that offense with David Njoku. I mean, now you just have to get yourself a quarterback. Do they have one with either Flacco or Pickett? Probably not, but they're building this team very nicely to where they're putting themselves, I think, in a position to say, you know what, I think we're a quarterback away. This is a steal for them.
Yeah. When's their next pick?
What do you think, Clint?
I don't know much about him from Bowling Green, to be honest. I mean, I take your word. You guys are the professionals here. But you guys are into
I'm
this, and I am too. But I never heard of him.
So
But I'll take your word for it.
The only concern that you have with him is like, okay, he played for Bowling Green. He's MAC competition is an SEC competition,
Yeah.
but in 2024, 117 receptions, 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns as a tight end, and he's athletic enough to where they can line him up in the slot, put him out wide, and he can make contested catches as well.
This is a time where you might want to go back now. Sanders Raiders could be a possibility for Sanders, but remember Bowling Green gave Penn State fits this year. I'd be curious to go back and see what he did in that game.
How about 11 receptions for 137 yards?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's why they were giving Penn State
Steve
fits.
Wisniewski.
Penn
For the
State.
Raiders.
He announced
Pittsburgh guy, right?
Yeah, he announced one of their earlier picks as well.
Yeah.
Look, yeah.
Pittsburgh guy, Penn Stater, right?
I just can't wait till the draft next year and we'll have Jack out in that mosh pit talking to people.
Jack will be leading the mosh pit. That is Pittsburgh next year for the draft.
Or he'll be high up on Mount Washington overlooking everything.
I mean, you guys make that. I don't know if I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh no! I mean, I get on Mount Washington, not get down in the mosh pit. It'll be crazy.
Because and Dylan Cleveland and I were talking about it last night. Where are they going to put all the people?
Yeah,
Well, I'll
exactly.
tell you what.
Exactly.
Like,
He and I are going to be right here.
Yeah.
We're not. We're not
all
going.
of the hotels in Weirton, all the hotels in Steubenville, Wheeling, all the. It's going to be an economic boom for just about
there were
everybody.
like 200,000 people.
Yeah,
last
and by the
night.
way, you mentioned how Cleveland's killing it. Chuck just texted me because Cleveland keeps on killing it.
I'm telling you who else is killing it. That's Darian Porter of Iowa State going to the Raiders. That in the last 15 minutes, XPE, and that's Jim Pastore's training outfit down in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah, they had Trey Amos go to the Commanders from Ole Miss, and Darian Porter from Iowa State. That's another XPE guy. So I guess XPE is the place to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was after having the defensive end from Boston College and the wideout from Jaden Higgins.
Our guy Darius Alexander too went with the first pick in the third round of the Giants. The guy from Toledo, defensive lineman. New England here at pick 69. You've got Detroit at 70, New Orleans at 71. That is who's on deck and in the hole, so to speak.
Hey, Clint, too, just piece of friendly advice. If you do any of these, you said you had your union take on the unions in Wheeling. If you ever have like a Buckeye local old timers time, no matter what the sport, it could be softball, basketball, pickleball, golf.
Pickleball.
George Loss. Okay, he's not coaching baseball in Virginia, but George Loss is probably one of the greatest all-around multi-sport athletes out of Buckeye local. And last I saw him, man, he's fit as a fiddle and can still get after it.
Just ask him, and he'll tell you. Is that what you're saying?
Oh man.
You guys was talking about Steve's fishing ship earlier. I saw one of you in that room at Hillsboro today.
I'm out of the corner of my eye. I may have seen you.
My wife was watching, so I'm doing this right here.
You were deep in conversation. I didn't want to come over and interrupt. So and then when I thought, okay, I'm gonna look back over, see if you guys are still there. Come over and say hello. You guys had already gone. But I'll tell you what, those wings at Hillsboro, strong.
Yeah.
Wait, you're not over there.
I got the fish.
What do you call it? On the side bodyguard over there. You were like the bouncer.
Oh yeah. Well, no. You know what? Man, okay, maybe the bouncer for the wings. Making sure they're bouncing in my mouth.
Hey, my man Brian from B&B Wrecking, he was on last night here at the beginning of the show. And,
yeah, he was.
Yeah, so he gave you a great shout out. So you guys have a pretty good rapport there, huh?
Yeah. He's a good one of our good contractors. He's one of our larger demolition contractors. So, and he takes care of us.
Now is his daughter going to be a laborer someday because she pushed that plunger pretty good over at the Samus plant?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to push her into our worlds, but she probably would be a good one, I'd imagine, if because he's got a heck of a work ethic and he's got a good attitude. So I'm sure she does as well.
He's got a great setup, man. He's got all his helmets behind him, and had a great camera and great lighting, and it worked out pretty good. So
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm
got a
thinking
good setup
all the
there.
Ohio State the Buckeyes and the map of Ohio with everything. He's got it set up. Everybody, yeah.
Well,
People are bringing the heat.
Hey, Clint, we appreciate it, and I'm glad you could join us. And as always, we really appreciate the support of the local and for everything that we do.
Hey, Clint, just in case we see each other out, maybe at a place of like Hillsborough,
Like the
wings.
Hillsborough eating
yeah,
wings,
or maybe Steve's. Just make sure we get together, sit down, break some bread together.
Yep, we'll do that for sure. I appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely.
Right. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yep. Talk to you later.
Clint
All right.
Powell, local labor is 809, and man, Clint gives us a lot of support. He was
absolutely
on the Sports Friday on the Go over at Seven Ranges. He was over there 3 or 4 different nights hanging out, and a big Buckeye fan. And we appreciate all the support from Clint and everything
all
we do.
the sponsors that work with us. Just can't thank them enough.
Well, speaking of sponsors, I want to tell you about Cedar One Group, everybody, and
it's a big tree.
Joey Lucchino, man, you want to talk about an outstanding Ohio Valley running back back in the day.
Is his run still in the system? Can we bring that up, Jordan? Is it in the system?
That video has been in there for a long time. It might be. You just
Joe Lucchino,
the football video,
Indian Creek run.
Well, we're going to tell you about Cedar One Group, and they are, man, you want to talk about a first-round outfit. Cedar One Group leads the Ohio Valley in real estate, property management, contracting, and more. That's like leading the league in offense, defense, special teams, everything. Cedar One Group strives to be your choice in real estate, sales, residential, commercial, property management, and storage through hard work and dedication. Cedar One Group, all of your needs under one tree. WVU Medicine, Black Lung Clinic. And the Black Lung Clinic at Reynolds Memorial Hospital offers a one-stop clinic for evaluation of black lung disease and other occupational lung diseases. Even if you're not showing symptoms of a respiratory problem, you should get tested to establish a baseline for future comparisons. Call them today at 304-843-3307. That's 304-843-3307 to sign up and get tested. The Black Lung Clinic located at Reynolds Memorial Hospital, and that's in Glendale, West Virginia. And Bill?
Yes, sir.
If you could continue there.
You have all my stuff.
No, I don't. Anyway,
oh, I think it's over there.
It's over there. Here we go.
Thank you, sir.
Steve's Fish and Chips.
Don, you hungry?
We had this momentary pause. There you go.
There we go. There we go. All right. Here we go. I'll tell you what.
What are you going to tell me?
I'm going to tell you this. We may need to move the remaining Steve's Fish and Chips because I just keep picking at it, and it's all of a sudden it's going to all be gone. I mean, it's fantastic, and it's just I don't need to be eating all this Steve's Fish and Chip this late at night, but it is fabulous. Steve's Fish and Chips. Steve's Fish and Chip. Well, Chips hand cuts and fresh breads their fish every day. As tremendous as the fish is at Steve's, you can also order burgers. Jack, how was the burger tonight?
Fantastic.
I'd like to try one someday.
Well, the next time we have a draft show, we will make sure we order another one for you. I believe it's called the Diesel Burger.
The Diesel Burger, yes.
Absolutely sensational. Chicken wings, sensational. I've had those before, including great chicken and steak salads. Steve's delivers. So if you are looking for the best seafood and more, the original Steve's Fish and Chips is open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 in the morning and 10 in the evening. Call to order at 740-282-3261 or find them online at stevesfishandchips.net. Cinna Blue Wave, looking to get in shape, Jack?
I need to.
He is in shape. What are you
No,
talking
I'm
about?
not. No, I'm not.
He gets stronger. He's strong. He's getting more jacked up.
Yeah.
More jacked
That's
up.
what we need to make happen.
Well, if you're looking to do that, just head to Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia, has the tools for you to reach your goals with certified strength specialists with Division I collegiate experience on staff. Recovering from an injury, Cinna has a certified athletic trainer on staff that can aid you in your recovery and help prevent further injuries. Looking for a great deal? Cinna has those as well, including a boot camp class special, 3 months for just $100. Or get semi-private instruction with one of Cinna's certified trainers, 3 months for just $150. Looking for the best in fitness? Look no further than Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia. Find them at Cinna Wellness on Facebook and Instagram. Kleppner Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Kleppner, locally owned and operated in the Ohio Valley, provides expert plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services for both commercial and residential properties. From quick repairs to new construction installs, Kleppner keeps your space running smoothly, safely, and efficiently. Give them a call today at 412-728-0149.
The Saints pick is in, but they've already picked the quarterback.
All right, let's play a game.
Here's
Okay.
Quinn Ewers are showing. Yes.
I'm going to name we're going to go through the order, and you're just going to say yes or no.
Okay.
Potential for Shedeur Sanders.
Okay.
This is how it's shaping out right
Okay.
now. So the Saints pick is in.
They already picked the quarterback. I
Yep.
thought.
So it's no. Buffalo,
No.
Jets.
Possibly. Because they got Fields. They
That's
could,
a
yeah.
maybe.
Okay. And the Saints are taking Vernon Broughton, D tackle from Texas.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the Jets haven't spent that much money on Field, so if he doesn't pan
Sure.
out, they
Okay.
can
I'll give you
take
that.
All right.
Uh,
So that's a strong maybe.
Denver.
No, I think they like Bo Nix out
Yep.
there.
San Francisco.
No.
I agree.
Yep.
Dallas.
No. I
New England.
Jordan does
Well,
not
you know
like
what, though?
Dak Prescott.
Wait a minute. Jerry Jones is crazy enough.
They
And
also
Dion's
just
from Dallas.
Well,
Yeah,
I actually
didn't they
thought,
just give Dak a ton of money?
I actually thought they were gonna get rid of their head coach and
But has Dak played a full year? I mean, he's
he
always
keeps getting
hurt.
I'm waiting for Deion Sanders to
All
be
right,
the
and
next
then
coach of the Cowboys.
you've got
Jerry'd sell a lot of jerseys.
You've got New England at 77,
No.
Arizona at 78,
No.
Houston at 79,
no,
Indianapolis at 80,
no,
Cincinnati at 81,
no,
Tennessee at 82,
no.
Pittsburgh at 83. Jalen Milroe will be there. Shedeur Sanders will be there. Will Howard will be there. And several of these running backs that are in this
Okay.
sort of bracket for the Steelers
Let's keep
will be
playing
there.
this game. Shedeur Sanders, Will Howard,
Yep.
Jalen Milroe.
Yep.
Those are the only three options you have at 83 if you're the Steelers. You only have the quarterbacks to pick from. Those three.
Shedeur Sanders.
Well, you also have a couple of. You'll have Cam Scatterbo.
No. Well, no. I'm just.
you're- we're
we're
talking-
playing a game. We're playing hypothetical.
All
We
right.
live in the hypothetical world.
Okay.
That Mike Tomlin does not live there. Just ask him. He will tell you. I don't live in a hypothetical world. So there you go. Neither did Coach Cowher. You ask a question like this. No, I'm not answering a question. It's hypothetical. But we're in the media, so we can do that. So you have Milroe,
Mm-hmm.
Will Howard,
Yep.
Shedeur.
Yep.
Those are the only three players you have to select from. You're picking 83 as the Steelers. Where do you go? Don went with Shedeur.
I'm probably going with Shedeur Sanders too. I don't know about Will Howard's athleticism. I don't know about his,
I think Will Howard's going to be like that.
true ability to like lead a team. Like I said this to you guys last night after we were off the air, and we might have some Buckeye fans watching that can comment if they agree or they disagree. I thought Kyle McCord would have won a national championship last year with the Ohio State Buckeyes if he was still their quarterback.
And you take the one game away against Pitt when he was at Syracuse, he had a
Yeah.
sensational
And
season.
Kyle McCord might get drafted before Will
Shedeur
Howard does.
Sanders plays for Ohio State. He'd have been the first overall pick in the draft.
Bingo. So
Probably.
I don't necessarily know that. And Jalen Milroe is more of a project, and the Steelers are not equipped to groom quarterback projects. Like it's just that's something that they haven't been able to do, and they really weren't able to do it with Kenny Pickett because everybody talked about his pro readiness. Shedeur Sanders is also apparently pro ready. Like
They
can
didn't
they,
have a pro-ready offensive line. I mean, Sanders coming in, I think they're ready for a quarterback. I mean, they've got the offensive line. They've got the top-notch wide outside. And I think Gainwell and Jalen Warren can get it done at tailback. I think Sanders can succeed. Jets, Jets.
Jets,
New York
Jets.
City. Could you see Shedeur in New York City?
This is who's going to the Jets.
This is the name Bill wants to pronounce.
Azariah. Let's see.
I tell you what, though, it does make it. It gives us something to talk about. He's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
we're-
Absolutely.
It does make things more interesting.
I'll tell you what, John Abraham was a player. Yeah, Azariah Thomas out of Florida State.
Draft would have been a lot more fun if the Steelers have a few picks.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to have one here, and if they pass on Shador Sanders again, I might do a lap around the station and laugh my little rear end off. Seriously, I mean, because at that point, when does the dude go?
Yeah, someone's going to take him, and we have him as a backup, and maybe we can groom him, turn him into a starter. Is what could happen.
He'll be there. Jalen Milroe will be there, and then you've got
Jack is dropping a lot of Jalen Milrose. I think he got something up your sleeve.
I wouldn't hate it.
I don't
No,
know.
but do you know something we don't know?
Again, like
I think you know something we don't know.
I wish I knew something you don't know. I'm just speculating. Like I like his potential upside. I just don't know that the Steelers are able to unlock some things there.
Hey,
really, I can't watch ESPN ever again. They just, okay, it's Florida State guys, so they show Miami making them play against Miami. Do we have to do that? Do we need to do that?
Okay, now he's tackling a guy from, I think that was Louisville. So it was one clip, Bill. Don't get all fired up.
Hey, we got a friend of the show. Scott Stanovich is on, and Scott Stanovich, he's our man from Atlanta from last night.
From what I understand, he's completely changed his mind, and he says, "Go Shador."
Scott, what's up tonight?
Well, no, I was out cutting grass, and I came in and I saw Seth Rollins on, so I didn't know if it was wrestling night or football, but so I've missed quite a few picks.
You haven't missed a Steeler pick. Hey, turn your phone sideways.
He's fine. Let him go.
There we go. There's a terrible towel. No, not that way. That's the wrong side.
All right, listen.
Perfect. That's perfect.
Right.
Leave it right
he
there.
He does have a terrible towel, though. How is cutting the grass? Is it like 95 degrees in Atlanta?
Well, yeah, it is pretty muggy, but we're supposed to get rain tomorrow, so.
What's that say? Does that say Dolphins?
I had to knock it off.
Oh, Carolina Panthers.
No, Pitt.
Oh, Pitt Panthers. Well, there you go.
Wait, what?
I was trying to read your hat, but the writing's so small.
He thought you had a Carolina Panthers hat on.
It's a Pitt hat. Anyway, my pick for the Steelers, I think they ought to just go with Jack Sawyer. What the heck? You can never have too many stand-up defensive ends.
All right, we have a question for you. We are living in the hypothetical world. 83rd pick for the Steelers. 83rd pick for the Steelers. You can only pick one of these three players.
There you go. I like this.
Shador.
Okay.
Will Howard out of Ohio State.
Okay.
Jalen Milroe out of Alabama. Those are the only three players you can choose from.
Okay. Actually, I think I'm going with Milroe because I think he's a little bit more physical than the other two. I mean, I think he can combine. He can run. I think he's got, I don't know, his arm's a little stronger. But yeah, I don't think he's quite as polished as Sanders, but I don't know. I'm looking 4 or 5 years down the line. I think I think his upside's maybe a little bit better, but I mean, I like Howard.
He's going to do his run. Jordan, producer extraordinaire, is a big Alabama fan. I would tell her all the time, just let him run. When they played their best this past year, which they didn't have a big year, when he got outside the pocket and got into the open field, he's as fast as anybody on the field.
Yeah, I don't know. I like Milroe. I mean, 3rd round pick. What do you have to lose? And anyway, what's the latest with Rodgers?
There is none.
Yeah, we think that's died on the vine, I think, at this point.
I mean, if I had to bet on it right now, I would say it'll probably happen because, again, his options are retirement or the Steelers. He wants to go to Minnesota, but the Minnesota Vikings are going to stick with J.J. McCarthy. And Aaron Rodgers is going to probably sign with the Steelers. I bet you right before training camp starts. I'm guessing like right around July, maybe late June, early July, Rodgers gets mixed into the fold and we go from there. I don't want that to happen, but I think it's going to happen because the Steelers, and Omar Khan said this in their pre-draft press conference, we have 2 quarterbacks right now. We like going into training camp with 4. We will get to 4, and they need to get 2 more. They'll probably get one this weekend. They might get one in 10 minutes, and they still need to get another one.
Scott, it's like when you asked that girl to the prom that time, and she said, "I'll get back to you," and then she called you the night before the prom and said, "Hey, you got your croissant? Wear a purple cummerbund. My dress is purple." So
that actually happened, Don. No.
Well,
but yeah, Jack,
I hate to tell you your stories, but there you go.
Jack, I agree with you. I think Rodgers has one destination in his mind, and that's Minnesota, because I think he thinks that he can win this year. If he wants to play football, like you said, I think it's going to be late summer before he decides, hey, I want to get back on the field. But
yeah, I mean, is Minnesota a better option for a quarterback than Pittsburgh? Yeah, because you've got the best wide receiver in football. You got one of the best tight ends in football, a great number 2 receiver in Jordan Addison, and a really, really good offensive line. So yeah, I don't blame Rodgers for wanting to go to Minnesota over Pittsburgh, but don't be public about it. There are too many reports out there, enough for a guy like Cam Hayward to say either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. And that's where I'm rubbed the wrong way. It's like I don't want Aaron Rodgers to come to the Steelers and have it be a consolation prize situation. And that's what we're looking at right now. And at that point, I'd rather have Mason Rudolph, because again, if you go into this season with DK Metcalf and George Pickens, I think that's a mistake, but that's another conversation. DK Metcalf and George Pickens can get down the field. They can run go routes, and they can make contested catches 30, 40 yards down the field. Say what you want about Mason Rudolph. One of the things that he'd always has done consistently well is throw the ball deep.
Yeah.
And that somewhat intrigues me with DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
I remember the first time that Mason Rudolph came into my universe was against Pitt.
Lit him up.
It's just
Oklahoma State.
unbelievable.
Oh,
2 years in a row lit him up. And it just, every pass was longer than the next.
Hey,
and
guys.
Here's a 75-yard one. Here's an 80-yard one. Here's a 90-yard one. Take that to the bank.
Well, I think you start Mason Rudolph and just have him put an Oklahoma State helmet on.
Yeah, man, that might help.
Yeah, he did play pretty darn well as a Oklahoma State Cowboy in then Heinz Field.
Yes, sure did.
And then that year before, that was that goofy game when there was like an hour and a half lightning delay in 2016. Pitt ended up losing that game. It was a much closer one. But yeah, I mean, that's what put Mason Rudolph on the Steelers' radar. That's what put James Washington on the Steelers' radar that year, too. Kevin Colbert was at that game, watched Mason Rudolph throw it around the lot and say, we've got a first-round grade on him.
Yeah.
And obviously he wasn't anywhere near a first-round quarterback, but he's still done his due diligence, and he's still
he's made himself a nice living.
Absolutely.
My phone just did a notification. It says 10 o'clock. It's your bedtime reminder. It's just like, and the Pirates haven't even thrown their first pitch yet.
So are you telling us that you're going to head home and watch the Pirates and fall asleep on the couch?
Skeens is pitching.
No,
I have to.
Against Yamamoto. That'll be a good match.
Yeah, no, it's chair. I'm at that stage
You're
where
in the recliner.
It's the recliner.
That is the recliner of death.
Yeah.
Wow. Jack, have you ever been in that recliner? Have you ever been out to Don's and tried that recliner?
I have not.
It is unbelievable.
In the big room, I've got a new recliner there too.
Oh, you got a new one?
Yeah.
The old one is just
the old one's
soft.
up in the other room. Yeah.
Cush just kind of gives you a big hug when you lay down it, and then you lay it back, and it lays all the way back.
The recliner that I use used to belong to Ed DiOrio's grandfather, and then when Ed moved out of our apartment to move to our sister station in Asheville, North Carolina, the recliner didn't make it with him, so I inherited it.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Reclines and keeps your feet up. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely seen better days, but I don't sit in it and think it's uncomfortable by any means.
In July, Dustin Poirier, they announced it tonight, his final fight. Poirier, Max Holloway.
So we're watching that. We're watching that at your house?
The pay-per-view for the BMF title.
All right. Oh yeah.
Poirier and Holloway.
Yeah.
My friend, is going to be a war.
Yeah.
All right, here it is. Dallas Cowboys. Could it be? Well, there you go.
Siobhan Revel Jr., a guy that I think was probably on the Steelers' wish list at this point in the draft if they wanted to go corner. This guy's got big play, capabilities at corner, almost 6'2", big body, big frame, could swallow guys up. And you didn't see a whole lot of his stuff because he played for ECU, but you're watching him, here against, power 4 opponents, and he's all over the field, can play zone, can play man. And I know the Steelers liked him. So this is a good pickup for the Cowboys and for Jerry Jones. And it takes another name off the Steelers draft board and another name that,
Oh, how you doing?
might entice Pittsburgh to go quarterback.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, against Michigan, he came up, stuffed the run. You don't see a lot of corners that want to get that involved, but he came up. He's got that size like you were talking about, Jack, and he shut him down. So, Jerry Jones, just not that we're doing play-by-play. What's on the TV?
Oh,
Doing a little
I'm
dance,
watching this. Pop Scott up. Scott's like going out for a walk. What's going on there, Scott?
I'm looking for the remote because I want to turn on the Pirate game here.
You give us play-by-play the Pirates game.
Is Leslie going to screen tonight? Is she going to see a mouse again?
Oh my gosh, she's watching the Braves, so there's that.
I take it
I'll
don't
see
care
her
for the Braves too much.
I'll see her tomorrow.
Oh, okay. See,
She's
now
in she's in the bedroom watching the Braves.
All right, the Steelers are 5 picks away now. Carolina goes edge out of Old Miss with Princely, Uman Malin.
Princely. He's basically gonna. It's gonna be like a soccer name. Just you get one name and you pick the easier one to say. I should say.
Hey guys, I have a question. Who drafted Hampton?
That was first round. The
Broncos,
Chargers.
the Chargers last night. Yep.
Oh, holy cow! Okay.
Yeah, that was my thought process. Like I was like, well, I'm not okay with that if I'm Najee Harris.
What was your high school? Were you Hopewell?
Who?
You?
Me? No, Western Beaver.
Western Beaver. Okay.
Yeah. We had that great running back that went to Pitt, Gary Tamaro. He had one career carry. I think that's the only Division I football player that recorded stats from Western Beaver.
Hey, that's okay. He's on the board, as they say. He's on the board.
Exactly. But he was a 2-time Traveler Trophy winner back in when was that? 1980. Look him up, Gary Tamaro. He was a good one.
Don, you're on that.
I'll be on, but who is your big buddy at Pitt? That you grew up with?
That I grew. Oh. Well, I mean, I used to. I know Chris LaSala pretty well. Just playing sports against him. Baseball and stuff. He's a super good guy.
I've known him since
Your
I was
entire life, probably
that big. Yeah. I interviewed him for our Hall of Fame special when Darrelle Revis got inducted. I went up to the facility and did a one-on-one interview with him.
Hey, Scott, I hate to tell you this, but unless you make a pot of coffee, you're not lasting this Pirate-Dodger game. Your eyes are drooping.
Oh, man, I know. It's been rough. I got a dog that's, I think she's on her last leg.
Oh.
But so she's kind of kept me up. But I'm just hoping I'm just going to watch a leadoff batter because I'm expecting Cruz to take one deep.
What kind of puppy do you have?
Well, here.
Oh, all right.
It's the night of showing dogs. We're seeing everybody's dog.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Daisy.
All right, Daisy. There you go.
Yeah.
Daisy looks played out.
She's gonna wake up though whenever when the Steelers are selecting here. But I have a good Chris LaSala story.
All right.
I guess I hadn't seen Chris in 25 years probably, But you know how it is back in high school. You know, I'm playing first base. He's on first base, you know, chit chat and stuff like that. 25 years later, I take Christina over to Birmingham I don't know if it was the Compass Bowl or Birmingham Bowl. And I
One of
can't
the big
remember
ones.
if it was SMU, whatever.
I think it was the Compass Bowl in Birmingham because Pitt went there, I think,
The
3 years in a row.
BBVA
Yeah.
Compass Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah,
We went to all of them. We saw
Yeah.
Ole Miss, Kentucky, and SMU. But I guess Christina was maybe, I don't know, she might have been maybe 5th grade. And so she wanted to stick around and get autographs. So we did that. You know, everybody's cool, Devon Street and all those guys. And then so Chris comes out. And so he kind of looks at me and he goes, "Hey, Scott." And, you know, I go, "Hey, Chris, how you doing?" And, you know, so he goes, "You know, you still playing baseball and stuff?" I go, no. But anyway, he's super cool, you know, so I introduced him to Christina and he, you know, he said, he goes, "Hey, listen, happy Serbian Christmas." It was like, it was on Serbian Christmas. And, but he's been great ever since that time, you know. You know, I've seen him like on road trips all the time, and I text him, and every once in a while I'll shoot him a prospect from down here.
Well, keep sending them this way. Enjoy the Pirate game. Paul Skeens is pitching, so try to at least watch a full inning, will you?
Oh yeah, that is right. And
we're actually setting odds right now on the over/under on when you're going to fall asleep,
and it could be in the next 30 seconds. So we're going to say goodnight.
Yeah. Good night. But, hey, anyway, I am coming up next weekend, so I'm going to a Pirate game next Saturday.
All right, sounds good.
All right, guys. Well, listen, it was good talking to you.
See you, Scott.
See you,
Scott.
All right, see you guys.
And his man Zeke is out of the big fancy dinner tonight.
Oh,
there's Scott's cutting the grass, working hard.
Zeke's out of the formal.
Goes, "Look, man, I can't call you right now. I'm in a 5-star restaurant, and they just brought out the wine." So there you go. So
I wonder if he had the purple cummerbund and the flour on it.
Maybe next year we can get some 5-star restaurant.
There we go.
Imagine we had a guy. I saw a TikTok today. Have you ever been to a restaurant where they do the Caesar salad table side? The guy's mixing the dressing in the wooden bowl.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that?
Probably like once a month. Why?
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, okay.
Isn't that cool?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to check in with Stevie and see if they'll do a Caesar salad table side for us next time.
Yeah, there you go. Well, let me tell you about Sportsman's Trading Post.
Okay.
They are looking for the largest. If you're looking for the largest gun shop in the area, head to Sportsman's Trading Post in Wintersville. With the biggest inventory around, they buy, sell, and offer expert gunsmithing on site. Stop in today. Sportsman's Trading Post, Billy. They've got it all. Panhandle cleaning and restoration services, a company that offers water, mold, fire, and storm and damage restoration. As a leading provider of disaster restoration, Panhandle serves areas throughout 6 states. Robert C. Contragaro Sr., and boy, this Contragaro boy's at Wheeling Central through the years, outstanding. And he founded Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration in 1977, a commitment to fairness, honesty, and quality work. Panhandle has established a stellar reputation for the quality of their services and the professionalism of their talented technicians. McAdoo Towing and Crane Service, a leader in light-duty and heavy-duty towing. They also specialize in crane services, oil and gas well services, and 24/7 emergency services. At McAdoo Towing and Crane, their business is picking up. DeFelice Brothers Pizza. This summer, let DeFelice Brothers Pizza handle all your catering needs, not only pizza, but pasta, meatballs, sausage, and chicken, and their unique party round sandwich. Call DeFelice Brothers Catering because Italy is just too far away. Are you hungry yet? Whitesides Chevrolet GMC. Whitesides spring cleaning sales event going on right now. Buying a car can be fun, fast, and exciting. Whitesides of St. Clairsville and M&M Hardware. They've got the grill. If you've got the burger, shop local at M&M. All your summertime grilling needs. And they've also got the best organic potting soil from the coast of Maine. From gardens to flowers and more, check out M&M Hardware and do it tomorrow, because our man Scott Campbell will be there on Saturday morning ready to take care of your hardware needs. So a pick is in, fellows, and that pick is from the Indy Colts.
Justin Wally, 5'10" corner out of Minnesota. Minnesota's had a couple of picks here in the first three rounds as well.
And the pick before that was Noel out of Iowa State. I believe that's
Another
their
wide
second.
receiver.
Yeah, I mean, Iowa State's having a nice draft. They had a good year last year.
They've had a nice run. I mean, Brock Purdy headlines that, obviously. But so we're 2 picks away. The Bengals aren't going to pick Shedeur Sanders, and neither are the Titans. So he's going to be there. And again, I will laugh like a little girl if the Steelers pass on Shedeur Sanders yet again.
Okay. How about?
I don't think it's going to happen.
This
I think
pick number what?
81.
81. And there were people who thought they should have taken him at 21.
Yep.
So we thought it was a value pick at 21.
Yeah.
You would have thought about a value pick at 81.
This is like getting a free pick.
No, but because Tomlin can do it, because Tomlin has no problem dealing with Neon Dion.
Nope.
Rich Blackburn checking in. Steelers up next. Sanders time.
Yeah.
Yes or no? I mean, do you think they pass on him, or do you think
they take him? They take him.
I think so too.
Yep.
I think so
think
too.
Think about the jerseys you'd sell.
Yeah.
But I mean, Tomlin would set the ground rules. I mean, there's the Honor Lodge and at Colorado. It's like they filmed everything they did.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing though, Don. The one thing that got out of control was Antonio Brown. He would have his cousins come in. They're doing Facebook page, live things in the locker room. I remember Mark Mass and I, who we were in Kansas City after a playoff game, and he's filming, and we're both like, wait a minute. I thought there was a team rule. They weren't allowed to do that. And then all of a sudden he did it. So, there's different rules for different players, but it'll be interesting to see how that all shakes out. But yeah, I mean, Mike Tomlin has the cachet to say these are the rules. We're not gonna be bothered with this. But at the same time, Mike Tomlin's smart enough to embrace Deion Sanders, and make it work. Develop a relationship that works for the dad, the coach.
They took a quarterback in the 7th round 3 years ago just to be a training camp quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I have the pick, boys. This is straight out of the several reporters that are there at the Southside facility. I think Nick Faribault was the first one on it. The Steelers are selecting
Jalen Miller,
running back Caleb Johnson from Iowa.
Wow.
Okay. No fun in that.
I like Caleb Johnson. I think he could be pretty good. I said that earlier in the night.
He should be, especially since he's going in the beginning of the 3rd round, or however far down we are in the 3rd round.
We're way down.
Midway through the 3rd round. So
I wonder how Mel Kiper feels right about now. Did you guys see all the clips of Mel Kiper freaking out?
He was losing his mind last time.
Yeah. This is incredible. The fact that this guy is still available. We might get through the end of the night and he might still be on the board going into round 4.
Well, you've got Tampa Bay, don't need them. Denver, nope. Chargers, nope. Packers, no. Jacksonville, no. Texans, no. Rams, no. Ravens, no.
Los Angeles is the team I think you might have to keep an eye on there
as a backup and learn
because
under.
they've made several picks. They've got an aging quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well. That's the thought process of might as well.
And LA wants stars. They want interest. They want interesting things, and he would be that interesting thing. So the Rams at 90 could be the pick. Ravens 91, no. Seattle. Well, Seattle could be a place where I know they picked up Sam from Minnesota, who started with the Jets out of USC, the whole thing. But
they did.
Darnold,
they gave him a pretty big deal, but it's not like mega.
Yeah, and if you're taking Shedeur in the 3rd round, you can slide him in as a backup. Like, hey, you're going to learn for a few years. We'll see how it goes.
Do you think when Dion thought that he was going to be like a top? I mean, at one point he kept saying he thought he was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Do you think back at that time that he kind of put the word out to various teams that don't pick us, don't touch us, and those teams haven't forgotten about it? They don't want anything to do with them?
Maybe. The inner workings of there's a lot of back channel conversations between agents, coaches, players that goes on that the media is not privy to, nobody else is privy to. So that's a very real possibility. But I also think Deion Sanders is smart enough where he knows there's only 32 teams. So why would you eliminate half the teams by deciding that we're just not going to play there? They're not good enough. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Well, as far as the Steelers are concerned, and it looks like Caleb Johnson is the pick.
Tell us about Caleb Johnson. What are some of his
He'll be 20
measurables?
He'll be 22 in August. Cincinnati, born and raised. Went to Hamilton High School.
Okay.
6 foot 225. Pretty decent size for a running back. And his numbers in 2024 were pretty darn good. 240 carries, 1,537 yards, and 21 touchdowns. Not really so much the feature back in 2023 or 2022. Almost got to 1,000 yards a couple of seasons ago. But again, it's what have you done for me lately?
Where did he go to school?
Iowa.
Oh, okay.
And he can also catch the ball to the backfield as well. Caught 22 balls for 188 yards and 2 touchdowns.
So he's been going against big time competition.
Absolutely. And an offense that has a lot left to be desired. And everybody has complained about how
knows
bad
they're going to run.
Yeah, and how bad Iowa's offense has been. He's put up solid numbers and kind of carried things there. So I'll be anxious to see once they roll some highlight clips of him here, how he is in pass protection, because that is so crucial in especially the NFL when teams start to rush guys through the middle of the line.
Mm-hmm.
Can the running back do a good job in pass protection? That's one of the reasons why the Steelers love Jaylen Warren so much. Is for a little guy, he can get in there with an inside linebacker and bang him up.
Well, one of the best things to watch at Steelers training camp, backs on backers.
It's my favorite thing.
Backs on backers blocking drills, and it
is my favorite thing.
It is so in favor of the linebackers. But when you get a back that steps up and puts a great block on somebody, you get the oohs and ahs.
And you've obviously covered a bunch of them, but the night practice at Lakeshore Memorial Stadium, 10, 15,000 people there. Backs on backers at the night practice this year was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You had Patrick Queen and Landon Roberts and Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren almost getting in a physical altercation over what was going on. And I mean, it was competitive as hell. And with 15,000 people there, all eyes are on it and big cracks in the pads and everybody going, ooh, it's fun.
Lynn Swan presenting the pick for the Steelers. I have a Lynn Swan story for us that relates to Chuck Lamro that was on a little bit earlier.
Former USC athletic director.
Former great USC wide receiver. When I was a kid growing up, watching him in the Rose Bowl, I was like, wow, this guy's fantastic. And then what he did with the Steelers was just sensational. Just a fantastic receiver.
There it is. Pick is official. It is Caleb Johnson of Iowa. The Steelers pass on Shedeur Sanders again.
Look at all the rings.
That's pretty cool.
And you said what high school in Ohio?
Hamilton,
and
Cincinnati,
just to
Hamilton.
describe everything that we just saw, Lynn Swan walked out. He had his Hall of Fame ring and his 4 Super Bowl championship rings, held them up to the camera. That is a handful of big rings.
Well, I'll tell you what, there was a guy back in the day that played tight end for Martins Ferry that was unstoppable. I mean, he just was incredible blocker, occasionally caught a pass. His name is Justin Kropka. And Justin Kropka is the head coach of the Martins Ferry Purple Riders. And Justin joins us now. And Justin, how goes it? I mean, how many passes did you catch, or was it just blocked nonstop?
Well, that's how much of a name for myself I made. I was a wide receiver and didn't catch that many passes. So I grew up in Dave Bruni's offense. So, we had to learn to block first. Once I got it, I wouldn't let go of that ball.
So that's the thing, Coach Bruni. He was gonna run that football, wasn't he?
Oh yeah. So you had to learn to block early as a receiver at Martins Ferry.
Then you had a stellar career at Bethany. I think he's frozen. No, there you go. And then you had a stellar career at Bethany, if I recall.
Yeah, we're breaking up a little bit. I live out in Coleraine, so.
Oh, all right, man. Hey, well, while we do have a little bit of time, we'll let you go if you're breaking up too much. How proud is it to be a Martin Sterry Purple Rider and see what Chad Brinker's doing with the Tennessee Titans? I mean, the NFL draft is on, and the first thing you see is the war room, and there's our man Chad Brinker.
Well, Chad was he was just a little guy. Let me try this on my phone. I'll get back to you. Let me try it on my phone. This isn't working real well.
All right,
sounds good.
We'll do that on the phone. Okay, New England, they traded pick to Kansas City.
Well,
the Chiefs aren't trading up for Shador.
Real quick story on Chuck Lamreau and how he's tied into Lynn Swan, living in New Hampshire, never being in Pittsburgh. All that. So, anyways, when his first Brady, who sent in the comment about trying to get Jack Sawyer for Washington, when he was born, went to the All-Star game at Three Rivers Stadium. And got a baseball autograph that had the All-Star logo, and I gave that to him as his present for being born. He was born the day before the All-Star game, so I gave it to him. So now I'm thinking, okay, now he has a second child, Logan, and I'm thinking to myself, what in the world am I going to get for we don't have an All-Star game going on. What am I going to do? Well, Lynn Swan was going to be in Wheeling. He was doing a talk at I think Ogilvy Park. It was a business thing, and he had this 8x10 that looked like it was from when he worked at ABC. So I told Del Barris, our crack photographer, I said, Del, can you take this down and have Lynn Swan sign it? And he was, well, what do you want me to have him sign? Happy birthday, Logan, Lynn Swan. So Lynn Swan looks at Del. Del brings it down. He goes, I'll ask him. So he looks at Del, and he goes, happy birthday, Logan. He goes, well, how old is he? And he goes, 8-9 hours. And he goes, what? He goes, yeah, he was born today.
Wow.
So I took the picture of Lynn Swan, which is autographed. It was very nice to do. And I found 4 different Lynn Swan football cards, and under the frame, put those in each corner with his
Very nice.
And then that was it was present. And then Jackie helped me up in this, Don helped me out in this. Then JW was born, and that was like 10 years after the first 2. Hockey player, Joey Mullen. He was coaching with the Penguins. I was like, what am I going to do for a third one? I'm running out of options here. He had 500 goals, the whole thing. So I got to know him a little bit. He had done some work at Mountaineer. Then he was coaching. I said, Joe, any chance I could get an autograph? You scored 500 goals. And he goes, I got something better for you. He had a photograph of his 500th career goal, and he turned it into an autograph card. So when he would go places and he knew he was going to have to sign some autographs, boom, boom, boom. There you go. So that's how Lynn Swan's tied into Chuck Lamreau in Concord, New Hampshire.
That's pretty cool.
So,
yeah. How about Jerry Dulac just tweeted, somebody go check on Mel Kiper. I mean, it sounded like he was like somebody ran over his dog last night. Yeah. I mean, he was just beyond upset.
I think he's okay to be wrong, but when he's wrong this big, he's just. I mean, it was.
I mean, when let's actually. This is another fun game to play. Let's go back and think of when you think of draft slides.
There's nothing like this.
Brady Quinn comes to mind. He slid all the way down to 20, whatever.
Sitting in the green room.
Yep. Yeah. Johnny Manziel, the same thing.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. I can't think of anything remotely even close to what Shador Sanders is going through right now.
And one of Mel Kiper's biggest rants was about Jeff Lageman, who played for the Jets, and they selected him in the first round. And he went, this just proves that the Jets have no idea what they're doing as an organization. And then the guy went on and had a pretty solid NFL career, and they would play that clip over and over. And the thing is, it's like, okay, it's not the player's fault. It's the evaluator that's making the decision on how good he thinks they are or how weak they are, whatever the case may be. Now, the thing is, he may get selected in the fifth round and have an absolutely outstanding Hall of Fame career, Tom Brady. But Tom Brady didn't come out of college with any of this hype. So yeah.
Well, how about the I still see it every draft here in 94 when the Colts they drafted Marshall Faulk, and then they had Trev Alberts. They took him 5th overall.
From Nebraska.
Yeah, and Mel Kiper blasted the pick, and then on the draft show, and then they go to Bill Tobin, who is their GM, for like an interview about, hey, you got 2 top 5 picks. Like, how do you think it went? And he just blasted Mel. Like, who's Mel Kiper anyway?
Now, okay, so we're looking at the Rams at 90, where he could still be a Cleveland Brown, which we said at the beginning of last night.
Could you imagine if the Browns why not?
Why not at this point? Yeah, why not?
Why not? Take a shot.
Well, you know who's a Browns fan? One of the best blocking wide receivers.
He was
like
end.
No, wide receiver. You messed my notes up.
I heard that just a few seconds ago.
This guy was one of the best blocking wide receivers. Hines Ward before there was Hines Ward at Martins Ferry, and incredible. And was Ryan Lucas your quarterback?
Well, Josh Lucas was my quarterback when I was a junior, and Jack Becker was my quarterback when I was a senior. Both of them excellent quarterbacks, by the way.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely.
You look so much better now. Your phone is better than your computer.
Well, actually, this is my son's phone because I still have Zach Morris's phone from 1991. So my son's phone is a little better than mine.
And the thing is, he's showing off that Fairy pride.
You're
now we can really see the team. We can see the team name.
Any better?
Absolutely.
So outstanding.
So what's up, my friend, the Cleveland Browns fan? And you got to be thrilled. The Browns are having a draft of just a century.
Yeah, but you can never tell. You know, those drafts, you got to judge them 3 or 4 years out when everybody starts getting a second contract. And I wish that's my words, but that's Chad Brinker. Speaking of Chad Brinker, I've learned so much about that kind of stuff from him. And you realize all the stuff you don't know. You know, as a high school coach, you're watching 18, 20 hours of film a week. And, you know, that's a lot. That's a whole day a week, you know, during the season. But those guys are doing it year round, you know, every day, all day, watching film, every player. So, you know, for us on the outside to even, you know, we all like to think we know, but those guys know, and they still miss 50% of the time. So, you know, what do we know?
So Chad Brinker, a kid that might have been like a kid brother to you when he was in the 8th grade and you were a senior, how thrilling is it to see the NFL draft last night? There's the draft for him, the first overall pick, and the president of the Titans is Chad Brinker. How cool is that? It's
amazing. You know, we got to know each other. His dad, I can't remember how the story went, but his dad asked me if when he was going into the 8th grade and I was going to senior, if I'd pick him up on my way and kind of show him how to work out. And that, you know, so, you know, obviously that's kind of a pain in the butt when you're a senior to have to follow an 8th grader around. And I was like, oh, geez. So I did it. And I'd pick up Chad every day. And boy, you know, most kids at that age, they'll come a day or two and then they'll get tired of it. But he kept wanting more and more and more and more. And finally, I went to Coach Bruni, you know, right before the season started. I said, you got something in this guy. I said, this kid, you couldn't outwork him. He would work and work and work and work. And then when I would come home, when I was playing at Bethany, I would come home and work out with him all summer. And, you know, I was a college football player. He was a freshman, sophomore in high school, and he would outwork me. I mean, you could not get him off the field. And I'm sure it's the same way that he approaches everything in life. And you know, just for him to start out as a area college scout and work his way up to this, it's just a testament to who he is. It's in his DNA. He can't help himself. He's just going to outwork everybody. And it's good to see. And he's such a good human being. It's good to see a good guy win now and then, you know?
And he was a real deal. I mean, he had power and his speed, phenomenal. And I'll tell you what, I think freshmen, he started off playing baseball, and the biggest highlight I remember him playing baseball, he got hit by a pitch with the bases loaded, knocked in a run. But anyway, when he went to track, man, this dude exploded in the Ohio Valley track scene.
Yeah, and he, that's kind of his focus turned to football probably when he was a sophomore, right around then, and he really wanted to get on the track and improve his speed, and then he ended up running for OU too when he was in college, and again that just goes work, work, work. He would practice getting out of the block and getting out of the block and getting out of the block, and he just, like I said, his work ethic. I've never seen, of all the years I've been in football and athletics, I've never seen anyone come as close to their absolute full potential as Chad Brinker did in anything he did. I mean, he was amazing then, and he's still amazing now. I hate to say it. I'll never say that to him.
Coach, he's the living embodiment of when you have some guys out, maybe it's a spring day and they're maybe not that interested. Who's out working us right now? Is there anybody else in the state of Ohio working right now? We need to be better right now. We need to keep it going. He was that guy way back when, and has just continued it as he's climbed the ladder in the NFL.
Absolutely. I mean, that's who he is.
Back then too, it was hard to. You couldn't get highlights of Ohio University. I had the college football package, and I would rig my direct TV into a recorder I brought from here. I would record the OU game at home, so I'd have Chad Brinker highlights. And I remember OU, I don't think they won, but he played a great game at Minnesota. He had a couple touchdowns there. They played Ohio State. He had a touchdown against the Buckeyes, and one heck of a college career. And then same thing. Then he went to play for the Jets in preseason, scored some touchdowns there, and it was really fun following Chad's career. And then looking at him now, that is just fantastic to see what he's done. Talking about the Browns, though, what's going to happen with Shedeur Sanders? They have a pick coming up. Could the Browns take Sanders?
I mean, at this point, I think with the history of the Browns and quarterbacks, he'd be worth a flyer, right? I mean, you can't do any worse than the quarterbacks they've picked over the years or traded for. So, I mean, I think at this point, he'd be worth it for any team. I think his physical traits maybe aren't what you want in a quarterback, but when
elaborate. What are the drawbacks that you as a football guy see with Sanders?
Well, it's funny. My son asked me the same question because he kind of wanted them. He was early on a Shedeur Sanders guy, and he forced me to watch. And I said, his appearance. And I'm just a high school football coach. I have no expertise in this, but everything he threw kind of had a little bit of an arc on it. And I know this, coaching in even D2 football, if you don't have that zip, those guys react so fast that it's going to get intercepted, and I think he's not the sturdiest of guys, but he is tough as nails. I mean, he took shots behind that offensive line, and he doesn't have a lot of the physical traits, but neither did Joe Montana. If you look back at that, a lot of his throws were archy. I think it would very much depend on what system and what he was asked to do as a quarterback would relate directly to his success or failure.
One of those guys used to throw a wobbly ball a little bit was Peyton Manning. He didn't throw
Right.
a lot of spirals, so it can work. And you're right on the money, Coach. I would go to Steelers practice. Ben Roethlisberger's throwing the ball, and then all of a sudden the backup comes in. I love Charlie Batch. Consider him a friend. He'd throw the ball. It was a different. It wasn't even in the same realm.
Right.
And Charlie had been a great quarterback in Detroit until he got hurt. But it really does make a difference, that little arc. If it's not quite fast enough, strong enough, it can be the difference between somebody taking it back 100 yards for the defense. But is this a situation? I'm going to ask everybody here. You heard the stories, and there's all kinds of stories, and what's true, what's not, don't know. But you hear the stories about how he was in some of his interviews. Is there a situation where maybe if he was in Cleveland and he said, you know what, I really don't want to come to Cleveland, even though they could take him, and it would be a situation that might make complete sense to take a flyer here at that pick, where they go, you know what, this guy didn't want to come here. He told us he didn't want to come here, so we're not going to take him.
We got a Mountaineer drafted, buddy.
What? Watch out,
Wyatt Millam, guard.
Wyatt Millam. He's the only West Virginia Mountaineer projected to go inside the 257 of draft picks in this year's draft. So, and earlier than I think many people thought he might go.
So a lot of the draft sites
Don't
like
show
ESPN,
this.
NFL.com, Don Pitt won this game. It's okay.
Yeah, well,
Oh,
you
know
guys
what?
are telling me not to get upset
that
about
looked like West
Miami.
Michigan to me for a second. I just had a lapse.
Okay. It looks like
That scared me.
It looks like they're going to bulk him up and move him inside and play guard. I mean, I guess, but I was really impressed with his ability to play left tackle at West Virginia. I mean, he's a big guy and played alongside Zach Frazier for a couple of years as well. So it'll be interesting to see how Jacksonville utilizes him, because I think that they'll be able to move him inside and have him play.
Crop, you're really trying to
left guard.
stretch that chest out and make that fairy. I mean, you look pretty imposing right now, dude.
Yeah,
Well, good. It must be a big screen in there then. What's that?
Did you just change
fairy?
seats?
We lift.
It was like
No.
all of a sudden a whole different look. You get a whole different.
I was
angle.
leaning forward. I was listening to you guys. I was listening to the knowledge coming out of you guys. That's all. Taking it in.
Lean forward too much. There's not a whole lot coming out of this room.
Well, I'm going to tell you something here, but what is this? Almost May. In a couple months, your life is going to revolve 100% instead of 90% around football. So these Saturdays now, you got to take advantage of them. And Saturdays are honey-do day. You know that.
Oh, believe me. Believe me.
Saturdays are honey-do day. And I'm going to put something on your honey-do list.
All right.
Because pull that phone out a little bit, because you've got a light that's out in your
Oh,
ceiling.
yeah. Up top. There it is.
There it is.
Yeah.
I can't believe you went on national TV with a light out.
He's laughing because he doesn't think it's national TV. This is all over the place.
And
People in
I'm telling
Alaska
you,
watching this.
I'm telling you, if I'm the missus, 7 a.m. tomorrow, you're finding yourself a ladder.
And he's
And
going
if
to
you
M&M
don't have
Hardware.
one, you're going to M&M Hardware and buying one, and you're getting up and changing that light. And
Nice plug there, by the way. That was a good plug.
I've been married for 32 years, and that's why, because things like that I don't let slip. Because once camp starts, you're not going to want to do that.
And here's the other thing,
So
Coach.
get it done.
I know a guy that can help you get the ladder. Maybe you can send him to M&M. Pete Messer, he's over in Cambridge now, but I know he was your guy. Send him on the road trip. You stay home. You say, I'll get some coffee and donuts. Send him to go get the stuff. And then you guys do it together. You have a nice little meeting and you talk things over about the Bobcats and the Riders, and you have a nice day.
Little reunion there. I tell you what, Pete's as good as it gets. He's as good as a trainer as you'll find. I don't know how he has the energy he has continuously. I don't know if he sleeps. I don't know what he does, but my man gets after it every single day. He's got a lot of similarities to Chad. I mean, that guy's going to do it and do it 100% everything he does, and that's why he's been so good wherever he's gone.
Yeah, and that's not only important in sports, but it's important with your home and your housework. I mean, you let one little thing, you might want to go out. You might have a shingle missing. Next thing, your roof's leaking. I mean, how do you letting that light go for so long?
Well, a lot of times you miss the little things. When you get fat and happy, you miss the little things like in any other facet of life. So maybe this was the wake up call I needed.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Coach. I think I've got 2 lights out in my kitchen right now that I've been told about a number of times. So I might see you at M&M Hardware tomorrow.
It's blame Anthony Respect because it's baseball season. We had a game that started at 7:30 last night, so that's on him.
Don, I don't think you can let him get away with that. Don't let him get away with that. Passing the buck.
In your playoff game, you had a phenomenal little gadget play, and you had the old double pass that you guys threw. Can we see more of that gadgetry this year?
We always have some of that stuff. We practice one of those every single day. I believe in that. That was an old Dirk Fitch, Dave Bruni kind of thing where, we end every practice on one of our trick plays, and we have about 4 or 5 that are kind of my go-to that I've gathered over the 1,000 years I've been coaching. But, when you practice them and it becomes important, it's not just a goof around time. We incorporate that as part of our practice. We practice it just like every other play. And, it's nice to have them there when you need them. And that was an opportunity, I thought, for us to we onside kicked right before that, a surprise onside, which we also practice at least once a week. And, we thought we kind of had them on their heels. And I was just hoping the backup quarterback made a good throw there, which thankfully he did, or he just slept outside. But he made a nice throw, and Alex Reese made a nice catch, and that was preparation. I'm proud of our kids for always taking that kind of stuff serious. It's fun, but you got to take it serious. And we have, like I said, about 4 or 5 of those we go to.
Yeah, a couple things. The backup quarterback, I do take some credit in his development, because when he was 14, I took him to a Pitt game. He sat between you and I, and we watched the magical play of Kenny Pickett in that game. Yeah, even though, I do take a little credit for that. And
you can take some.
I did learn about the final play at the end of practice. It's fair. He learned the hard way, 90 or 91, and you guys were getting ready to play St. Clairsville, and I pull up in the car, and I get out my camera, and all of a sudden, Coach Bruni, it was down at the beach, and Coach is here. This yell, put that down, and that's why you guys were, running one of your little trick plays. And here I am getting out of the car. I'm like, great, they're still in the field. I'm just going to get a shot of them out there practicing, and that didn't last too long.
Yeah, he was pretty, and I wouldn't let anybody film one of mine either, not the trick stuff. We're not real hard to figure out as far as, we run probably a smaller amount of plays, but we run them out of a lot of different formations and run them a lot of different ways. And that was kind of a Ferry thing, and it became actually a Mount Union thing. That's very similar to what Mount Union does. They only have, I think, 10 plays, unless they're tagging something in the passing game. So, we always kind of had something to hang our hat on at Martins Ferry. And I took that to Harrison Central, and we had some success there with that. And, I brought it back, and it was a much easier sell back at Martins Ferry when everybody played under that system for 30 years. We always wanted to be good at, we have a core 5 plays we want to be good at. And, we probably have 15 other plays that are based off of those.
And then Crop, if somebody, is filming something you don't want filmed in a practice, you just get your starting quarterback to knock them over with the camera.
That's my way. That was a sly way to do it. That was early on in your career too, wasn't it?
That was, I think, 3 weeks on the job for me and on my birthday. So that was, it was.
Welcome to the television world.
Yep.
That was a John Marshall, right?
Yep.
All I saw was his legs in the air, and I went, what the hell just happened back there?
That clip is still somewhere on my Twitter. I took it off, and you just see the camera flip and my leg up in the air, and the camera survived and I survived. So it all ended up working out.
Hey, Coach, I got a quick question for you. A guy that has been with Martins Ferry as DC for some time over recent years, Coach Bain, is he going to be back next year?
Oh yeah, Coach Bain. He wouldn't. I don't think he can give up football. He's like an addict.
Yeah,
I don't think he can give it up, and he still and he coaches every kid, whether they're first string or eighth string, like we were playing in the Super Bowl tomorrow. And I tell you what, I couldn't have more respect for a guy that's been in it that long and coached in so many big games and done so many great things that. That still loves. He just loves football. It doesn't matter. We could be playing, the San Francisco 49ers or the worst team in the state of Ohio. He coaches everything the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't want to be left out. Jack got bowled over, and Don, he had his moment. To bowl over, buddy. He had his moment with Coach Bruni. Coach Bain, first practice I went to do a high school football preview. I was 10 minutes late. Never again. 10 minutes late. He was like, he told me to get 7:15. And Del Barris and I were both like, okay, coach. And the next thing you know.
Seahawks pick a quarterback not named Sanders.
Jalen Milroe. Wow. There you go.
Here's another cool. This man loves football. He took my little adopted nephew there, Colby, to see Alabama and Auburn in the Iron Bowl.
Wow!
And for a dad, that had to be pretty cool.
Yeah, we've been to. That was kind of one of the things when I found out I was hoping he'd be into football and the stuff I was into, but you never really know, And once I figured out he was into that, see, I got to do all the stuff I wanted to do that my wife would never let me do if I was going with my buddy. But if I was taking Colby, it was all right. So
Don and I know nothing about that. Don and I know nothing about that.
yeah. So
Hey,
I can let the secret out now.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish up on Coach Payne. You were talking about all the big games and just how he coaches everybody. One of my favorite people in the Ohio Valley, Coach Payne. I just think he's a class act through and through, and just thrilled that he's still, on the sideline coaching kids up, having an impact on young men's lives. It's good stuff.
Absolutely, and the more people as a coach, I'm honored that those kind of guys want to coach for me. You know what I mean? Those guys are as respected as you can get. On my staff, you got a guy like Brian Mays who took Caddis to the Final Four. Back when they were wearing leather helmets. He took Coach Baines won a state championship and had another team in the state finals. Those guys are as accomplished as you get. And the fact that they're willing to come coach with me, I think is one of the best compliments I could ever get as a coach.
Amen.
Is this off season? I mean, it's interesting. I've known you when you've been at this time of the year going into May, wondering, heck, are we going to be able to win a game? And things like that, and rebuilding programs, and having Camp Kropka out in Scio and things like that.
Yeah.
How does it feel now going in the month of May with a team that's loaded that everybody's gunning for?
Well, we'll find out if we're loaded. We have some guys coming back, and we feel like the program's in a good spot. Fortunately, I've done this before, so I was a little more patient. And actually, probably, me, I'm a pessimist by nature. But I thought, we probably progressed a year, maybe or two ahead of schedule last year with what we accomplished, and so. Going into this year, now the bar's been set. We snuck up on people a little bit last year, and how you handle success is as important as how you handle failure. So we've had a great off season. This is the first crew that's been with us through the whole time since they were freshmen. So our expectations of them, even in the off season, are going to be higher. And I told them that every year. We get more of our guys in there. The higher the expectation is going to be, and you saw the results of that at Harrison. You were there firsthand. You saw what happened there, and I'm just trying to bring that same kind of energy to Martins Ferry, and hopefully things pan out well and we stay healthy. And if that happens, I think we got a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah, because no matter who I talk to, where I'm at, I mean, everybody's saying Martins Ferry. Watch out for Martins Ferry.
And that's it's like in college football when you get the blue bloods of college football when they're really good. It's great to see when Martins Ferry is really good. It's one of those teams that's like, hey, the Martins Ferry should be good. Bel Air should be good. There's certain teams that you just think these are the guys that you expect to be good, and when they are, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. And it matters a lot to the people and the alumni, and I get phone calls from all over the country, wishing me well, and letters and all kind of stuff. And, and I try to tell our kids, the Valley in general is a special place to play football, and Martins Ferry especially, with our tradition. My son's the fifth generation in my family to play at Martins Ferry. So it just matters more, so we're very proud of that. We're very proud to be Purple Riders, and, it took some convincing to get me to come back, but once I did, I knew I was going to have to go fifth gear and do it. And I've just been so fortunate that the kids and the coaches and the communities bought in, and it's just a special place to play. And I wanted to give these kids the same kind of experience I had in high school.
Coach, I have one last question for you. I drive by the sign, I look, see the number of wins, and I thought to myself the other day, Del Barris, famous fullback in Martins Ferry history, showed me a block that he made on an undefeated team back in the late 70s, sprung the running back for the winning touchdown to finish undefeated. Is it true that he is the man that goes up and changes the number after every win?
Well, if he wants to keep that myth going, I'll lie for him the whole way, man. I love Dell. That was actually one of my first memories as a child. Us beating Bel Air down there. Tailback delay, I think, was the play. Jimmy Johnson. Then we got it down to the 1. He actually scored on that play, but we were in Bel Air, so we didn't get that call. And then he was the lead blocker on a play we actually still run now, which is a blast play. Yeah, so he was the lead blocker. I can verify that.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he loves his riders. He loves Martins Ferry. No one's gonna be able to drag him out of Martins Ferry ever.
Well, the Browns is in, so we're gonna.
Here we go.
Okay.
See.
Get ready to buy your Shedeur Sanders jersey.
Apparently, they did not take him.
Oh my goodness!
What'd they do, Jack?
They took a quarterback.
It wasn't him.
No,
you're kidding.
Wow.
Now that's surprising.
From
what?
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Wow.
The kid from Oregon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Stop.
Wait, now everybody turn on ESPN just for fun because Mel Kiper's head is going to literally split open and he's just going to melt right on TV.
Hey, we appreciate you watching. Have you watched most of the show tonight?
Oh, yeah. I've been well. The problem is, like I said, our Wi-Fi is not real reliable in Coleraine, Ohio. So I kept having to turn it off, turn it back on, turn it off, turn it back on. So this is the best it's gotten. This is because I'm on my son's phone. He's got the most powerful computer in here.
Well, here's what you got to do.
Your dad needs to upgrade his phone
because
big time.
Because you guys are loaded, and we'll probably have to interview you every week because you'll be in a big game each week. So we're not, always have to drive on the road. Remember what you did tonight, because that's how we will have to do the interviews in football season. If we're not at practice, Jack might be, hey, Crop, and I'll send you a message like we did today, and you get on this little phone thing, and we'll do it this way. It's called technology.
I know. I've never been good at that. I knew I was going to screw this up. I started working on this a half hour before you even called, and we still had technical difficulties. It's
in the studio, it's nice and well lit. You're all lit except for that one spot. So do me a favor.
Here it is.
Light bulb. Get it fixed, get a ladder, climb up there, get it fixed.
Call Pete. Have him do it.
I don't want to have you doing it when you're rushed in August during practice. Come home from practice. Hey, fix that light bulb. You fall off the ladder, you break a leg, and you're on crutches all season when you're trying to do this unbelievable season.
Why is he putting that in the universe? We shouldn't even put that out in the universe.
I'm just telling you. Get it
Listen,
done.
if that's what's out there about me in the universe, if that's all you got, we're in good shape. We're in good shape. But one faulty light bulb, I'll live with that. But now I might not change it just for spite.
Yeah, every time you come on, we want to see that light still not working.
Has the missus ever asked you to do it, though? Have you been asked to fix it?
Not yet, but I'm sure now when this all gets out there, I'm sure I will. So now I will be on a ladder.
You're going to have people around town coming up to you, be in the store, getting ready to buy some. Coach, the light bulbs are right over there. You need to go get some.
Don't forget that light bulb, Coach. I'm sure. There's no doubt I hear that tomorrow. There's no doubt.
Coach Bruni shows up at your house tomorrow with the light bulb ready to go, help you out.
Yeah. No, he's better at just yelling at me. And that's always kind of been his way to get through.
He yells with love.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Well, thank you. And you tell Colby that I said hello.
I will.
And later. Go Riders.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, Coach. We'll see you soon.
Can you believe that light bulb? It's right above his head.
It's right there.
I mean, that's embarrassing to go on national TV.
It's a honey-do list
with a light bulb.
Yeah, I know.
Did that? I'd never hear the end of it.
That's true. I know that.
I'm getting out of here before you guys find something else.
How do you spell loaded? Ferry. I'm just saying.
Dylan Gabriel over Shedeur Sanders.
Wow. Well,
hey, Mark Massa.
What?
Mark's been on hold for 20 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know he was on hold down there.
I didn't realize I was calling into a high school football show.
Well, think about this though. The guy that Crop there, Chad Brinker's the president of the Titans. from Martinsbury High School. So that's why we had their coach on. So that's some pretty cool stuff. Is anybody going to pick Sanders there, Massa?
Doesn't look like it, huh? What's the issue here, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
To quote the late, great Sam Nover, he must be cocky and immature. I don't know. There's another word in that, but I will not say it. Billy knows what it is.
I do indeed know it is. I have heard that firsthand.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Sam Nover. I'll tell you what a set of pipes on Sam Nover. He had a great voice, but man, I'll tell you what, if he was upset about something, you were going to hear about it.
You know what Mark's doing? Mark's showing his light. He's showing my light.
He's going, look at my lights. They're all lit up.
Well, yeah, that's at least one thing I know how to do is change a light bulb. That's good.
But you're TV people, you know about the effects of illumination.
Yes. We had a lot of really illuminated people I've worked with over the years. That's yeah.
So Mark, so Sanders doesn't go. Gabriel's not the biggest quarterback in the world. Little left-hander, can run real well. Is he going to fit in up there in Cleveland? I'm intrigued by the pick. I think it's a pretty interesting pick.
Well, you know what they say about us lefties, Billy.
I have no idea, but I'm scared to find out.
Only people in our right minds, right?
That's me too, baby.
Jack's a left-hander. Ian's left-handed.
That's
I'm not sure what that,
That's a Sparky Lyle quote.
Yeah. I'll tell you what a reliever for the New York Yankees back in the day.
That was his team, yeah.
Yeah, he was one of my guys.
I love these.
I remember him pitching tobacco.
What are they talking about? Who are these guys? I wasn't born then. You know what? I wasn't born during the Renaissance either, but I know a lot about it.
But back when they could advertise
cracked the
tobacco,
book?
Sparky Lyle,
Yeah, oh yeah. He had the big old chewing.
Yeah.
Had a tremendous 70s mustache. So, Marky, as we start looking at the end of this second day of the draft, as you watch this, how do you think Green Bay, Wisconsin, how have they done in terms of hosting the draft? I mean, it's well attended.
What I'm seeing, it looks like it's going great. I'm sure. What is it like 40 degrees up there?
It looks chilly.
Yeah, I mean, it was 85 here yesterday. It was, what was it, 45? I mean, they're wearing winter coats and hats and every other thing.
It is 46, and it feels like 36 in Green Bay.
Fun.
The high today was 47. Oof.
Torture. There was a heat wave going through there today, huh? Wow.
I guess.
Hey, the Falcons pick is in.
How many?
It's not Shedeur Sanders.
I think it goes to 102.
Sorry, Notre Dame. Sorry.
Jordan, you got to put your microphone on so everybody can hear
Xavier
you.
Watts, safety. Notre
That's a
Dame.
good pick. That's a good pick.
Hey, you know what a
that's a
real
good
good pick is? A lot of communications and security. Every day we depend on our public safety heroes to answer the call, and when safety and security becomes mission critical, they depend on a lot of communications and security. Since 1967, I don't know where my cheaters are, and I'm struggling here. From two-way radios to alarm monitoring, smart video cameras, and telephone answering services, we deliver every day, everywhere. We stress every detail so you can relax. Always connected, always protected. A lot of communications and security. Give them a call at 866-9-ANSWER or www.lotimus.com. Belmont Savings Bank is celebrating 140 years of local community banking. As we look back on our 140-year legacy serving the Ohio Valley, we're filled with gratitude for the trust and support of our customers. Since our founding, we've remained steadfast in our mission to serve customers, businesses, and organizations that make our community great. Our ability to make decisions locally has been at the heart of our mission And it's what sets Belmont Savings Bank apart from others in the industry. Theo Yanni's Greek American Restaurant. Next time you bring your friend Mark Massa over to Weirton for dinner, take him to Theo Yanni's, Belly, because it's the Greek American restaurant that serves you for all your dining needs and wants, not only draft day, but every day. You can find various menu items from traditional Greek food to wings, pizza, sandwiches, wraps, and much more. Theo Yanni's, let our family serve you, and take home a bottle of bangy sauce. Labor's Local 809 takes pride in building a better America. Hiring local signatory contractors supports our community's trained and experienced workforce. Labor's Local 809. Hire local so we can shop local.
Pirates are winning 1-0.
All right.
Just wanted to say that. I know Mark was interested in that.
Without Tommy Pham, how dare they?
So, Mark, the Green Bay Packers, they have the draft. How have they done so far in this draft? How do you assess it?
Looks like things are going great. You know, I mean, I don't know how they, like I said yesterday, I mean, it's a city of 125,000 people, and there's 250,000 people there, and it looks. I mean, you know, I guess it would be easier to make a real educated evaluation being there, but from what it looks like on TV, everything looks like it's going great. You know, especially when they booed the Bears picks, that was tremendous.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine too, because I was seeing a couple of videos on social media and stuff of people inside Lambeau Field, and they have the draft on the Jumbotron.
Yeah.
And you often wonder, like, how the heck are they going to do it in Pittsburgh next year?
Yeah.
They'll probably utilize Acrisure Stadium in the same way and put people.
They may use both.
They could use both. They could put people in stage AE on the lawn and set up a TV that way.
Mark's backyard.
Yeah, they could do that
He's
too.
got a nice pool. They could go swimming.
I want them to put a stage on a barge in the Ohio River and have it be from all angles.
Oh, you got to imagine the river is going to be full of boats.
Oh,
full
yeah.
of boats. Full of boats.
If the weather
The
cooperates.
Rivers Casino will be full.
Oh yeah. Marky, and have you heard anything about where exactly they're thinking that they're going to stage this thing, the draft next year in Pittsburgh?
I'm thinking it's going to be at Acrisure, and all around, you know, and all around the stadium. From what I've heard so far, I mean, I'm no longer on the inside, as you know.
Yeah, but you're always on the inside.
Stain sang about that. I'm on the outside.
You're on the outside looking in.
There you go.
So, Mark, the Packers were headed for the Super Bowl this year.
Well, if they get tickets, maybe.
There it is. Could this be Sanders, Raiders?
The Raiders? At this point,
Tommy Pham update. Not
Tommy Pham.
Not
update.
serving his suspension yet because he struck out. He's in the lineup and struck out.
In the lineup.
So I do wish he would have.
Why did Pham get suspended?
Well, I think he
hitting into too many double plays.
He pointed to jewelry, if you will, and to the fans, and MLB did not appreciate it.
Oh, wow! Well done to him.
Yeah, the family jewelry. Yeah.
Well done. Wow, where'd he do this against
LA? The Angels.
Wow.
Mark, if you're looking at this draft and you're breaking it down,
you don't want to talk about Tommy Pham?
Yeah, no, I don't want to talk about Tommy Pham. Jack has said right now Cleveland looks like they're the winner of the draft at this point. Who do you look at as the winner and loser of this draft at this point? And I know a lot of people are going, "Hey, Atlanta, what are you doing?"
I would say, what was Jacksonville doing?
Yeah.
You know, I still don't understand that. All that for, I mean, you know, wow, that's what I didn't get that yesterday. What are you thinking? You know what? Winner or loser of a draft, maybe come back to me in 2 or 3 years when you see, you know, how do you know? It's like, you know, Billy, remember we used to talk about recruiting day, right?
Yep.
We used to go and interview all these kids, and then they would end up nowhere.
Yeah.
Similar to this. I mean, you don't know. I mean, you could, you know, Did New England ever think that when they drafted Brady in the 6th round,
No.
and then you get guys that are like 1st or 2nd overall and become total busts. So, it's
But that's the fun thing of living in the hypothetical world of television and media. We get to pick and really don't have any repercussions.
Well, true. And to quote a coach of a nearby team, I don't live in hypotheticals.
Yes, he does not. He does not. But we can't.
Yes.
So hypothetically, who's won?
Hypothetically, who's won? Oh, jeez.
These are the hard-hitting questions.
Yeah, I know. You're stumping me here. I wish I'd have. Still no Sanders. Wow. He's not going to go. Oh, man. What is the deal? Jeff, anything?
What's that?
Are you hearing anything?
I have not heard anything as far as Shedeur Sanders is concerned, but now, like, we're about to get to pick 100. I would pay top dollar, millions of dollars if I had it, to be a fly on the wall in his combine interviews. What did that kid say in front of all of these GMs and all of these head coaches to make them be? I mean, every team has passed on him, I think, at least 3 times I saw.
I mean, the
Steelers only twice. So I think it was at least twice everybody's passed on him. The Browns have passed on him 4 times. It took a quarterback that nobody thought would even get picked until like the 7th round over.
And the remaining teams in the 3rd round, they don't need a quarterback.
I was told yesterday morning by somebody down there, Mark, that the Steelers were going to pass on Shedeur in the 1st round. Like, if he was there at 21, they were not going to take him regardless of who was there. And that ended up actually happening. I hadn't heard anything today, and I thought that with 83, they'd say, you know what, to heck with it, let's just take him. We didn't expect him to be here. The Steelers didn't go that route, and there are multiple teams that didn't go that route either since.
I think Kyle McCord is not going to go ahead of him.
I do too. I think Will Howard might as well.
Yeah.
No. Well, I bet you at least one of them does.
Yeah, it is amazing to watch 7.
Wouldn't you?
Say that again, Mark.
I would think the Raiders would be the perfect team for him, but nope. Charles Grant, William and Mary. Wow.
Yeah. It's like that school in Washington and Jefferson, George and Thomas. That's what they should have named it. Hey, George, Thomas.
Wow. William and Mary. Coach Tomlin's alma mater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
So we have 3 picks left.
We do.
And you know what that means? That means I'm going to tell you about Cedar One Group.
Hey, Marky.
Yes.
Before we read about Cedar One Group and our other sponsors who are just absolutely lovely and wonderful for sponsoring this show and sponsoring you to be on the last 2 nights, we want to say thank you so much for joining us. Can't thank you enough for coming on and sharing your insight into the National Football League.
I'm sure that the viewers have been really enlightened by my presence on. Yes.
Well, I think your wit and wisdom have been embraced.
Absolutely. By us, anyways.
Yeah, well, you know what? Nobody thinks they're funnier than I do. So there you go.
And you know who likes his place? Cedar One Group, because that is a place that's well lit.
Have a good night, Marky.
Decorated.
We'll see you later. Thanks, Mark.
See you, Mark.
All right, Don. Cedar
One Group can put you in a home just like Mark Massa, leading the Ohio Valley in real estate, property management, contracting, and more. Cedar One Group strives to be your choice in real estate sales, residential, commercial property management, and storage through hard work and dedication. Cedar One Group, all your needs under one tree. WVU Medicine Black Lung Clinic. The Black Lung Clinic at Reynolds Memorial Hospital offers a one-stop clinic for evaluation of black lung disease and other occupational lung diseases. Even if you're not showing symptoms of a respiratory problem, you should get tested to establish a baseline for future comparisons. Call them today at 304-843-3307 to sign up and get tested. The Black Lung Clinic, located at Reynolds Memorial Hospital in Glendale, West Virginia.
Klebner Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical. Kleppner, locally owned and operated in the Ohio Valley, provides expert plumbing, HVAC, and electrical services for both commercial and residential properties. From quick repairs to new construction installs, Kleppner keeps your space running smoothly, safely, and efficiently. Give them a call today at 412-728-0149. Steve's Fish and Chips. Steve's Fish and Chips. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna say this. I think everybody here is gonna agree. Steve took care of us. Steve's Fish and Chips, absolutely sensational, and we can't thank them enough for.
We probably
the
should have
food.
shared it with the rest of the newsroom. Anyway, go ahead.
All right. Steve's Fish and Chips hand cuts and fresh breads their fish every day, and we can attest to that. Absolutely sensational. The pickles were really good.
Phenomenal.
All right. As tremendous as Steve's fish meals are, you can also order up burgers. Jack, how good was the burger?
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it about a 9.8.
There you go. Chicken wings and more, including great chicken and steak salads. Steve's delivers. So if you are looking for the best seafood and more, it's original Steve's Fish and Chips. Open Monday through Saturday from 10:30 in the morning until 10 in the evening. Call to order at 740-282-3261 or find them online at stevesfishandchips.net. Cinna Blue Wave, looking to get in shape for the summer? Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia has the tools for you to reach your goals with certified strength specialists with Division I collegiate experience on staff. Recovering from an injury, Cinna has a certified athletic trainer on staff that can aid you in your recovery and help prevent future injuries. Looking for a great deal? Cinna has those as well, including boot camp classes. It's a special 3 months for $100. Or get semi-private instructions with one of Cinna's certified trainers, 3 months for just $150. Looking for the best in fitness? Look no further than the Cinna Strength and Wellness in Follinsby, West Virginia. Find them at Cinna Wellness on Facebook and Instagram.
And if you're looking for the largest gun shop in the area, head to Sportsman's Trading Post in Wintersville. With the biggest inventory around, they buy, sell, and offer expert gunsmithing right on site. Stop in today. That is Sportsman's Trading Post. They have it all.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration Services. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration is a full-service restoration company that offers water, mold, fire, and storm damage restoration services. As the leading provider of disaster restoration, Panhandle serves areas throughout 6 states. Robert C. Contragaro Sr. founded Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration in 1977 with a commitment to fairness, honesty, and quality work. Panhandle has established a stellar reputation for the quality of their services and the professionalism of their talented technicians. Thank you, Don. McAdoo Towing and Crane Service, a leader in light duty and heavy duty towing. We also specialize in crane services, oil and gas, well services, and 24/7 emergency services. At McAdoo Towing and Crane Services, their business is picking up. Thank you very much, Don. DeFelice Brothers Pizza. This summer, let DeFelice Brothers Pizza handle all of your catering needs. Not only pizza, but pasta, meatballs, sausage, and chicken, and our unique party round sandwich. Call DeFelice Brothers Catering because Italy is just too far away. You hungry yet, Don?
Always.
There you go.
Upton Stout from Western Kentucky.
Upton Stout,
a cornerback.
drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
We're in the
We're now in the triple digits.
in the compensatory stage of the draft. We
And
got-
tell us about the compensatory stage.
what do you want to know about it?
Tell us all about it.
Some people say, what's compensatory?
So
are we compensated for losing Russell Wilson? Will that be compensatory?
Yes.
That would be.
So let's look up. Essentially, what it is you get draft picks for losing guys in free agency. Extra selections awarded to a team that lost more or better compensatory free agents, CFAs, than they signed during the previous offseason. Picks are distributed across rounds 3 through 7 and can be awarded to teams that lose minority coaches or executives to other teams as well. So as far as the Steelers are concerned in 2026, they'll get a compensatory pick for losing Najee Harris based off of his production for 4 years. They didn't replace him with an adequate enough option. Kenneth Gainwell doesn't match nearly the Najee Harris level of production. They get a compensatory pick. Same could be said for Mason Rudolph or Skylar Thompson for Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Now, Mason Rudolph fits one of those, not both, so they get a compensatory pick for losing Russell Wilson because they lost Justin Fields first, and so on and so forth. And I'll look up the exact list in a moment for 2026, but that's why a lot of people feel that the Steelers are putting themselves in a position to draft a quarterback next year, because even if the first round selection comes in the 19, 20, 21 range like it has, because the Steelers refuse to have a losing season, they'll be able to use the comp picks to trade up and higher in the first round. And that is relatively new.
Mm-hmm.
Before 2017, you could not trade your compensatory picks. And then when they redid the collective bargaining agreement and all the rules that fall under that umbrella when it comes to avoiding lockouts and all that stuff, in 2017, since 2017, teams can trade the comp picks now, which benefits a team like the Steelers that potentially might try to move up in the first round next year.
Pop quiz on Monday and final exam next Friday.
Sounds good. Go get my crib sheet out.
So the Steelers are projected and this can change. So the Steelers are projected to receive 4 comp picks in 2026. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They'll get a 3rd round pick for losing Dan Moore Jr., 4 years starting at offensive tackle. They're going to get a 4th. Oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken earlier. They're going to get a comp pick for both Fields and Russell Wilson. They will get a 4th round pick for Justin Fields. They'll get a 5th round pick for losing Russell Wilson. They'll get a 6th round pick for losing Jaden Daniels. And I believe they have an extra pick in there from the Kenny Pickett trade. I'll look at that in a moment. I think the Steelers are on track to have 12 draft picks in 2026.
And
that would have been fun this year instead of 2 so far.
And, it's going to be a draft in Pittsburgh, so it's always good to be up there in front of your fans as many times as you can. One thing I wanted to take a look at is the order for tomorrow in the 4th round. Begins with Tennessee at 1, then it's Jacksonville with the 2nd pick of the 4th round, New York Giants, New England Patriots. Jacksonville rounds out the top 5 in the 4th round. Raiders, Bears. I'm not sure what that logo is. Jets, maybe.
How soon till the
green?
The collusion claims from Neon Dion that all the teams colluded not to pick his son?
Eagles and Saints, they round out the top 10. Then we're at 11. San Francisco, Carolina, Arizona, Miami, Indianapolis, Atlanta, Cincinnati, 17th pick in the 4th round. Then you have Tennessee, Tampa Bay, Carolina, Steelers, 21st selection in the 4th round. And they could be making a decision whether to take Shedeur Sanders at the 21st pick number 123 in the 4th round of the draft. Green Bay is 22nd, Chargers, or as we like to call them, Jordan, the Justin Herberts.
Vikings just picked a pretty good wideout out of Maryland, by the way.
And
Cleveland
goes 126 tomorrow. They're 126th on the board, 24th pick of the 4th round. That's the Rams, Washington, Ravens, Eagles, Saints, Buffalo, Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, Ravens,
so
Seahawks.
He's going to go to the
and
Steelers
49ers.
at some point just because nobody else wants him.
Maybe.
Could you imagine if he didn't get picked at all?
No.
Mel Kiper keeps putting up best available Shedeur Sanders.
Well, if you had him in your top 5, if you had him number 1 overall, he's never moving out of that spot until he's picked.
Did Scatterbo get picked yet? So he's still available.
Yeah.
Let's look at some of these names. I mean, the best available according to ESPN is Shedeur Sanders is number 1. You've got Jalen Royals, a wide receiver from Utah State. Jalen Lane, a wide receiver from Virginia Tech, who I like. Josh Farmer, a defensive tackle from Florida State. Cam Scatterbo, the running back from Arizona State. Gunnar Helm, a tight end from Texas. Dylan Sampson, a running back from Tennessee. Braylon Swinson, edge rusher from LSU. Quincy Riley from Louisville. Ty Robinson, D tackle from Nebraska. Those are the top 10 still available, and some other notable names out there just to throw them out there. Mitchell Evans from tight end from Notre Dame is still available. Will Howard is as far as quarterbacks are concerned on the ESPN's big board, right? Shedeur Sanders is number 1. Will Howard is number 18 on the ESPN big board. So that's he's still obviously available. Quinn Ewers is 24. And as far as some other guys that jump off the page here, Jack Sawyer and Cody Simon, pair of Buckeyes at 29 and 30. Lathan Ransom, a Buckeye at 37. Seth McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State at 42. He's still on the board. And that's pretty much it as far as the top 50 still available. And our Pitt Panthers, Don, I think Gavin Bartholomew maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Donovan McMillan maybe tomorrow. They'll probably get at least one.
Well, and this
Are
is
there any picks left?
No, we're done.
no,
We are
and,
done.
and here's the deal. This is the thing with this part of the draft.
Yeah.
First, second, and third rounds, sexy picks.
Yeah.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. That's the guts of your team. You know, you have these
2-0
guys.
Pirates.
You look at some of these players, and you see, for lack of a better way to do it, we'll talk about the Steelers: Ben Roethlisberger, Hines Ward, Jerome Bettis, Heath Miller. You've got on the defensive side of the football, Keys. All just name those guys. Casey Hampton. Those are the exceptions. That roster turns over. That 53-man roster, it turns over quite a bit every year. And it's the middle rounds of the draft, the late picks in the draft, that really set the stage for your team. So teams, as much as we talk about the first and second rounders and third rounders, this is where your team is built. The guts of the team, that you need those great players to back up your greatest players. So these are critical rounds for all of the teams involved. And Jack, I think you're right on the money right now. Cleveland may be having the best draft out of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Don, what do you think?
Well, I think the big things we learned tonight. I mean, we started off with our man. Who did we start off with? Our Browns fan.
Oh, Hayden.
Hayden has a really nice looking lab. Okay. Scott Stanovich is a dog. We're sad to say he's on its last legs. Not looking too well.
Yeah.
Scott also cut the grass tonight and was extremely sweaty.
I think he's sleeping by now.
We learned that Justin Kropka does not replace burned out light bulbs. We learned that Mark Massa has some of the best wit that you'll ever hear. Kind of it's just a wit.
Oh, he's sharp.
Beyond
sharp.
And those are some of the big things. And we've learned that, you can gorge Steve's fish and chips for 2 straight nights.
Absolutely.
And be ready for a third.
It's tremendous.
Any football takes, Don?
It's all about football. I mean, life revolves around football. Football's a part of life, and having good food to eat while you're watching the football is big. And having a dog to watch football with as well.
Absolutely.
We've also learned that
Tim Zissel thought the journey was fabulous.
We've learned that Tim Zissel and Reno Sokoch are a little slow in their technology. We've got to get that squared away, and so forth. So
Pete's a little relaxed.
You learn the little things, and in the course of an evening. But it's all about fun,
family,
and teamwork. And I'm never up this late.
2 days in a row.
2 days in a row.
You're gonna be hurting tomorrow. You'll be right up and at them. You'll be ready to go. Put in lights.
Well. And we also learned the internet's very poor where Justin Kropka,
Cole
and Clint Powell, where they live, bad internet.
Yep.
So the High Valley better get their internet flying.
Those Appalachian grants, need to get them.
All right, Pirates up 2-0. Tommy Phan has played and he has struck out, and Skeen's looking good. And I got baseball to listen to on the way home.
There you go.
Say good night, Bill.
Good night, Bill.
Good night, Jack.
Good night.
Good night, Jordo. Good night, John Boy. Where's the Waltons music?
Mary Ellen.
Hey, it's been fun. It
has been fun.
Who knows?
It has been fun.
I thought we were done for Thursdays in a while.
Yeah.
This is a Friday.
And I'll tell you what, before we go, we have to thank our sponsors. I mean, they did a great job
They
for
sure
us.
did.
They really did. So we can't thank you enough supporting us in this News9 Sports on the Go endeavor draft
And we
special.
close.
All right.
With the list.
Okay.
We'll bounce back and forth.
All right.
Okay, thank you for bringing this wonderful 2-day marathon of the NFL draft to you. We could have done it without our sponsors. Wouldn't have done it without our sponsors. D. Felice Brothers Pizza.
WVU Medicine Black Lung Clinic,
M&M Hardware,
Laudamus Communications and Security,
Theo Yanni's Greek Restaurant.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration.
You can't sing. We don't have the copyright to the song.
It wasn't 10 seconds.
Local Laborers 809.
Steel Valley Contracting,
Belmont Savings Bank,
McAdoo Towing and Crane Service,
Cedar One Company,
Sportsman's Trading Post,
Steve's Fish and Chips.
Whiteside Chevrolet GMC.
Because you are under contract with them.
Cinna Blue Wave,
Klempner Plumbing, Heating, and Electrical. And of course, the official clothing provider of the On the Go.
Yes, it is.
The Target Shop.
I'll tell you what, our lights are so good in here, it's actually getting warm. It gets warm.
Getting warm.
And finally, we leave you with this. Martin Sterry Football 2025 is loaded. LODED. And that does it. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Good night. Have a great weekend.